Come on, come through.
What's good, everybody? Back with another video. What's good, Glenn? What's good, Cody? Shout out to all you guys. And back with another one.
Shout out to YeaRight, the Matrix.
Hope if anybody's in good Angel, good Rick James, if anybody's in Florida, hope all is well. A lot of damage in Florida.
Not really. Not too bad, Cuts. I mean, yeah, right. Let's see.
Yeah. And this shit is gonna go all up the East Coast, so it's gonna be an interesting. It's gonna be an interesting few days up to a week, because that's gonna go all up the East Coast, create a lot of flooding. Probably as planned. You know, the Great Recess, Mr. Klaus Schwab and the other psychopaths. All right, their big plans. Just look at all the news stories, the mainstream news, how they're talking. It lines up with the Agenda 2030 climate change. You know, so it's all lining up. So hopefully everybody is safe out there, and you know, got all the supplies. A lot of stuff is closed. A lot of damage. So you know, a lot of people stayed and rode it out, and you know. Even in Kissimmee, there was some flooded neighborhoods and stuff. So all over Florida, there's a lot of damage. You know, hopefully, you know, our brother Laswell Jess is okay. I know for a fact he's in Florida. I know he stayed. He's Ocala. So, you know, I think the damage, you know, it's just a lot of water. But yeah. So this ain't gonna be a long video. Some people might not like this video. They say I'm feeding into, you know, things that's going on, but I'm really not feeding into it. I'm just putting a warning out because what's really up? But it's fall, it's autumn, it's harvest. So some people harvest certain things. You know, some people are harvesting certain things, and there's some people out there harvesting energy. You know, so something to be wary of. As Brother Cuts could give you firsthand account and knowledge, I did go check out the video, and it's these dudes out here. And again, put a disclaimer out there. You know, this isn't hate. This isn't. You know, this is just love and understanding.
That's all I'm trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do, man. Bring people together.
How can I round this off? All right, there's a channel out there. We all know Brian, High Impact Flex. We all know. All right, we all know whether he's a shill or not. We really don't know. Do we think is it high probability is? Yeah. You know, shill, whatever you want to call that. You know, I don't really call it shill. You know, he could believe all the shit he actually believes, and it's just he makes money listening. He does, this is his business, so he does what he does. I don't know what the true definition of a fucking shill is.
Yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Nonetheless, I mean, it's not toxic, that it's not, you know, he wakes some people up, but it's a place, it's like CNN.
Well, Fox News, it's a little better than that, but yeah.
So
at least he's unplugged from the political matrix for the most part.
So this is kind of like a
but I don't watch his content.
A warning, because other people have said, because I got comments, and it's weird. I get comments last night about Cuts, about this other dude. I never even heard of him before. I thought it was Zach when I listened to it. Some guy named oh god, damn, what's his name? I thought it was Zach. I'm like, the motherfucker even looks like Zach. Sounds like that. It's weird ass shit, man. I don't know where the fuck the shit coming from. But I guess the guy's name is Harmful Content. Never heard of him in my life. And he never heard of my life, but people they mess about him and then someone else, and then I see the alerts, I go look for the comments, they're gone. And this has been happening for like the past week and a half, like comments. And that's why, you know, I've seen Paul Unslaved years ago when all the shit went down, but I didn't see him up until like about 2 weeks ago. So I tune in, check it out, like, oh, okay, that's what's up, man. All right,
check out the destruction,
doing a little something, you know, from what I found him, you know, from the videos, you know, because that's the type of shit that I'm into, standing up for your rights, you know, law, understanding how to move in this in this matrix, you know. So like, okay, cool. And I'll support something like that. And knowing his story, and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, I'll rock out with it. I'll check him out, you know. But as I stood over there and looked, I tuned in a little bit. Like, okay, what the fuck? And then I started seeing like, what the fuck is this? And then so, you know, he had this brother on there giving out good information. You know, I found it from Artie's Corporate Fiction. You know, who's a known troll, shill, lawyer, New York State supposed. This is what he does. You know, he's been around. I've actually debated Artie on his channel before, but it's early stages.
Artie's a joke.
You know, the whole sovereign citizen crap and all this stuff. It's a no-win game. It's all entertainment. You know, this is what they do. But anyways, that's how when I first watched Paul again was with the Artie's Corporate Fiction shit. You know, and he destroyed fucking Artie. You know, he destroyed Artie, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'll rock out with this brother. But then as I sat there, what it turned into, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, okay, all right, this is just getting weird. You know what I mean? It's just weird. So, you know, I'm like, it's weird. Then the name started getting the buzz because he goes on Brian. You know, Brian pulls him on. Now, keep in mind, Brian's channels are suspended. So he's on the one channel, you know, making content every day. You know what Brian, if you know Brian, you know, you can see it. You know exactly what he's doing. You know, he bringing Paul Enslaved. Paul Enslaved's got a buzz among trolling, amongst, you know, that you know, there's mad sovereign citizen bashing channels out there, and they love Paul. He's like their number one
indeed
scapegoat target guy. Indeed. So, you know, Brian's gonna obviously during this time pull him on the channel. If they have any agreement with funds or whatever, I don't know. But Paul, as he is on his own platform, because he's an own man, his own mind, he speaks from his heart, mind. He is less of that person when he's on Brian's channel. All right. And the thing about it is now you can see where it's like, oh, this is all of it. This could all be, I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong, I could be wrong. Oh, this is all of that now. I'm like, okay, this is that. You know, I think he'd keep it, you know, more a little bit of buck. And he did. He threw, you know, Brian doesn't know. He was throwing shots at.
How's the sound? Is it too loud?
Brian, the whole fucking
Much
screen.
love.
Now, I understand that guy's mind, Paul's mind. You know, not totally, but from what's being put out, I understand it. I get it. You know, so yeah, so he's on his channel, and then I didn't even know until later, you know, because I'm like, fuck it, I ain't watching this shit. I ain't got time for this shit. And then later I hear, you know, Zach was on the channel, and I'm like, oh shit. So I go, not Paul, he was on Paul's channel, and after that, some shit, I'm getting confused. Well, after High Impact Flicks had Paul on, Zach was on Paul's channel, and I didn't know that. But I think I did watch. Yeah, I did watch, because they brought someone in the comments brought up. Sorry, it's early, guys. Someone in the comments brought up Zach, and then Brian, you know, laid it all out. Oh, I'm not going to talk about this guy, and then talks about Brian. This guy, if people cannot see through, it's like, you know, they attract very low logical thinkers, very low vibrational people that are seeking a person for a savior. All right, so they can't see the obvious. Like we can read all this shit. You know what I'm saying? We can read it all. And you know, so he's like, yeah, I don't want to say it. And then he does. And then he like goes in and this and that. And then, you know, Paul, and this is where the misunderstanding, this is where it all went wrong. Because the way I watch it, you know, I could play it here, you know, to where what he said, because actually Paul did this shit. This is where it all went south. Because Paul did, when the guy said, you know, and then High Impact Flick said what he said, and then Paul was like, basically told the guy, well, why don't you make a channel, bring us on, we can all talk it out or whatever, or Xander with a Z. He didn't. Come on, my name's right there. That really wasn't negative. You know what I mean?
My name's right there, man. Let me hear what he said again,
Then High Impact Flick said what he said. And then Paul was like, basically told the guy, well, why don't you make a channel, bring us on, and we could all, you know, talk it out or whatever, or something like that. He didn't really, that really wasn't negative. You know what I mean? So just go back and watch it. You'll see it actually was a great way, because Brian did try to take Paul there. And Paul, like, you know, he went through it to them, and then he went on the person who posted a comment and said, look, and then we'll all come together and we'll talk about it. Which I think was a neutralizer. They neutralized that whole thing. But you know, whatever. So the next day, or I think it was the same day, I mean, I don't know. You know, Zach pops up on his channel, And I'm like, oh, I didn't even know. So after that, I was like, damn. I even told Zach, I was like, yo, I would have never recommended you going on there because I already know. That was going to be an explosion. No matter what, that was going to be an explosion.
Telling you.
You know? And then
let's make this go viral. Gematrama.
You know, but we got to control that.
It's got to float.
You know?
Or Gematra.
So that's the backdrop on that.
I like Gematrama.
And then what happens? Now Paul realizes, oh shit, Zach's got a big ass following. All right, I'm gonna ride this shit.
Okay, wait, I gotta hear this again.
I recommended you going on there because I already know. I know the two energies of the people. That was gonna be an explosion. No matter what, that was gonna be an explosion.
Yeah.
You know?
Facts.
And then
just turned out it wasn't a great explosion.
You know, but we gotta control that. You know? So that's the backdrop on that. And then what happens? Now Paul realizes, oh shit, Zach's got a big ass following. All right, I'm gonna ride this shit. And you know, that's what's going on in his mind because he's like, oh, I'm gonna ride this. And even Brian, you see him too. He made another video, and he put that whole clip that Paul did on there, and then put his own emphasis, trying to, you know, whatever, you know, which they all got a right to do all the shit that they're doing. Whatever, who gives a fuck? But I'm trying to show people to just you know, hey, just don't even worry about it. We already get it. They ain't fucking with anything. They're gonna keep doing what they're doing, and we see what they're all about, you know. Because he was like, "Oh man, you should go up there and talk." I'm like, listen, for me to go on that dude's channel, do you see his personality? He understands energy. He understands words and how to manipulate them, kind of like a lawyer, but not. So therefore, no matter what is the conversation, it's going to be spun and it's going to be deflected and it's going to be twisted and turned. It's going to go down all kind of things, and then he could just hit the mute button. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, this is what he can do. So, you know, what I'm just trying to tell people is, look, don't even bother. Just don't waste your time with them. They're going to be trolled, and they're coming here and troll. You know, not troll. They're coming here like, I'm like the one guy, Anonymous. I'm like, he was on here the other day, and I seen him around Zach's channel. I'm like, okay. And then there's another guy. I'm like, wait a minute. So they have these guys that go around to other channels and try to disrupt things or whatever, or pretend, and then you see him over there. It's like, what the fuck? This is the same guy that was on here? Damn. And I'm like, what kind of funny guy, cornball shit is this? I'm like, this is some corny ass shit. This is entertainment. This is you know. And then when you see it, it's like, that's what it is, a satire and entertainment. But he claims he's helping people and doing this, and I'm not. You know, it's like, wow. Okay, I get it. All right, if that's what it is, that's what it is. And you see now the past few days, it's been all about Zach, even both of them. You know, from one thing, I didn't see Zach make any videos. So the way I look at it is, Zach came in there. Now Zach's actually got all the attention. See, people got to really look at what's what. You know, they think they're clowning and doing this and exposing, but actually, they're actually bringing people to Zach's platform. Yeah, some might be trolling, but guess what? One person comes like, oh my God, this guy makes some sense. These guys over here are fucking jokers. What the fuck is Brian talking about half the time? You know, they're gonna turn a new leaf. They're gonna be like, man, this Paul guy, yeah, he may have some knowledge on things, but I mean, he's regurgitating the same thing, you know. And you know, then
no press is bad press for Paul or Zach or YeaRight. LOL. Factual.
We're gonna bring it all back around, and you know, I'm just going through the layers and stuff. I know people probably don't give a fuck, and I shouldn't really be wasting my time. But it's just my time is just no, because I see other people. Shout out to Sean, he wants to go on it. Don't go on their channel. Don't even bother. Okay. Don't even bother with these dudes. It's a pack of what can I say? Not even hyenas, because hyenas are strategic. It's a pack of, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what kind of, I can't even compare it to anything. I don't even know what it is, because I look at the people that come on there and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, I get what he was saying at first when stuff that he would drop, but it's like, okay, now you're just Saturday Night Live, CNN talking about a chimpanzee. I get it. It's funny and people need funny, but I look at the panel and I see guys that, well, that was their world before. They watched reality shows, they drunk beer, they partied, and that was their escapism. Now they woke up to something, and now their new escapism is this guy, Paul Unslaved. So they could actually do the same stuff, regurgitate the same nonsense, create the same behavior, but pretend like they're standing up for something, which is themselves for now. In reality, they're not, because they're looking at Paul as their savior on the internet. You know, when you really sit back and buckle up and look, I ain't even looking at the cuts. You got to relax. Don't worry about these. The best thing is to just don't worry about it. You know what they are. You know, and cuts went on there last night, and you played right into their hand. Yeah. I wish you would have hit me up. I'm like, no, don't do that. Let them be. You know, let them talk the talk, and you got to just let them be. I mean, they call you out personally, then go in there and address
make
it.
themselves.
You know, say, well, what's up? You know, get to the basics of it.
Let
you know,
their
like, what's the basics of it? Just like what I'm talking about. I'm telling everybody, don't even go over there. Don't bother, because you see what it's all about.
Zach didn't represent.
See what it's all about.
Well,
now he makes a video about you
and
put you in the forefront, because this is how they're feeding. They're harvesting right now. They need something to go in the winter because people start watching the internet. Brian knows his views goes up, so Paul knows. Him and Paul talk. Brian is a businessman. See, there's a lot I know about Brian, but I won't even expose it because I don't need to. You know, I don't need to, because through my avenues of my connections with people that I associate with, that we can run on good terms, I don't need to let everyone know what Brian's actually up to. I don't need to do that. You guys already know what he's up to. Know the backdrops of why he does make the videos he makes, why he did go in. I know all that, like to the T. I know all that. And I know why he's helping him and Paul have this thing. Brian don't like Paul. Guys, he don't like Paul. He was in Brian's chat. You shouldn't show the guns on. I got dinged for that. You think Paul gives a fuck? He don't give a fuck. But Brian's in there. You shouldn't do that. You know, you shouldn't do that. Why does he not want him to do that? Because he's using Paul and Paul's using him. They're both using each other. It's like a bad relationship, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, Angel.
Yep.
You let people.
Brian's got the reach. He's got the platform with the following. You know what I'm saying? Paul's is a lot smaller, but he's got.
It's not affecting you. Don't even bother.
The knowledge on common law, natural law, and all that.
It's gonna be played out. People are gonna see what it's all about. Real people that go over there, like, man, I don't fuck with this shit. This is dumb shit. Yeah, he may know stuff about the law and this. We don't get into that, because this is what this guy is doing, you know? And he's got the right to do it. If people want to follow, hey, that's him. He's like a white nature boy at this point, and that's the path that he's going. You know, he uses religion. It'll attract Christians, and he spins the new age twist with it, all right? And an interpretation of, no, this is what the Bible's really saying. And this is what, no, it's not. It's in line with all religions, but he uses the one he knows the most. He's not going to sit up there and spit nothing from the Quran. He's not going to spit nothing from the Bhagavad Gita. He's not going to spit nothing from Buddhism up there. He's not going to do that, because he's not in line with those two Eastern religions. He's in line with the Western religion, which is under law. That's why you see him talk about everything about law and words. Well, he's talking about an English language that is a slave language, where his communication, he doesn't realize, is controlling. This is why he commands his channel, has guys like Anonymous saluting to him, and all these guys saluting to him. Is because he's fulfilling a void because of where he came from. That's why, only reason why I respect him. Anyone that can overcome the streets and that shit, that's powerful. But he's using his power in the wrong direction, pretending he's this guy who stands up on. I've been doing this shit for years, even before I was fucking on here. Even though I didn't know what I was doing, I didn't give a fuck about no goddamn cops and all that shit. I didn't give a fuck if I was driving without license, get stopped. All right, you got me, give me the tickets or whatever. But over the years, I learned how to deal with this shit. I learned how to understand this shit. I overcame more and more fears of these people to where, do whatever you got to do. When they pull me off, I don't need to ask all these questions. I don't need to do all this stuff. I'm gonna do whatever you guys got to do your job. That's it. I don't even got to talk to you. You know what I don't have. You know what I do have. Let's go from there. Because these people are road pirates. They don't know anything, you know. And shout out to Sean. I saw you. I saw you in the comments when I watched it over live with the live chat. You know, I was watching. I checked out cuts. And I'm like, that's a play into exactly what they want. They want that. They want to trigger the emotions in you, and that's what Paul wants to do. He knew Zach, so he was waiting. And he knew he could trigger Jack. He could read him. That's why he wants your face on there. He wants to read you. So therefore, he can make you trigger. He's going to pick what you like, what you're doing, and he's going in his calm voice. He's going to, pretend like he's listening, but he's really just reading you. And when he's calm, and people, you can hear in the voice and see facial expressions. You can see that person. You watch the eyes. See, he's a very smart dude. All right, he's a very smart dude. He's using that to his advantage. When you can see all that, you know how you can trigger somebody. You know what I'm saying? You know that. And he was just waiting for the right moment, and he was picking. And then, him and Brian talk. Him and Brian talked off air about you, about that.
About me? Oh, I was like, what?
So he already knew. It was a setup. And you know it was a setup because, it was a setup because when you see him clip that video out, he took his time to clip that video out, post it again, and then I Impact jumped in on it, which he always talks about attacking people. He didn't have to do that. He's a bigger man. Don't worry about it. Obviously, he's worried. Or he's not. It's all for clicks, likes, views, and controversy he brings people. Now, next time Black goes live, watch how many people are watching. Watch how many people come over. And it's good, because the way I look at it as, if I was acting like, you guys are paying attention to me, I'm not even making videos. I'm busy with my own life. And see, the same guy that says that, Paul, he's up there talking about, oh, why are people over here worried about me? Well, look what you're doing. They show their hand, guys. He's doing the same exact thing. He's putting his time and energy into Zach. How many times he mentioned Zach?
Shout out to YeaRight.
That, how many times? And he's going to talk about it again today. He's going to ride that, He's going to harvest. They're harvesting.
Sharing all the same sentiments as I am, brother YeaRight, as usual.
So, this is what these guys are doing, man. They're out here stealing vulnerable people's energy, using it to benefit themselves. All right?
Go get in.
That's what they're doing. So.
Oh, man.
And like I said, they send people out like this one anonymous. He like Paul's bitch. You know what I mean? Like, he's like Paul's bitch. I mean, what else can I say? That's all I said. Like, damn, dude, you're like his bitch. You like salute this guy. You swing off his nut hairs.
I am alive, brother. Truth
to his ass cheeks.
Brother,
like,
truth vibration. Like, I am alive.
I'm like, this dude. You know, this is what they do, man.
Just
you know,
mirroring.
So he's been watching. He's been going over to Zach. I've seen him in Zach's thing, and it's like, okay, I see. He comes from over at Paul. He's looking for a daddy. You know, so. You know, that's what.
Yeah, what's up with this guy? Paul Unslaved is your daddy. Is the name of the channel? I don't know if it's a.
Away, all right, because you know
CNN said Florida was gonna die. Well, as far as I know, man. I mean, look at this destruction.
He's a funny guy.
Look at this destruction. Look at that. Look at see that over there?
There's Christianity into it.
See that palm frond?
You know, he throws Christianity. He throws big words that most people don't know and understand, and says, you know, he's standing on this. He's a man. You know, a true man stands by himself, which is true. You know, you become true in your own being. You know, this is what you do. But after you progress and past that point, okay, now you know, like minds.
My bad.
Mine. You know, he talks all this stuff about the Bible. He quotes Bible quotes. You know, he does all this stuff, but he doesn't really, you know, talk about the ones that he is regurgitating out of, you know, the Bible. You know, about unity. And this is why people need to do a better job at explaining unity. I just say we all need to come together. I'm talking about, I think people, I'd be thinking in my own mind that I understand what people are thinking and I'm thinking, but I realize, you know, people think I'm saying fucking come together and move in and like, you know, let's have a baby and like let's have each other over for coffee and tea. No, I was saying let's come together. Great minds come together to create great things. You know, we could be way the fuck over here and we're together. You know, I do this all the time. You know, my website. You know, it's a brother that's from the UK. You know, London. You know, sister up there. You know, all these different people. This is what I mean about making connections. That's all I'm talking about. If we do come together and meet in person, well, that's the benefit. You know, and when you do, you're out off of the internet because of censorship, doing what everybody claims they're trying to do is wake people up. Like, I don't even understand that. I don't even understand how anybody could just dismiss that and just say this is because honestly they're in fear. Like I watch Paul say, I don't want, you know, you might do that. Well, then you're in fear. You're still in fear. No matter how you spin it, that's a fear tactic. You know, all the shit you've done and nobody else should be able to affect you. You stand in your own universe. You know, you stand in your own universe. You stand in your own square. You claim. So why would someone else affect you? You know, you might bring the heat to me or this. What heat? What are you talking about?
Yeah, Zach definitely acted out.
500,000 people there.
For sure.
You know, the people that were dumb enough to follow the herd and unknowingly follow this false emotion and go in there and do that. Well, that's what happened. The smart ones didn't go nowhere near. You know.
Okay, appreciate it, brother.
It's like seriously.
I got a speaker on. I got the
so,
JBL.
You know, this is what he portrays. So I'm just going out what he portrays, what I see, and you know, between him and Brian, they have some pact to where now this is creating a buzz. And, you know, Brian is really hurting what he does. Even having Paul on there, from what Brian is at, it's like, dude, you need Paul, really? For views? That's desperado. I mean, come on. You really need Paul for views? Like, he's like the number one targeted sovereign citizen, which I know, which actually is a term. I mean, it's not a term, but it is a term, all right? It's not a legal sovereign
Paul
citizen
isn't
term together, but in law, they put terms together. So
he's trolling Q.
Absolutely.
This is the problem, is that people
to a nation that
assume things,
rights.
man.
That's how you're sovereign. People get that wrong. People got that twisted.
Jump to
there's a bunch of shows out here who teach people to be a sovereign citizen.
Shout out to King Richard TV, but you know, he did the same thing yesterday.
When the land upholds your right to make you sovereign. The only thing that can be sovereign.
What I'm trying to say is, you know, you're making the same assumption about Paul with the Q stuff that King Richard TV did last night in his stream or yesterday, whatever, in his stream. Paul is the whole channel is bashing Q. It's a complete joke on Q. See, and this is why people need to, Zach included, you know, he went onto Paul's channel without knowing really what, you know, Paul's about or, you know, anything what the panel's about. I mean, it's mostly satirical, comical, you know, Q bashing, you know, stand-up comedy almost. I mean, it's like, you know, so.
Turning back now to that breaking news that happened just a few hours ago for that officer-involved shooting that happened near 19th and Glendale Avenues, getting out to Lucelia Cubby.
Whatever the fuck they lay down upon them. Yeah, they have.
And now I gotta. What was that?
You know, this is what these guys are doing, man.
I don't remember where I was at.
They're out here stealing vulnerable people's energy, using it to benefit themselves. All right. And that's what they're doing. You know? So, and like I said, they send people out like this one anonymous. You've seen him in here. You go, he's like Paul's bitch. You know what I mean? Like he's like Paul. quotes. He does all this stuff, but he doesn't really, talk about the ones that he is regurgitating out of, the Bible. About unity. And this is why people need to do a better job at explaining unity. I just say we all need to come together. I'm talking about, I think people, I be thinking in my own mind that I understand what people are thinking and I'm thinking, but I realize, people think I'm saying fucking come together and move in and let's have a baby and let's have each other over for coffee and no, I want to say let's come together. Great minds come together to create great things. We could be way the fuck over here and we're together. I do this all the time.
Yeah, brother. It's brother. YeaRight.
My website.
Speaking on the Gematria.
That's from the UK. London. A lot, sister up there.
No press is bad press.
This is what I mean about making connections.
It's going to bring more traction
if we do come together and meet in person,
to Zach's channel, to Brian's channel,
you're out
to Paul's channel, to YeaRight's channel, probably even the Cuts channel.
I don't even understand how anybody could just dismiss that.
So no press is bad press, right?
They're in fear. Like I watch Paul say, "Oh, I don't want to." You might do that. Well, then you're in fear. You're still in fear, no matter how you spin it. That's a fear tactic. Yeah. All the shit you've done, and nobody else should be able to affect you. You stand in your own universe. You stand in your own universe. You stand in your own square. You claim. So why would someone else affect you? You might bring the heat to me, or listen, what heat? What are you talking about? And then they say, look at January 6th. It was fucking 1,500,000 people
January
there.
6th was a
the people that were dumb enough to follow the herd and unknowingly follow this false emotion and go in there and do that. Well, that's what happened. The smart ones didn't go nowhere near. It's like seriously. So this is what he portrays. So I'm just going out what he portrays, what I see, and between him and Brian, they have some pact to where now this is creating a buzz. And, Brian is really hurting what he does. Even having Paul on there from what Brian is at, it's like, dude, you need Paul, really? For views? That's desperado. You need Paul for views? Like, he's like the number one targeted sovereign citizen, which I know, which actually is a term. I mean, it's not a term, but it is a term, all right? It's not a legal sovereign citizen term together, but in law, they put terms together. So can a citizen be sovereign? Absolutely. A citizen can be sovereign to a nation that upholds rights. That's how you're sovereign. People get that wrong. People got that twisted. And there's a bunch of shows out here who teach people to be a sovereign citizen. And you get caught up in this verbal nonsense that doesn't even apply in law when the land upholds your right to make you sovereign. The only thing that can be sovereign is land. All right. And how does that land sovereign? It's the occupiers of that land. The people are supposed to be sovereign, and the people are supposed to elect a government to uphold that sovereignty. All right, that's how it's supposed to be. But no, our country don't run like that. That's why they create, you're a sovereign citizen. In reality is, you can be a sovereign citizen, but not the way they spin it. Each human being is sovereign in their own right. So yeah. So this is the thing. All right, let me see. YouTube is a crazy place. It is. It's crazy, man. So I'm just telling people, don't bother going over there.
The world
is because it ain't gonna turn. It's gonna turn out to where they're gonna try to clown you, and you gotta have a strong foundation to where you just don't feed any of that.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I'll be real. I want to call in and be like, ask them if they think it's a coincidence. That Flight 77, or that Pope, lives in Suite 201, Hit him with the 77 or the 201. Hit him with a riddle, and see if it interests them, if it piques their interest.
And another thing is, it's just like.
But then again,
what they're doing is they just want to create satire for views, give me views. I'll portray I'm God on my channel. I'll get followed.
Yeah, I think there's definitely truth to that, but I also think there's truth to the fact that they might just be uninitiated to the esoteric, in this case, the esoteric practice of gematria and its use, and its use against the people, and it's sorcery, ritual, magic and potency that it has against us. And I mean, man, then it's not even about that. In this case, again, it's about truth speakers uniting and coming together to kind of not just raise awareness, but increase the momentum of the the infectious vibe of truth, the infectious vibration and vibrational frequency of truth and righteousness, and standing for what's right and true. And Paul has done that in many ways before, by standing for what's right and true and getting himself in trouble in doing so. Not that there's anything necessarily just inherently righteous in and of itself in getting, arrested necessarily, because you can get arrested for something you should be arrested for, violent crime in against innocents, whatever. But I'm gonna let YeaRight talk.
Me. They'll be here every day. They'll yes man me. You gotta remember, you gotta look at where the man came from. All right, he came from nothing to now this solidifies his being. So he's in that energy. So he needs this energy. He needs negative, positive. He needs it all. And that's what he's doing. If people can't.
A lot of people are using basic esoteric knowledge to look spiritual, but still buy into the psyops. I feel that I've been arrested for jaywalking. Golly, man. I remember back in the day, my dad, rest his soul, got ticketed for was it for jaywalking? No, it wasn't for jaywalking. For some crap when he was like dropping me off from school or something, or after he dropped me off to school, and a cop gave him some petty bullshit ticket, completely bullshit, and he just, man, he wouldn't let it go for days, man, and he just was on a pig roast, a verbal pig roast, any mention of a cop or a commercial about law enforcement, anything, a SNL snip, whatever, he was ripping on the blue.
See that? It's like, damn,
But yeah,
if he was to keep it,
God rest
where
cops,
he was,
man.
True in the heart, you wouldn't see all this. That's how you know it's not true in the heart.
That was the one who got me started on the truth journey. With the Obama deception, InfoWars, man.
You can see through the lines, and that's
all police are
basic.
oppressors.
So again, I don't recommend anybody going on there.
Following unjust laws, yeah.
I don't recommend anybody going on there because you can see.
Brother YeaRight saying I shouldn't go on there.
Where it's all headed. It's all a game. It's all fun. Shit, clicks, likes, and giggles. And yeah, he's feeding. They're feeding right now. It's fall. What do you think? This is the energy that's out there. Fall, harvesting, gathering all this.
Yeah, I will say in response to brother YeaRight saying, I was gonna go on there and on Paul Unslaved's channel on the panel and honestly start off by saying, look, I just want to come from a place of love and truth, and if anybody isn't trying to come from that same place and establish a place of mutual inner and overstanding, then I'll just be on my way, because I think I'll probably just be wasting my time, my energy, and possibly yours as well. But then again, maybe not, because maybe you'll be trying to harvest my energy and, boost your own ego and platform and reach and viewership, So that's kind of essentially somewhat how I was going to start it. And, but
bow, that's what he does. He wants people to bow and submit to him. It's a power thing, man, because you got to look where he come from. He comes from being powerless to standing up, finally getting a voice, and he woke up. And I like to call it, it's a baby. He's a baby in this awakening. He's a baby that can't handle all the energy, and this is how he does it. And there's no wrong with smoking, but this is why he's smoking, the way he is, because he's got to control that energy. Bad habits are still there. So the weed is offset from the mind and the physical. And my position on the weed as far as what it's truly doing. He knows all these magical words, doesn't understand he's inhaling this to his lungs, which his lungs are your light organ. Lung means light, and you're here clouding up your lungs, with weed, with weed constantly. Maybe this is why he can't see certain things. It might be why he portrays love, but is it truly love? You can see right through it. So, Cuts, don't be upset. Right, Cuts. And then he uses the Bible. See, you got to think of what he's structured around. Law, Bible, all right, New Age principles, all right, which conflict each other, don't make any sense, all right? Because he talks about law, he understands the law, Constitution, and all these, all this stuff. But really, you're basically in bondage, You're still in bondage thinking you're free because you're using law terms, legalese, English, breaking down the English language when you realize English language is a broken slave fucking language, and most of the shit we convey to each other. Yeah,
this is live, brother. I got it on 1.5 speed and I'm behind like 10 minutes, but yeah, he's live. I'm live. We live.
It's actually negativity. Though this is what we learned, all right? This is what controlled the tyranny in the world when you actually look at it, all right? When you actually break it all down, this is what controls our reality. And the only ones out of this, all right, the only way out of this is the ones who've been enslaved by the English language, if you look at it, because other languages, they weren't able to do this. You can't really enslave a people's minds with language as easy as they did with the Americans and English languages. Look at all the English countries. They're all ruled by this Roman law, all right? These other countries are ruled by what? All right? They're ruled by straight brute force, all right? They're not truly ruled by law, Eastern civilizations, they're not ruled by law. They're ruled by rulers that lay down whatever the fuck they lay down upon them. Yeah, they have laws, but it's not ruled and structured like we are. We were manipulated into building them up so they could actually conquer the entire fucking world, all right? Because the law comes from the what the fuck is it called? The Hammurabi, whatever the fuck.
The Code of Hammurabi.
Some shit. I forgot the name. Hammurabi.
All right.
I can't pronounce words. You guys know that, but you guys go look it up. The Hammurabi laws. All right. Those are the first structure of laws, and this is where Moses came. This is where the Bible comes from. So remember, he uses unslaved because he's still a slave. How could you be unslaved and still be a slave? Think about it. You know, thinking about it. No, it's not Harambe. I think it's Hammurabi or something.
This motherfucker's
like Hammurabi or some shit. But I'm looking it up. I mean, it is what it is. It's a code, right? It's the code. That's where the code comes from. We're ruled by code here. Constitution, code. We're ruled by code. All right.
The code of
We're not ruled by first. You have code, which comes from Hammurabi, however you say Hammurabi. All right, which then goes into the Bible, and then goes into Roman law. So it's all. And this is where his mind is structured around. So he's still enslaved. So Paul is still enslaved, guys, because this is what he's structured around. He's using what? Religion, and he's using law. He's still in bondage. All right, he got caught up in the way, and he talks about nature.
You know,
all right,
the way I see it, man.
He'll come past it. Like I said, he's a baby in this awakening.
We're all in bondage to some degree.
33, 32.
So-called
he'll overcome that. He'll move past that. He'll understand the law while we have the law and understand. He claims common law. But you speak on code law. You speak with code. You're using the Bible. It's coded. It was made by a ruler. The ruler laid down the code. All right. See, when you study Eastern philosophy, Eastern medicine, Eastern netter, all right, nature, you know that it was not ruled by law is only experienced when it comes to the West.
But yeah, Josh, right? Just so you know, there was some drama that was kind of created when Zach came on to Paul Unslaved's channel and essentially just wanted, potentially him to come out, maybe if not at 9/11 2023, then something sooner, down the line, and have him kind of be out there as a speaker. But it just there was a miscommunication, misunderstanding, and two vibrations that weren't on the exact same, weren't on the same level at that time. But both people, I feel, stand for the absolute truth, and want to see what's the fruition of what's good and right and just in the world come to pass. But misunderstandings, miscommunications.
They understood. The closest thing to law is British law, which is common law. It's man law. It's when a group of people get together and say, okay, this happened for this gentleman. And this is where Roman law and the law we have today stems from. That's why you have a trial by your peers, which they erased. And so people could come together and say, okay, and they made it codified. But if it was back in, common law, people would come together and say, okay, let's judge. They judge the human being, the one person. All right. People ask, person means this.
We're definitely in Mercury retrograde.
Letting you know you're a piece of the sun. That's why you're called person. All right. That's where it really comes from. And that's where it really goes to in law, but they have manipulated and twisted it into codes. And a ruler makes codes. All right. Roman law. All right. The Bible. And then what do they do over here? People say, oh, no, we need to live by the law of nature. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no law in nature. No matter how many you want to spin it, science created that because science embedded law into it. And we were taught that. There's no law in fucking nature. Nature does what it does. The only way you can truly observe nature is with your simplest fucking mind ever. All right? Because they incorporated science and they used a ruler. They used measurements. All right, and they use time.
Harambe is the gorilla that got shot.
Think about it. That's all man's creation.
Oh my God.
Ain't no laws in no fucking nature. They taught us that. That's some Western shit. When you go into the Eastern philosophy, they don't teach that's how nature is. When you observe nature, this is why they still use natural medicine. This is why they still use natural healing. No, we was taught different over here. All right, there's a reason. I don't know. We may be a people we may be the Israelites. We may be the true people. That's why they had to have this language to enslave us, because maybe our minds were the ones that were going to open, however the fuck we got here, And this is what, going back to him, this is where his mind is at, stuck in a Western philosophy where it really has no basis. When you trace it down, it goes into the Eastern understandings, all right? There ain't no fucking law in nature. Nature does what it does. Man put laws in nature. Nature is doing every moment of every so-called man second, all right? As above, so below, inside as out. Look above you. And he says this all the time. You don't even know what the fuck that means. You don't know what the fuck that shit means. As above, so below. That's the clock above us, and it's in us below. Our body operates off a clock. Our circadian rhythm, it operates off that. Our body does certain things at certain times of the day, all hours of the day. And then it goes back into why people slept in tombs. Because your body, you leave your body, all right? We don't leave our body. Some of us, we've done it. We all done it. We all go. We all gain knowledge, all right? A lot of us do in our sleep, all right? your body's full potential in your mind and your being of separation is total darkness and total isolation of this reality. That's why people slept in hyperbaric chambers, totally cut off from sound, totally cut off from light, because in those realms, light comes to you. There is no darkness, all right? Your body goes into darkness and everything else lights up because you go into your sleep. Your body sets off, releases melatonin. You go into a state of sleep.
Someone said, I agree. I think in time you'll see Zach is the same way. His intention is to make a ton of money off gullible people. And someone said, Zach has never tried to make money off his knowledge. He is a giver, not a taker. He just can't tolerate ignorant people for long. Druids and kings pass judgment before the Jesuits. You can experience nature with your inner mind, indeed. Consciousness is infinite, nonlinear, and can access any moment or device. You have tinnitus. 20% do. I know Zach's got tinnitus probably from being around the freaking tech all day, man. Being around the EMFs all day. I know I get it. Yeah, I saw that live High Impact had yesterday. Said, sad to see the so-called truth community go at it, divide and conquer on all levels. Indeed. That's how I feel, man. That's how I feel. Falling right into the divide and conquer traps, man. Follow all four of you. It is sad because I believe all of you have a good message. This is how the enemy wins, using division. Shout out to Sarah Rolla. Totally share your sentiment there. 100%. Looks like Zach's going live on 22? No shoot. Going live on he hasn't gone live on that channel in a while. On Coolio. Shout out to Coolio.
Any speck of light disrupts that. You know, I don't even practice this, but I'm just telling you what it is, you know? And I can't do it because of the ringing, all right? I can't do it because of the frequency is so strong. The ringing, it drives me fucking insane, you know? Hold on, guys, I gotta take one quick second. So, while I take this break, you know, stay away from these dudes. You know, they're gonna suck your energy. They claim they're, you know, chasing a demon away or all this other stuff. No, they're just triggering their emotion in you. That's what they're really doing. They're triggering what they feel in you. All right, they're just offshooting it and spinning it. All right, they see the heart and they're like, okay, I see his heart. This dude has heart. I don't have this heart. I claim I do. I pretend I do. I don't really have this heart. You know, I have this heart for myself. I don't have it for others. So I'm about to tear this dude down. That's what the fuck they're doing, man. You know, what's good, Mexican righteous? That's what they're doing. So let's take one quick break.
Yeah, people who create the drama are the controlled op, indeed. You know, they might not realize it though.
Exactly, Millie. They're energy vampires.
But see, we can't. The thing with the labels, right, is that they're permanent, right? So someone might be, unbeknownst to them, controlled op at one moment, you know, but then they realize their mistake. They realize the lie they were buying into. They realize the facade, whatever. I guess my point is that, you know, someone can be, like you said, an organic portal at one moment, but then come to realize their BS, unplug from it, you know, detach from that deceptive, you know, facade, that way of thinking, and you know, come to truth, you know, detox from the lie. You know, stop being the lie, stop believing, stop being the lie, you know, and come to truth. You know, so some people can be, unbeknownst to them, controlled up at one moment, myself included, you know, pushing something they don't realize is bullshit. Some ancient aliens, whatever it is, you know what I mean? And then come to truth, coming to realize, you know, truth from fiction. And so, you know, labeling someone controlled op can be in and of itself can be dangerous, because they might not be the next moment. So judge everyone by their fruits and their works. Anyone who's not watching CNN.
So that's exactly right. You know, they are energy vampires.
Truth vibration is open for all truth.
Yeah, it's divided. That's what they do. CNN, yeah. They're dividers. They're not about coming together. They're not about fighting, about doing nothing. You know, it's not about coming together as a collective mind. You know, he don't want to do that. He needs it all for himself. He's afraid of losing subscribers. He's afraid of, you know, okay, this guy does this, that's a little deep, I don't do that. So no, you know, he's been accused of doing many things. he's been accused of doing many things.
Someone said perhaps the enemy is within. Interesting, wording.
I gotta get some of this beautiful sunlight.
Indeed.
But he's accused of doing things, leaving shit out of the story, stuff like that. Just to because it might have been too much, but he wanted to report on it, but he leaves little things out. So,
but see, I've heard now.
And the Paul guy.
Yeah, right. Touch on Paul. I'm curious to know if he's going to touch on.
Like I said, he's a baby in this awakening. But I do give him props for where he came, overcoming the streets,
necessary,
drugs, and stuff like this. But
it's just certain name calling.
I don't like to use the word ego because we're supposed to have
certain name calling's well founded. Other name calling, if you're sometimes it just seems like there's nothing really constructive about trying to make someone go lay down on the train tracks. Not that was something that a wording that was used, but damn it, I just rewound again, didn't I?
The Hammurabi.
Damn it.
He don't want to do that. He needs it all for himself. He's afraid of losing subscribers. He's afraid of okay, this guy does this. That's a little deep. I don't do that. So no.
Again, Zach was in very many ways justified in what he did. I would say more so than Paul.
He's been accused of doing many things.
Cutting him off, not letting him talk, asking him a question, and then cutting him off.
Sunlight. But
so
he's
childish.
accused of doing things, leaving shit out of the story, stuff like that. Just to because it might have been too much, but he wanted to report on it, but he leaves little things out. So, it is what it is, guys. And the Paul guy, he'll grow. Like I said, he's a baby in this awakening, but I do give him props for where he came, overcoming the streets, drugs, and stuff like this. But he's got this big head now.
Someone said it's one thing to stand up for your boy; it's another to tell them when they're being an a-hole. Sarah said, maybe so. We have to use discernment and find the truth. The truth community needs to come together despite differences. That's not to say there aren't people who are false prophets. See, this truth community term can be used very, inappropriately, in my opinion. But absolute worst channel, cuts. Funny. So because you can't understand, no one else can. YouTube loves to buffer your videos. Yeah, YouTube loves to buffer all of our videos, Gary. Welcome. Spreading false doctrine. The Bible has been changed, infiltrated by man. The Inuit have over a dozen words for snow. You don't give a fuck whether you stand on correct or incorrect information. Manipulation on his part. Wrong words. We're getting ready to take our guns. People are begging them to. It's not about safety, it's about freedom from the universe from which we came in integrity. CIA has cancer weapons. That's why I use citizen in my name, because I know we're all subject to the devil banks and monarchy. I hope to one day be the humans broadcasting cooperative. Well, first of all these words, right? Citizen, slave, human. What is the hue of a man? The color, the race. Another slavery term, another divisive term. Broadcasting, broadly casting, spell casting, sorcery, magic, So all these words, citizen, broadcasting, human, cooperative, maybe there's the one word there, other than the cooperative. I don't know any trickery with that word. I don't know the etymology of cooperative, but cooperate, together, operating together, cohesive, I don't know. That's blasphemy. Sounds like he's making himself an idol in the Christian community. Paul only muted Zach when Zach was interrupting, to be honest. Well, no, that's not true. Paul muted Zach after asking him a question. Asked him a question, then immediately, childishly muted him, right? And then continued to just be childish and cancel clown culture, ball hair boys. They said swinging from ball hairs. I never watched Paul before this time waste drama. I'll stay far away. I'm never going to acknowledge them ever again. If they ever try with me ever again, I'll pay for it. Someone's a fed at the bottom of this nonsense. He only has 21,000 subs. Not exactly rolling in the dough. No, he's living out of his car. In a tent. Doesn't really have much to call his own, and so yeah, definitely not rolling in the dough. Not like probably Brian. I would imagine would be with all the T-shirt sales and Patriot Pantry. But
I don't like to use the word ego because we're supposed to have that, but he's just high and mighty now, and everybody's got to bow to him, and he's using the Bible. He's like some type of Christ being, and he's living that. It's pretty crazy, But I'm just trying to warn people.
I'm gonna let this rock out.
Without your strap on, you got to be strapped. You got to have a sidearm, a shoulder arm, a flak jacket, and you need a gas mask. Because the shit they be talking about, just some weirdo shit. That's why you don't see too many brothers up on there. Not that it's a race thing, but it just is what it is. These dudes are up here playing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Josh, it's ironic how High Impact seems to be enjoying the controversy, but, like I said, no press is bad press, right? So, it's just what it is, man. Rambo just does what he does. Yeah, shout out to Rambo, man. The Truth Codes. Welcome to the Truth Codes. There's things about Zach that I won't talk about. Yeah, I feel you, brother. I feel you, man. No one's perfect, right? No one's perfect, man. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. Eat the fruit, spit out the pit. Speaking of, let me get to some of these coconuts while I continue to listen. Paul designed a narrative, indeed. This is a terrible sun, this is a terrible storm, just all sun. Look at this, man. Look at this. Look at this. Gosh, dude, what am I going to do? What am I going to do, man? One of the nicest days I've seen in a while. But no, this tide is high. The tide is high. Indeed. It's usually, it's up a good few feet easily. So, but let me not lose my place here.
But this video is just calling. I know Sean, you wanted to go on it to try to. It ain't gonna work, man. They're gonna try to intimidate you. They're gonna use this panel to throw shots.
Yeah.
All kind of shit.
I hear you, brother. I hear you, man.
And cuts. Yeah, you should have stayed out of the den. You got to go in there fully cocked, rocked, and ready to rock. But yeah, this is what he's doing, man. And
clicks and views, man. Clicks
from a slave mentality. That's why unbeknownst to him, he put the fucking name up. He's got to say he's unslaved because he's actually truly slaved in his mind, and he thinks that he's free and standing on something, but really he's standing on nothing because his accolades is how many times he's been arrested and property stolen. That ain't a good track record. That's some dumb, ignorant, stupid shit.
Yeah.
That's nothing to be proud of. That means you failed at many things. And I checked out some of the older videos where he was refused to make entry because of a mask. Y'all know what I did.
Can't disagree with you there, brother.
They removed that shit. They removed that shit. I did follow-up videos. I even posted talking to the cop. He told me whatever I did, thank you. And he thanked me. That's real, doing real shit, standing on your fucking square, not getting arrested. And, I was standing up. If I believe in it, I'm standing up. Listen to the.
You don't have to get arrested to stand up.
You'll understand. No, we ain't supposed to be doing that shit. That's just dangerous. That's just extra shit.
Look, coming from someone who's been arrested, you know what I mean? Coming from someone who's been to jail, and has been in trouble, especially when I was younger, more so. Been managed to knock on wood, stay out of trouble for a good amount of time now, for years. You don't need to, one of the best interactions I had with police ended in me driving away, cop asking for my information and me just refusing to give them it, refusing to identify. They also refused to identify, so why should I identify? For one, and so we both kind of laughed it off, man. Really, we both kind of laughed it off after I was just sitting, in my car chilling, letting my engine cool down after it got kind of overheated, and I think I might have dozed off. And this is a year ago, I don't even, or more. And waiting for a friend to get off work, and a cop wants to come harass me, just for oh, there's been vandalism around here. There's been graffiti. Okay, well, is that where are you accusing me of that? Have I been caught committing that crime? Have I been caught committing any crime? So I just refuse to give them any info. I mean, they got my plate. They had I had a plate at the time. I had a license plate. I had registration. I had insurance probably at the time. And there's no need for me to comment on, if I have any of those things now. But whatever. Sometimes you just gotta refuse, man. And in this case, it really worked out to my benefit. I wrote off.
Go to prison for this, and as long as I know I'm true in my heart,
that's the way to do it. Really,
on the right path of understanding their laws, rules, regulations, codes, and statutes. How do you even know that? You don't know that. You're in the wrong venue. You know what I'm saying? People think they understand this law. I don't even understand it. It's science, man.
Yeah. Facts.
Every case is different. Every case is different.
All types of mystery school bullshit wrapped up in it.
It's supposed to be common law, common man. British law is the closest thing we got, to that. And that's when men get together and judge the person, the character, what he's done, and then they go like that among common men. Well, this is what we should do. This is what it's supposed to be. He's out there spewing religion, which is a ruler. All right, so somewhere along the line, there's a ruler, and he says, I just use that, I get it. But then you use raw legalese and all these words in the English language. That's a broken language, because guess what? These words aren't even in other languages. They don't even have these words. I know this because learning Chinese. They don't even have words for this shit. Let you know it's a slave prison.
Let me see. I watched. Let me see. Someone's a fed. Yeah, probably. Yeah. They weren't saluting him, bro. It's satire. They were saluting each other, playing around. Everybody comes in already in their feelings, not knowing what's going on. Our spiritual enemy must reveal plans. I watched both of y'all. Brian did a video about him driving off from a traffic stop with his car. That's how it all started with them too. Huh. Driving off from a traffic stop. Interesting. Stop gassing up his name. YR and Zach too, then he'll fall off. Exactly, because they are fakes anyway. Zach been the real deal. Frequency. Is there an ideological problem? Well, there's low frequency on all levels, in my opinion. So, and that's I think a lot of that. That's my biggest, my biggest hang up is, operating from a low frequency vibrational consciousness, man. I mean, just operating from a place of fear, anger, resentment, just. Is there an ideological problem at the root where Brian and Paul believe in traditional values and anti-federal constitutionality versus y'all who are libertarian anarchists? See this label stuff, anti-federal constitutionality versus libertarian anarchism. I mean, I don't necessarily know if that's. I mean, I guess that isn't the worst. Way to, if you had to label it, I guess, anti-federal constitutionality, which would be, Brian and Paul, and libertarian anarchism. I guess that's, not very far off, but the labels, man, are just, the labels are, honestly, I don't care about all four of your squabbles. You all four bring something good to the truth community, and just because someone brings something good to the table does not mean all of his subscribers agree with every facet of your platform. Yeah. Anti-federal constitutionality is actually pretty close. Yeah, that's what I just said. It's funny, that's how people who follow Zach are. I even heard people tell Zach he's like Christ. Get the fuck out of here. Anti-federal constitutionality is actually pretty close to anarchism, libertarianism. Helps to actually read the words. But Zach is not saying about himself. I think you should go back and watch Paul's stream when it all happened. He could have just agreed to disagree without all the man calling. Yeah. It was really interesting to see that side of him. You said you haven't watched the interactions. How do you know Zach is not saying about himself? I like Zach, but he can lose his cool real easily. Yeah, that's true. Definitely lost it. Yeah, he threw a tantrum. Both sides showed an imperfect side of themselves. Indeed. Newsflash, we are all human and we all have differences. Indeed. It's whether or not that's divided us that matters. Indeed. Amygdala hijack is a polite way of saying it. Huh. Yeah, if you guys want to tickle the amygdala, by the way, picture a small almond in your center of your mind, center of your head, and try to literally tickle it. Try to visualize it, and then try tickling it. It's a healthy exercise. They both assumed things about each other. They both assumed things about each other that wasn't necessarily right, indeed. I don't listen to Zach anymore. Too much drama and hate from him. Don't know what happened recently, but I like your channel. Yeah, right. Huh. Zach does not make himself an idol. I've seen too much on Zach that shows Zach is only here to make money. Okay, well, I'd have to disagree with you there. Definitely wouldn't say he's only here to make money. I mean, I wouldn't say he's not trying to make money. I think he's trying to make money, but, you know, at the same time, I think he's a warrior of truth, man. A warrior of truth and trying to, you know, bring more people to it. I like to do a podcast, invite all the truth community examples. Zach, yeah, right, fake Mike, high impact, Mexican Righteous. All right, I got to check you out, Mexican Righteous, if I'm not already subbed, which I might be. I'm subbed to over 400 channels, so. And it's crazy. People go to bat for him like they do. He's their idol. Not that I trust screenshots, but he was very self-righteous. If the texts Brian released are true, shaming Brian for not responding to his similarly offensive previous text.
Fucking language. This is how they enslave countries into fucked up contracts. You know? And this is what we trying to
Let me
tear down.
catch the chat.
You know, because it says this word in their language, it don't mean that word. Well, we thought it meant this. No,
you've been arrested plenty.
Bitch.
Yeah, I've been arrested plenty too, my friend. You know, it is what it is. And I am a teeterist indeed. I'm a teeterist, a terrorist. Terror. Gotta take down a terror. Wow, that's unfortunate. If your vehicle isn't on, they can't bother you, and they always use the. There has been criminal activity and break-ins in this area. Yeah, of course. I mean, they gotta have some right of way to, you know, bother you. Sounds like a F-boy. Who sounds like a F-boy?
Into the natives, you know? And that's the thing. Where do you come from? Where are you tied to? You know? And it's just wild, man, to see this stuff. That's why they stay out of their shit. And I want to give my point of view, all right? Which I could be totally fucking wrong or I could be totally right. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. I can stand on what I say. It doesn't bother me. I wouldn't be unhinged, rattled, or anything because I don't give a fuck, you know? And yeah, let me read some comments real quick. The internet have over a dozen words for snow. Exactly. The Bible's been changed. Exactly. You know, he's just putting the Bible into how he feels it should be, and he knows Christians are going to come over there, you know? And he has a pact with Brian, and they go time to time. Brian probably breaks him off with a little bit of bread. And, you know, come on, Paul. You know, now Brian's in it. And guess what? Guess who's winning at the end? Zach. In all honesty, when you look at it, in reality, Zach's winning because they're paying attention to Zach. He's on there spewing, they don't want to talk about Brian. Brian and Paul said they don't want to talk about it. You know, Paul says all the time, you know, you're over here on my stream talking about some other man, or I don't do that. Come on, man. Look what's in front of you. His own viewers are under brainwash. People wake up and go to sleep. You know, like I said, he's a baby in this awakening. He'll overcome that. He'll break out of that. He'll actually start to try to do something instead of just doing for himself and being self-centered and selfish. Oh, I wish you could see these birds. I could almost pick them up. Hold on. Look at the birds.
Beautiful day, man. Beautiful day. Love it. Wind blowing. Coconuts falling.
I'm up here at the reservoir. Cold as a bitch. I don't know about man. Cold. But it's sun out, so I can't complain. The sun's out. I'm happy. I'm smiling. So again, stay away from these jokers. You know, if you want to watch entertainment, get a laugh. Hey, that's what it's there for. But doing anything, he claims to be helping people. He might, and he probably is, because there are some people living in fear, and they might need a guy like that. Says, hey, you know what? I'm going to drive without a license, or I'm going to stand up when I go to court. And you know, hey, you better be ready to make that path. Because I done been shot down and buried and, you know, rolled over. Because we got to face it, we're living in their shit. And that's another thing is, he claims, you know, he's an ordained minister. Anybody can be an ordained minister. That doesn't mean you're any special treatment. That's another thing. I've been in this paperwork game for fucking years. I done learned it all. Like, not learned it all, but learned all the little process, right? And I know there's shit you do, and there's shit that you don't do, all right? I know this stuff, all right? There's shit that absolutely 100% does work. But guess what? At the end of the day, just like with anything else, when tyranny says, fuck that, ain't shit you can do. Ain't nothing. These people take over countries with bombs, missiles, and guns. They take over entire countries. So you think you're one little person with paperwork is safe? No, they will do whatever they got to do. They don't give a fuck at the end of the day. You know, that's the thing. People are still in slavery, all right, in their mind, but in this physical world, they think somehow they done overcame it and they're free. You're the same fucking person in the same situation, but just have a better understanding about the situation. That's all it is. Because I'm a fucking slave. We all slaves. If anybody says they're not a slave, they're lying to themselves. So for him to even have unslaved is nonsense.
Well,
you know, because getting
there are
arrested
levels
is
to
not,
the
it's like me
slavery,
saying,
right? There are levels to the
I've been on
slavery.
the streets. You know, I
Some
did
of
this,
us
I
are paying
gangbanged, I did this, I
taxes,
stole, I robbed,
and
I
some
shot,
of us
I sold
aren't
drugs,
paying taxes, man. For instance, just for one example.
Anybody says they're not a slave, they're lying to themselves. So for him to even have unslaved is nonsense. You know, because getting arrested is not, it's like me saying, yeah, man, I was on the block. You know, I've been on the streets. You know, I did this, I gangbanged, I did this, I stole, I robbed, I shot, I sold drugs. And that's how I got in this bitch. I'm doing 25 years of life. Well, guess what? You're a dumb motherfucker, because you know what you're telling me? I'm so stupid and so fucked.
To give you guys some perspective, YeaRight was a supporter,
I was destroying
financial
everything around me,
supporter
man.
even.
I was actually dumb enough to get caught doing it.
Like he is.
That don't even make any sense. You know? That doesn't even make any sense. That's not like, that street cred is how many times you got arrested and your vehicle's impounded and all this other stuff. That's because you stood up and you did this. What? What the fuck? I don't get this logic. And then people that go over it.
Shout out to Mexican Righteous. I'm gonna have to check you out after
Oh
this.
yeah, Paul. You know they're saluting this dude, man. Go watch that shit. They salute this motherfucker. Like if that ain't some people want to talk about. I don't even want to use that word. But that is some fucking.
You know, and shout out to Angel Z. I feel you. You know, yeah, right. You a good guy. I'm out. This is so much crazy energy. Peace to you and yours. I mean, it's like gematrama. You know, let's let that go viral. You know, let's try to avoid. One thing Zach's brought me to, as far as, you know, one truth he's brought me to, I feel that, is that, you know, emotions can be very useless at many times, you know, not to sound narcissistic, nihilistic or whatever, but, you know, not to sound like a nihilist, man, but emotions can be very just counterproductive to progress spiritually, physically, emotionally, financially, whatever, man. Emotions can really just be very useful, right? Used appropriately at the right time in the right setting, at the, you know, at the right, you know, outlet, whatever. But can also be very just pointless, energy draining, and just a waste, a true waste. You know, especially over emotionality and lack of resolve in one's own. You know, emotional maturity is a mark of a master. You know, personal mastery, emotional mastery is, I don't claim to have it down by any means, but man, that is the mark of a man and an established spiritual, you know, being, who's rooted and grounded in their own beingness. I'm not trying to sound so new agey.
Out of me, I'm the king, you're the bitch type shit, you know, cuts people off. I'm talking, you know, like people just sit there and like, yo, what the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. I went on there, they were talking about vegan shit. Like, this was when I was like, okay, Paul, you know, I fucks with Paul, you know? Fuck with you, man. You know, because
someone said, if the screenshots are true and Zach's amygdala hijack means anything, I'd say Zach has some self-healing to do. We all have some self-healing to do, right? And Zach's not separate from that. So we've all been through shit, you know. We're all just trying to, just alone, even people who haven't been through trauma, who are just trying to make it in this world, who are trying to get used to, you know, the changing tide and the further monopolization and, you know, degradation and of everything, of all systems, and you know, just trying to make it without going absolutely crazy off the rails in this you know, great reset, you know, changing of the tide. Like I said, Agenda 2030, beginning of implementation. Agenda 21 now, Agenda 2030, because they're behind on their agendas, right? And for good reason. They're trying to manifest destiny. They're trying to, you know, create reality, and you know, they're not able to, because they're not children of the most high, man. They're fallen, you know, fools. So
he did some same type of process. I don't know if you guys know Thomas Humphrey, but Thomas Humphrey's a cool ass, humble motherfucker. This motherfucker rolled around the entire nation, showing everybody how to stand up, do it. He's in the religion.
Yeah, exactly. Not true at all. Zach's been shut down so much, he's not making money from it. I mean, he is making money, but you know, off some of these newer channels where he's not monetized, or where, like, you know, that one channel that got taken down, I think it was 24, right when he went to 9/11, it got cut, the monetization got cut off. It's pretty obvious, you know, that he possibly more than, I don't want to say more than anybody, but Zach more than the overwhelming majority of people in the so-called truth community are facing, you know, very obvious and apparent censorship, more so than anyone else. And, you know, and it's gotten to be where he is now, having multiple channels. You know, I think you really need like at least three channels. There's 3 watching right now. Much love. You know, you really have to have like at least 3 channels to avoid being completely shadow. You know, he's still shadow banned and censored, but to be able to have a reach where you're not being completely suffocated with the censorship, with the Jesuit tube fuckery. Yeah, you really got to have 3 channels, and he's got at least, he's got like 5, because he's got, you know, think about it, Zachary on the Corner, Voices of Humanity, Gematria Effect News 22, 23, 24, 25. Is there another one I'm missing? Pretty sure there's another one I'm missing, you know. Zachary on the Corner, I think, has got some new videos too, and Voices of Humanity, I'm not sure, but that might not even be around anymore. That might have got taken down, I'm not sure. Yes, not pry on the gullibility of people. Life is a test. When fighting monsters, it's important to not become monsters ourselves. Indeed. Indeed. Well said. Yo, did you hear what Biden said about people should get vexed right now in Florida during the hurricane? Oh my God, not this again with the oh my God, again with the injections in the hurricane? Got to get injected so you don't get sucked up in a tornado. Because you're so way down with the freaking metallic nanoparticles, with the super paramagnetic iron oxide nanoparticles. Jesus. Good Lord. Your channel was so much better when you didn't have all this. Oh my gosh. Zach groupies hanging around. Unreal. Look, man, I'm not a Zach groupie. I'll call Zach out, you know, when he's wrong, okay? And I'll stand on what's good and right when it's good and right and needs to be addressed. I mirror Zach's videos for good reason. And I also, you know, call Zach out on his character flaws, you know, because we all have them. No one's perfect. No one is, well, you know, I like to say no one's Jesus, right? No one is perfect, man. Yeah, Mexican vaccination status could complicate your emergency services. Yeah, right. I've heard that. Apparently, your injection your inoculation status could complicate the services, the emergency services that are rendered to you. Hashtag pure blood. All right, you haters should really shut the fuck up. I'm getting really sick of all y'all BS. Shout out to Cuts. I hope the pure blood eliminate the experimented from their potential mating pool and start mating often. There are no purebloods anymore except the inbreed. I'm guessing they meant inbred. Non-GMO humans. Let me catch up with my chat too. Yeah, that's unfortunate. If your vehicle isn't on, they can't bother you, and they always use it. Yeah, right. I already read that. In my opinion, Zach should be a teacher, not a leader. He loses his cool too fast. Indeed. I feel that. Ego is that. Although I will say, you know, 9/11 was pretty inspiring. I would have liked to hear more people go on the mic. You know, step up. Hear from around the board. You know, hear from Shark. I don't know if Shark. I think Shark might have got on the mic. You know, I don't know if Gematria 32 got on the mic. I don't know if, you know, YeaRight got on the mic. I don't think he did. You know, I would have liked to hear more people get on the mic. I think, you know, some people should have stepped up and got on the mic more. That's all I have to say, you know. Like Zach said when he went on Paul's, went on for that short, you know, talk. You know, he brought up how, you know, because Paul said, you know, you want me to come out to your event, and you know, Zach cut him off. No, not my event, you know. So even though Zach might be organizing it, you know, that's the thing. People need to not see it as Zach's event. They need to see it as our event, our event for the pursuit of all that's good and right, and for the truth to come to pass, for the truth to reach more ears, man. You know, more eyes and ears and hearts. Once I get this podcast going, we'll expose the fakes in this community. At least owes me a chance to speak on a live. Look, Cuts, brother, Paul will let you come on a live. Paul wants me to come on live on the live today. I mean, look at the thumbnail up for this stream I'm doing right now. A lot of folks mistake confidence and intelligence for self-righteousness. A lot of folks mistake confidence and intelligence for self-righteousness. Yeah, I feel that. Brian gave a shout out to my friend's channel, Cops, checking our public servants, which was cool. But my friend suspected Brian stole one of his videos and put it out as his own. Shake my head. They're slaves to their own minds. Nothing against you, YeaRight. You are a product of your environment like all of us. Understanding English words is not intelligence, it's indoctrination. So YeaRight, you still up. I don't know about that. I mean, like just this simple one, right? Understanding. Why would you ever want to understand anything? Why would you ever want to stand under the authority, stand under the word, of anything other than the most highest possible, creation, the most highest, purpose and meaning? I don't want to understand English. I want to understand it. I want to overstand it so that I may be able to, come to the true knowledge on the subject and its purpose and, the reason why it was put here, why the so-called English language was put here, as a spell book, of course, but go sub to Cops, checking our public sermons, a lot of great content. You got arrested, you say, for not wearing a mask outside. You're the Messiah if we choose to be. Our Latin, because English is dog Latin. The Messiah is not a person but a nature. You cannot give life. You are not the Messiah, my guy. We all know what we need to do to express our Messiah nature. Fear keeps us from it. The only thing to fear is fear itself. We are like God, we are not gods. Waiting for a single living Messiah means never fighting the devil banks in their unholy trinity ourselves. Waiting for a single living Messiah means never fighting the devil banks in their unholy trinity ourselves. Yeah, I feel that. The fight is not with flesh and blood. Beast government, antichrist religions, MSM, false prophet. Oh, Krishna says the examination of the world is the trap of the world. That's a very interesting point. Yeah, Krishna says the examination of the world is the trap of the world. Yeah, and that's one of my hang-ups with examining what I would call the noise of in the matrix. Zach, what he does day in and day out, exposing, in a lot of ways the noise of the matrix, but he's exposing the meaning behind that noise, right? The purpose, the ritualistic nature and energy harvest of the ritual, but there is a lot of, just shit, a lot of danger and trouble we walk into by doing such, because we get caught in the snares of the psyopera, the psyopera, falling falling into those traps alone is falling into the psyopera, man. So, in my opinion, Zach, ego is the foundation of what you're saying. Every human has self-healing to do. Manifest. Yeah. Oh, right, sports, of course. Gematria Effect Sports, duh. His biggest channel that doesn't face any, doesn't really seem to face much problems, which is really interesting. It seems like they don't mind so much that content going out for the most part. At least, well, I take that. I'm sure they delete and censor a lot of the videos on that channel. I mean, I've seen it happen actually, but they clearly aren't removing views as much as and taking down that channel. I mean, I'm pretty sure that channel has been up since the jump. So they want people. They really don't mind people focusing on all the sports and the gambling and the betting. Clearly, that's not something that they care about censoring so much. Vexes protect you from hurricanes, indeed. What up, London Bridges? But yeah, we're just 12 plus 11 is 23. Oh, 29. And I'm 23 minutes behind live. 23 is my
but he's not this crap.
How about that?
You know, and he done fell, had to live in his van. You know, good dude. Talk to him. I haven't talked to him in a while, but you know, he's the one that took the Mr. 19 vaccine. Walked in that bitch. Plane said, "Yo, is this mine? This mine? Yeah, that's yours. Okay, all right, it's mine, right? You sure it's mine?" And walked out twice. Did it?
I tried to do that one time. Didn't work out.
You know, and this dude does the same shit, does the same processes. You know, he's an ordained minister. You know, I think it might be with the same church. I think Paul might have got some things from him. You know, I don't know. But, you know, he showed you how to do it. He's lost his vehicle before and, you know, had to get it out. Had to get another one. You know, but he's the same thing. He's a humble guy, though.
How'd you find my channel, London?
He's a humble guy. You know, and I respect that. But this is some clown this is some clown shit. That's why I say just stay away from there. Stay.
That coconut stem popping out. Yeah,
you know,
right.
Stay away.
Saying to stay away. You know. So I might heed
Stay away from
YeaRight's
over there in the dens of the. I don't know what to call them, man. A pack of
pack of goons, man.
No, even the people on the panel, they just like praise him and you know talk weirdo shit and. Like sexual innuendos and just all kind of like weirdo shit.
Yeah, they're clowning, man.
That's how you be with some people and they like this weird. They be like making these weird ass jokes. You're like, yo, you're some fucking weird. Weirdos, yo. I don't want to be around no weirdos like that. Like, come on, man.
Why can't I get? What's going on here, too? What is going on here? Sorry about the.
It's crazy, but you know. So hopefully this is a better
Lon, you didn't make your account on July 6th, did you? The day that the George Stones
people that rock out with me come across this dude and you know trigger. Somehow, you know, think about what I said. You know, that's the whole thing. You know.
By the way, London Bridge. I don't know if you're aware of this, but did you know that the movie, what is it, London Has Fallen, came out, if I'm not mistaken, 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days before the Queen.
Because this is what they do.
The Queen
you know,
lizard fell, supposedly. Apparently, London Has Fallen. 6 months, 6 years, 6 months, 6 days before Queef Lizard. Queef a lizard bitch. Died.
It's like a casino. You know it's gonna rob the fuck out you. You know you might get lucky one day, but you know you keep going back, they're gonna break you every fucking time.
Now we're quoting George Carlin.
You know it's just pointless. They rule that casino. They watch. You know they think they understand the law.
What is up with this fucking loading bullshit, dude? I hate when this shit happens, man.
Honestly, I don't really think they do.
I really can't help but feel it's like, you know, the stream's working just fine the whole time, and then it just wants to go up and start loading out of nowhere. But yeah. So I'll turn the quality down. Oh, it's on fucking 720. No wonder.
You're spending all this time with the satire. I mean, shit. You claim.
That should help. How much have you actually watched, Paul? Sounds like you know a lot about it.
You want to help people? You could be just sitting there helping people. You know, they'll pay you. You got gullible. You got.
I'll pause it for a sec. Let it load. If he's doing 7-hour stream, it would take much to see his character. It wouldn't take much to see his character. Yeah, well, good point. Yeah, and telling police no is completely risk-free. The Arrivals, The Antichrist, there's all series and Shadows in Motion. Is Ms. Brooks a bot? No, I don't think so.
A gullible crew, they'll pay you to do it. You know? And that's why I do what I do, because I'm like, okay. I mean, that's why I want to do what I want to do, because I want to share this shit. Like, yo, this shit works. Here, try it. This is how I did it. You know, hey, you got to stand on that. There's some shit you got to stand on. You know, but this is what is what. Do your research, and if it lines up, hey, use it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know?
Oh, so when you said that is true, truth vibrator, I don't know what you're referring to, but that date you put 10/27/2011. What is that? Is that the date that the London Has Fallen movie came out? Because if that's the case, then I guess I was wrong on the 6 years, 6 months, 6 days thing. Maybe it was Angel Has Fallen, not London Has Fallen. Oh, one of those movies from, there were a couple of them. I love the Queen of Lizards, indeed.
And he let me read some comments. I mean, yeah, he could be there. I mean, we could say whatever we don't truly know. He could be one of those guys that are there to just, okay, look, motherfucker, you got in trouble. We're gonna put you on YouTube. You join up with Brian because somewhere Brian got in trouble. We just don't know about it. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just, hypothetically speaking, because anything's possible in the upside down, in the inversion. And you know what? That's another thing. He was talking about inverted society. That's why he uses satire and all that. Well, look what he's saying. All right, he's slickly telling you what he's doing. You're grading everybody that's there. All right, you're his slaves, his bitches, his little, peons, and he runs shit. And you come here to watch him, and you're gonna listen and obey whatever he says. If not, he's gonna slay you and trash you, and that's what he does. And that's what he attracts, weak fucking people, really weak fucking people, man. Once I saw that, I'm like, yeah, I don't subscribe to this shit. And then Brian and him piggybacking, like he brought Brian down to his level. Brian, listen, if Brian was smart and he's worried about money, this dude, if he played his cards right, he has no business sense whatsoever. This motherfucker would never have to worry about $1 again in his life if he just did it right. He wouldn't even have to be on YouTube. He can go do what Richie from Boston did. And that's one thing about whatever you say about Richie from Boston, he made his shit a fucking business, and he's doing well. All right, he's doing very well.
Facts.
And I mean, like I said, Paul, he's gonna fade away. He's gonna fade away because people get tired. He'll switch it up once he realizes that he don't grow no more, and he got the same motherfuckers coming over there just hoopity hollering with the satire bullshit, And he could be doing much better. I think Brian's doing fine. No, he could be doing much better. What he ain't got to worry about. You don't understand. Brian worries about his income, which is YouTube. This is why you'll see him doing what he's doing. I watched both y'all. Brian did a video about him driving off from a traffic stop with his car. That's how it all started with him too. Oh, all right. I think Brian's doing just fine. So, yeah, man. Just be, I just make this video and as fair warning to people that try to go over there and, think you're going to talk them into anything. That ain't happening. Yeah, you just stop feeding the fucking thing. But like I said, who's winning? Zach is winning because they're paying attention to him now. See, they talked all that shit and did all that, rah. But anyone with a rational thinking mind is like, what the fuck, y'all giving him attention? Y'all actually bringing more people to watch him and view his odds. View his channels. Who's this Zach guy? I don't even know who he is. They might check it out and be like, damn, that's interesting. I never knew that. And then, fuck, you don't actually
trying to fix the, Hold up. So,
hey man, it's a win-win in my book. They both won. There's no losers. It's just the thing. Oh, look at he's this, and then they're like, oh, he was doing the 666 sign. Like these people are very, very low intellect. And then they think 666 is some evil shit or something. They don't understand. Like these people are very low in understanding. That's why they attract to a guy like Paul. He's their savior and Lord. And they all like, we like the Jesus Christ thing, but we don't like how it's ran because we're fucking too lazy. But we can settle for this. We can be who we are. We can like the Bible, and yeah, fuck that shit. We can swear. We can do whatever we want. We can still be religious. We can still hold on to that false belief, and we can stand up now because he's giving us power and energy.
I wish I was caught up to the
He ain't doing shit. He's showing you how stupid you fucking are. That's exactly what he's doing. He's so fucking. He's portraying himself to be so stupid by being satire that he's falling down to your level. Motherfucker is smart, man. This is a smart dude. He's been on the street, so he know how to hustle some shit, and he's hustling y'all. He's portraying this guy. He's so intelligent, but he's actually reflecting himself through you and dumbing you the fuck down, thinking that you're doing something and standing on your own 2 feet. All right. Meanwhile, he's clowning you. All right, sucking your energy. That's what he's doing. He's sucking everybody's energy out of there. That's why he can go for so long, and these motherfuckers be right there. So, hey, it is what it is, man. Let me read some comments. All right, Sarah, Rolla, honestly, I don't care about all 4 of your squabbles. You all 4 bring to the true community. Yeah, I'm not having a squabble. This is just a fair warning. Just like the title says, I'm not squabbling with him, or Brian and shit. It is what it is. We get it, Citizen anti-federal constitution is actually pretty close to anarchism and liberalism. I don't know what that means. Power of the mind was good. That's funny how people who follow Zach are. I've heard people tell Zach he's like Christ too. Yeah, some people do say that, and that's like, okay. I'm like, y'all just, and that's, hey, people feel that way. Like I said, man, everyone's looking for some type of savior, And you guys know, Zach and me, we cool as fuck, Fuck all the outside shit, Zach and me cool as a bitch. I know from a personal standpoint, the amount of time I spent with him, man, shit, he's the brother, I read him, you know. It's really in him. What he's doing is really in him, you know. It's something that is definitely in him. So, but you know, Zach's actually trying to do something. He puts his time and energy into it and his heart. And right now, it's stressful for him, you know. Plus, it's fall. It's hard sometimes. This is where a lot of this is when seasonal, like the sun goes, you know. So we're all gonna be going through some shit.
My bad.
You know, it's cleansing time. Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta take this real quick.
Let's get that cocoa. Should have poked a better hole.
Sorry, y'all. I had to take a nature call. But anyway, let's see where we at. Name. I think we should go back and present so.
Get y'all some coconuts if you can, man. That's all you need. Just
Yeah,
get a coconut.
I don't know what you're referring
Just get a
to.
coconut and a screwdriver, man.
I just,
And a
you know, when
hammer.
you're reading all these comments and talking, I mean, sometimes you gotta be more.
You're good to go.
You know, I see words and I'm like, okay. And you guys know I'm not a good reader. I'm not a good pronouncer of words. Say it all the time.
Try the best water you can
What
get.
Zach is not saying about himself, that's the difference. I think you should go back and watch Paul's stream. When I'm happy to just agree to this read called the name call. It was really interesting too. So I saw him, name call. I don't listen to it. I don't know what person him, but I like. Thanks, appreciate you. I mean, it's, yeah, you could, hey, people got their own shit to deal with, you know, frustrations, boil over, you know. That's why you guys see. What I mean, the shit's sitting right here. This is what it's all about. And it don't get any fucking more simple than this. For one who has conquered his mind, a mind is best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, a mind is the greatest enemy. You know, that's why I can fuck with people that hate each other, because my mind, you know, I haven't conquered my mind. I'm in the process of working my mind towards conquering it. You know how you can conquer a video game? You know, I've been always one of them people that if I played a video game, I want to see the credits roll. I'm gonna play that bitch and I want to see the credits roll. You know, I ain't happy. I don't give a fuck who the enemy was. I'm not cheering until I see the goddamn credits roll. That means I conquered the shit. Because it might be another enemy pop up. Sorry, Mario, but your princess is in another castle. What the fuck? I thought I beat this shit. You know? So, yeah, I'm one of them people. You know, everything's a competition. I don't let my kids beat me. I don't give a goddamn. That's how they learn. Because then they'll grow up. Shit, I ain't letting my kids beat me. I ain't letting nobody beat me. You know, that's how you're supposed to be. It's you. It's the universe. And you're the only one that can operate the same space at the same time. Nobody else can come in your space. That's real law. You know, your space is you. Nobody can fuck with it, touch it, bother it. That's cosmic law. We even put laws on that shit. You know. So, all right, let me read some more comments. All right, let's see. I like to do podcast. Don't listen. Okay, whatever. Mark Misbrook. Zach does not make himself an idol. I've seen too much on Zach that shows Zach is only here to make money. No, that ain't true. You know,
You can't control
that's
other
not true.
people, but you can.
I mean, money is just a
control your
benefit of what he
reaction.
does. Hey, look, if I were on YouTube and I could make money, and you know that's how I made my living, and I had nothing else, this is my job. It's still in my heart, but shit, I mean, that's what they're doing. I've been out of that. I don't care who makes money. You know, I don't even care. You know, because in life you're supposed to be rewarded for your works. All right, whether it's through monetary, whether it's through energy, whether it's through acquiring things, whether it's through just universal, you know, what you put out comes back. I mean, you have to open up the door.
Money is
Somebody told me that many times. He's like, yo, man, I'm trying to give you a fucking donation. I'm like, yo, I don't need it. Man, when you know, a spiritual brother's like, yo, you're supposed to receive. And the thing about it, I gave this knowledge to another brother. And shout out to him, New Life Tools. Go check his channel out. Big channel. And he was doing it. I'm like, yo, man, do your shit more. And he's from Rochester. New Life Tools. Good spiritual brother. He done blew my mind plenty of times. But he was like, I was like, yo, man, you don't need to be doing this job. What he was doing, I'm like, yo, you need to be doing what you're doing. Because listen, this is your gift, man. He's a good brother. Some of my pieces he made. You know, and I'm like, yo, one day you ain't got to worry about what you're doing there. You're never gonna have to worry about finances ever again, because what you put out gonna come back and you'll be provided for. And look today, right now, he's doing what he does, and all the blessings coming to him. You know, so I can't never knock that shit. You know, I even told him like, yo, you ain't got to worry about that. And when I seen him, you know, I was like, yo, man, yeah, man, you know, remember you told me like, yo, shit, I'm doing good, man. You know, I'm like, word. And I checked out the channel, like, wow. I said, see, this is your purpose right here. You'll be rewarded. We in a different time, man. We in a different time that people still don't even understand yet. People don't understand what kind of time we are. That's why they hate unity. These people hate unity because we're in a time where it's time to collect the minds. You know, they talk about cosmic consciousness and consciousness of collect. Yeah, we collective minds come together. Well, guess what? We're living in a physical fucking reality. So at some point, the physical got to come together. You know, it just has to. You know, minds, yeah, they can come together. What are we going to create? A fucking AI computer that can, I mean, what are we going to do? Our conscious mind come together. We're all going to sit on YouTube and Instagram and, you know, BitChute and whatever the fuck other platform and sit there and create an AI computer to combat all the shit coming at us? No, we got to come together and say, look, man, we got this, we got that. Listen, the job is to enlighten each other minds. That's why we're so dangerous. Mr. 19, come on, man. What was it about? They told us 6 feet apart, wear a diaper, stay the fuck home. Get this injection. That should tell you, and they even gave the feet, because, you know, your energy field is like a 6-foot radius, 360 all around you. When they said that should alarm anybody. Like, yo, so when people are in the house or they're on the internet, you know, I get it. You know, everybody don't want, but at some point people gonna realize, like, damn, man, fuck, he was talking a long time ago. That shit makes sense because I feel like I gotta, you know, and people don't feel the energy till you're around the energy. Then you really know, like, yo, this is the purpose. It's the purpose because you feel it. You can't see what I'm talking about. It's something you gotta feel and experience. Once you do that, shit is game over, you know? It's game over. So, you know, but, yeah, I don't know what I was talking about. I got discombobulated. All right, let me see what's up. All right, Mexican righteous. Yo, did you hear what Biden said about people should get vaccinated right now? In Florida during the hurt? Are you fucking kidding me? He said that? Wow. Mexican righteous. Let me see. It's all kind of right here. Do a podcast about all the true community. Zach. Right. Yeah, that'd be an interesting panel. I've thought about that, but Brian won't do it because it'll fuck up his image. He may do it, but I don't think he would because he's the throwing ad hominem guy. He's the throwing ad hominem guy. Yeah, I can't even pronounce the fucking word that he's saying. People do. But yeah, he doesn't. Doesn't even make any sense, you know. And this is crazy. People go to that for him like he's their idol. Seen too much on Zach. It shows that. Oh, that's what I already talked about that. Not that I trust screenshots, but he was very self-righteous of text. If the text Brian released our true shame, Brian cannot spy to certain past previous text. Zach started homely. Remember, he keep a lookout. You're right. Thank you, Angel. The citizens and citizens that follow the same shit. At the screenshot, choose X. I might have hijacked me as anything. Any guild to hijack me with anything. I say that person himself. Yeah, dude, not true at all. Damn, just ability, like the chest. In fighting monsters, it's important not to become monster. So, I'm getting caught up. My channel was almost when I was hanging out. I've been doing the same thing, and nothing ever changed. So whatever goes on in the comment, that's resides with you, because I still do the same thing that I've been doing. I mean, not the same thing, obviously always different, but nothing's ever changed with me, so it must be just the comments. Well, sometimes you gotta stay at the comments. There's a lot of times where I'm just like, I don't even read the fucking comments, you know? I'll just look at a couple people that I know, but it'd be shit going on, I just stay the fuck out of it. Remember, for the one who has conquered his mind is his best friend.
Coconuts, brother.
All right?
I already know it.
But for the one who has failed to do so, a mind is the greatest enemy. So I learned a long time ago that if we pay attention to it, we are doing what? Paying for it. We pay attention. So if we pay attention, we're paying for the attention. And that attention only can come back to us because it ain't going to the other person. You know, that's what we got to realize. Reflections, you know? So, all right, let's see. All right. Can't read in the game. No, man. I told you, I'm not, you know, hey, you're smarter than me. I don't care. I have a education in the slave system that, you know, I was educated on all this shit, you know? Never claimed to have been. So, no, I don't understand the fucking word. But Brian, give a shout out to my friend's channel, Kyle, checking out how it's was cool. My friend suspected Brian stole his video and put it out his own, shaking my head. You're right, Mexican Righteous. If anybody don't know, go to Mexican Righteous channel. Then you know what he's talking about. So,
beautiful.
Yes. But yeah. So again, man, watch. Just don't feed these guys. You know, I know it's tough for some people, but that's just controlling your own emotions. You know. So we gotta know, hey, we control our emotions because that's what they try to exploit. You know, they try to exploit it, and they feed. If they're energy feeders, if they're vampires, right? They're looking for that. Like, that's what they want. They don't care about nothing else. They got Zach to flip. They got fucking cuts to flip. That's what they feed off of. So that's how you know that's what they enjoy, you know? And they say, oh, they actually enjoy trolling because they troll them. They're trolls, you know? With the facade of law, I understand this, I stand this, and, you know, God, I'm Jesus, I'm the Christ, I'm this, I'm that. What the fuck? So you're in bondage. That's why the name is Unslaved, because unbeknownst to him, he's still slaved, you know? So he's actually still in bondage, you know? He actually put the word in his name, you know? That's why I use what I use. YeaRight, the Matrix, because, yeah, I'm in the motherfucking Matrix. I know it at all times. I know it because I can smell it, I can feel it, I can see it. You know, I understand it. So, you know, it's the same concept.
The Matrix.
I'm not gonna have YeaRight is not a slave anymore. Hell no. I know what this is. Or YeaRight is out of the Matrix. Hell no. Only time I leave the Matrix is when I'm asleep, and still then there's nights where I'm in the Matrix still, because people don't realize they control this reality and our dream realm. People don't dream. You know, you're supposed to be dreaming. You're supposed to be gathering knowledge, information in your sleep. You're supposed to wake up with knowledge. All right. You're supposed to wake up understanding.
I don't really dream that much.
You know,
at least I don't
understanding things.
I don't have good dream recall.
Your mind sometimes will wake you up and it'll be racing, and you're like, I can't go to sleep. I can't go to sleep. Well, what's happening is your mind is actually searching for information. You know, your mind is searching for information. All right. So.
Man, I'm still 20-something minutes behind.
All right, we are the Messiah if we choose to be. I mean, the way I put it is, we are gods. People don't like to hear that one, but I mean, that's what it is. We are gods. Well, each and every one of us are gods. So people say, oh, you can't put a name on what is what. You know, we call it God, but we can't put a name on it. And if we come from the Creator, we are the creation. So, I mean, even the Bible, it says it all through the Bible. You know, it says it all through other texts. We are, you know, we are it. Allah, arm, leg, arm, head.
I can't lie. Oh, that's a good one. Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. Yeah, I've heard that before. I can't lie, I didn't know who Paul was either, so I checked him out because all the drama, and now his hashtag is all I keep seeing. Shake my head. The truth community is starting to look like a joke, and this is exactly what the powers that be want. So it's just sad. Yeah, and shout out to, I was checking out last night, Sacramento Truth Movement. He mentioned a lot of people. Zachary K. Hubbard was one of them. And then he named a lot of clowns too, man. I mean, there's people who've been exposed for never showing their face, like a call for an uprising. People like, I think it was RV Truth or a few, Richie from Boston, like these people he was naming. I was just wondering, like, man, this guy sounds like he's still still getting the hang of things.
Same shit in there.
Still figuring things out.
So even the law, per son, per son. They always use that word. Person. Oh my God, person. Well, per son. How the hell the word got son in it? That ain't by accident. So,
Shout out to
again,
John Bryant. There's a lot of good things to say. Usually, power of the mind. It's wild out here, man. He sounds like Paul is paid opposition. Smokelahoma.
Believing in somebody coming to save you or some power, unseen force is a form of bondage. It is. We are creators. I mean, come on. You can only observe God anyway by opening your motherfucking eyeballs. Observing this reality is the only way you can observe God. And if you don't observe the book, how could you know what is what? If you have the interpretation of the fucking Bible, what if you can't read? What do you mean tell me you're not a part of God because you didn't read a book? That doesn't even make sense. Logic, that makes no sense. You know what? You know how much sense it makes? It makes so much no sense that it actually makes sense, if that makes sense. So, yeah, so shout out to all the people in Florida, Oh, man. Yeah, examination of the world is a trap of the world. That's right. This is where it's at. You observe this shit, you start to figure it all out. You get out here, get in there, you start to figure it all out. You understand it better. So, we are creators. Everything that's in our life right now, we created it. Every thought that comes to fruition and that we bring into our reality, we get it. Whether we're cooking food, whether we're out there, doing whatever, we create that. I mean, how could anybody deny that we ain't a creator? I mean, come on. They want to take our artistic abilities away, all of our consciousness away, because we create. They don't want creators. They want followers, mindless idiots. They don't want creative thinkers, creative minds. They don't need that. They only needed it to build themselves up. Now they don't need it no more, and that's why they come out like U-Haul, Ferrari, and tell us that we're the people that believe in the religion, whatever. He's telling you, bitch, y'all stupid. Y'all fell for it. Game's over. We're going to give you another religion, and it's going to be even fucking dumber than that one. We told you in the book what it was. You couldn't even figure it out. We gave you the simplest fucking understanding ever, and you still couldn't figure it out. Because everything that I'm saying is actually in the damn book. So. You're misunderstanding the Christian teachings. Now we're quoting George Carlin. Okay, send us to your channel. Teach us everything, So, what do we got? Right? The fight is not with flesh and blood, absolutely.
God.
So I gotta take this phone call.
Shut up. Shh. Goddamn mutton. You scared? No? You scared, bro? Are you good, mate? Are you all right there? Man, check your mans, bro. Somebody check your mans.
All right, guys, back. So, yeah. Thanks, power of the mind. So, yeah, to wind it all back, man, stay away from these energy vampires, because it's clear as day what they're doing. You can see the hypocritical nonsense, just for people. Sean, you still here, you watch this later, don't even bother with them dudes, man. Anybody else try to go over there and to them, they don't want to, they have their clique, they have their followers, that's where they want to be, and that's the compartment they want to be in their mind. I've never been in the cliques and lights and all that other shit. I come here to wake one mind up or one person up, and get the fuck off these platforms, you know? Because you got to think about it. People talk all this shit about, you know, coming together and this and that, and, you know, because they've been washed, you know? We've been totally brainwashed out of the reality of being fucking human. I mean, how the fuck did human beings exist pre-2000 and what time? When did YouTube start? 2007 or 6 or some shit like that? 5, 4 or whatever the fuck it started. How did humans exist? How did they, you know, how did they build? How did they, you know, how was people that were awake? How did they do it?
Might have been 2007.
You know, obviously at some point, some people were together. You know what I mean? There were some people that were together. You look back at Bill Cooper and Jordan Maxwell, they were having seminars. Like minds were coming to them. It wasn't fucking YouTube, it wasn't fucking Facebook, it wasn't none of this shit. But people have been so lost. I'm not gathering nobody. I'm God, I'm Spirit Almighty. Man, fuck that. People are all this and that. I don't, you know, I'm God, you know? And you come here to me and bow to me and salute me and, you know, we're going to fucking sit here and just clown all day on a camera, on a black screen mirror, you know? We're just going to clown all day, you know? Just going to do it. We're going to be unslaved and we're going to do impact videos and, you know, we're going to say, here's the deal. This is what's going on. We need to come together. We need to stop this. We need to do this, that, and this, and then not do nothing. Oh, censorship and this and that, and just forgot about the foundations of what we are, you know? And they knew this. This is why they had to do this, because we're scattered all over the place, you know? So you can't do it in your own community. Now you're the crazy guy. You go out, you try it, you know? And that's nothing. Give Zach credit. He tried in his own damn community for how long? Every fucking day. Got shit shot at him, you know, risking his life out there, cold, windy. And that's a guy that's a shill and in it for the money and this and that. He's out there by his fucking self, having shit thrown at him, spit, you know, all kind of shit, risking his life on the corner. That's some dangerous ass shit. Anybody that didn't like him could have did anything over there. You know, that's the thing that, you know, people forget. They have short-term memory loss. Like, I look at shit like that. Like, that man stood out there day in and day out for how long? And, you know, tried at least something, man. Just try to do something, you know? Bring awareness to something, you know? And, you know, I said to myself, you know what? I got to meet that guy in person, you know, because like everybody, you question shit. So I'm like, you know, I got to meet my brother. You know, I got to meet him. And once I did, I'm like, he's different. I'm like, man, he's way different. Like, he's that humble ass guy you saw out there on the street, helping everybody out. He tell you the stories about some of these people. They burnt him, you know? People call and help him. He helps them all the time. He don't get on the fucking internet, say who he helped, how much he helped somebody out, and they fucked him over. And you wonder why sometimes he gets angry. And I understand. See, I understand. That's why people come here and say, well, how can you explain this? I don't got to explain shit. That's that man. You know, I can only tell you what I observed, you know? I just have a different way of looking at everything. I hear all the stuff. I say, okay, let me rationalize that in my mind. Have I seen that? Has that happened to me? And then I weigh on what I seen. Oh, I see what I see from him, you know? He's helped a lot of fucking people out, you know? Is Miss Brooks a bot? I don't know. What? Wait. How much have you actually watched Unslaved? I don't know who's talking to who. Oh man, who's talking to who? I don't know who's talking to who. But I left this here. Anybody wants to come on and oh shit. It must be somewhere in the chat. If anybody wants to come along and chat, I mean the link. I dropped the link before I did anything. If anyone wants to come on and chat, it's better because I'll glance at the chat. I don't read the chat. I get lost in the chat. I'm sorry. But hold on, let me see if I can guess right here. I'll put it in there again. And I'll stick it here so you know what I'm talking about. Hold on. Post a comment. All right. Post a comment. Done. Chat. Okay, there's the thing. So just come on and explain it because I'd rather just talk like that. So there it is. Guest. Oh, there's Cuts up in there. We'll add Cuts in. What's up, Cuts?
Yo, what's up there, right? Good day, y'all.
What's up, man?
Not much. I'm just chilling at work, but yeah, I got pretty frustrated and disappointed and upset.
I watched that, and I watched that, and I'm like, man, Cuts lost.
How's the sound?
I lost it on him. That's like seriously out of control what that guy is spewing out of his filthy mouth.
Yeah, but you can't let it get you off your rocker. That's what they want.
No, I know. It's all good. Honestly, the way that guy reposted that, he owes me money straight up, point blank, period. I'm coming at him. I'm coming at Brian until they pay me for that. I'm way too poor.
Cuts.
No.
Check this out.
No, they ain't doing that.
Cuts. You know, listen, Cuts. I'm gonna give you you know damn well they ain't gonna get enough. So what?
Yeah, they're not. Of course, they're not going to. But whatever. That was wrong. It was wrong.
Listen,
it's not cool. It's not okay.
But check it out. That's just wasted energy from you.
Yeah, I guess so. I hear you. I get it. I'm not going to go I'm never going to look at that ever again. That was the biggest mistake I ever made was even listening to that because it sapped and impurified my fucking heart and made me lose a lot of faith and hurt. It was hurtful. That was hurtful. Why did you do that?
I saw something come in on the chat, but it left off. I don't know who that was, but coming on.
Brian owes me a chance to talk on his platform then if he's going to send those little to set everyone up and slander us and talk shit and call us demons. No, man. And we're trying to do pure-hearted information sharing and collaboration with people, like purely, like not even, I'm not even going to make a video about all that drama. That is insane.
Yeah, look, man, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I'm just saying they want a response. They want Zach to respond.
Yeah, I'm not going to respond the way they want.
Zach won't respond, but he probably will say something about it on one of his streams.
I ain't going to respond the way they think or what they want.
no energy is the best energy. You know,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to lay it out so the people want to go. That's what they want. So
I'm actually at work right now, probably going to get in trouble even for being on the phone. Not really, but I had to step out because this has just got me really upset, and it's really just hurtful to me because they would like twist every single thing and then make it into a mockery.
you see what it said? It hurts you. So you know, you let it hurt you. You know what I mean? That shouldn't even hurt you. You know what I mean? Because
it hurts me because I put my fucking passion into what I do, and then for them to just not even, just to even do that, man, just to be that disingenuous.
Yeah, but that comes along with life, man. You're gonna always experience some shit that somebody doesn't like, you know? Like some of your art, somebody might say, hey man, fuck your art. But the reality is maybe they actually like it, but they just say fuck it because they don't understand it, or, you know, some other shit like that. It's not nothing. Remember, we control our anger, you know? That we can't control is when it becomes a physical response from somebody. Like if they just come up and they trying to harm you, that's, you know, then you do what you got to do.
Yeah, I regret even going over there, but like honestly, you sent me the link, so I was like pushing up where I could look at it, and then I looked at it and I was like, oh man, why are they doing this? And then I had to flash them about it.
If you would have said I'm gonna join, I'd be like, no, I'd be like, yo, guts, nah, don't even worry about it, man. You see what they're doing.
Yeah, I know. I kind of knew what they were doing, and I kind of had a feeling maybe it was just a joke, like a satire show, but I wasn't sure, and I'm still not sure. They sound like they were really meant that shit. And the way they're going about all this is highly, highly suspicious. Like,
can you say what they said instead of just saying, you know, over and over, oh, I can't believe what they said. What did they actually say?
Why and what exactly they're saying is all bad. That ain't even okay at all.
Oh yeah, what did you say? Who's this again? Scroll.
It's the Citizens Broadcast.
Oh, okay, yeah. So whatever.
CBC, like the CBC, but we're not government.
Straight up, Ryan owes me money. Straight up, that's it. Period.
How does he owe you money?
Because they fucking his guy Paul started. Well, okay, so their agents came over. They're telling us in our chats before I even ever heard about none of that shit. I fucking seen them saying, "Oh yeah, go look at Paul. He's good. Like, go come over. Like, what's like whatever." And then
so they owe you money because they sent people over to your chats.
Exactly.
They fucking injected their bullshit into our fucking serious shit. And then they fucking like that guy, because fucking Brian started all that shit, and then the weasel that was infiltrating with us, that rat, I'm gonna call you a straight up rat, Anonymous Moose, because nobody set that up but him. That's what he was saying in his chats. He was like, yeah, I fucking set up the meeting thing with Zach, and then fucking look what it spiraled into. Like, I'm fucking so upset. This is like not even okay. Because now,
so that's what Zach was talking about. He said that also Anonymous set up the meeting with Zach and Paul to come in there.
So that's what he was saying in some chat.
To see how they owe you money from all this.
Because now Brian is a freaking shill. All he does is show off of mainstream media garbage, pushing straight up divisive garbage.
And he's
shilling off it. And so now his little agent, this guy Paul, whoever that's his boss, now that guy is putting up video that if he got a video of me up on his channel, he owes me money. Blank. Period. I don't. Dude, I'm gonna get that. I don't give a fuck.
What about fair use?
I don't give a fuck, dude. No,
you don't give a fuck about fair use. Okay.
I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. That ain't.
Unfortunately, the judge probably will.
On me. Nope.
Well, look, I mean, honestly, you know goddamn well, Cuts, they ain't gonna give you a fucking dollar. So I wouldn't even waste any energy and putting anything into that. I mean, how you go about doing it is
you make gematria content?
I share information, and a lot of it is really actually important, and I've been trying to get people to just like acknowledge some of it. It's not that big of a deal. I would be friends with all them. I have no problem with people. I have no problem with collaborating. I love to share knowledge, and that's what I thought.
Do you make gematria content?
Do I make gematria content?
Yeah.
I've used. So I thought.
Do you make gematria content?
Do I make gematria content?
Yeah.
I've used gematria in some of my videos for research, where it actually was very helpful in my research, finding things that I would not have found without using gematria. Yes,
very cool. Very useful. I used it myself in one video at least. I use it.
I don't know what the big deal is about why they want to bring all this like kind of. I'm sorry about my vibe too.
This is why they're doing it. Do you see the title of this video? It's fall and harvesting. They have to harness energy going into the winter, meaning they have to get as much controversy, as much views, because people start watching, views go up in the winter, and they make more money. So that's one. Two is, this is what they're about. I mean, Paul, after you watch it, when I Artie's Corporate Fiction, it came up, and I'm like, oh shit, Paul, I remember Paul. Okay, yeah, I fucks with what he does because, you know, he's into the, you know, fight, standing up against tyranny. So cool. So I think I watched for a few days or something, or a week or whatever. I'm like, okay, I like this. He had this other brother on there. They was talking some good shit, and then it just fucking turned into this.
Thanks for hanging out.
Satire show. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And it was just like, just got stupid. And then I was like, man, this is like, then he shows up on Here's the Deal after two of Brian's channels are on suspension. And I was like, oh shit, I get it. All right, I get it. So, you know, I mean, this is what Paul does. When people come up there, it's to draw an emotion, and he can feed off of it and portray it out to his audience and make it all clap.
Yeah, I just didn't really, I really don't appreciate it. And then to have all these agents in the chat just poking at us.
Because he saw you a mile away coming. You know,
Yeah, they probably did. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. Whatever. I don't even care. I'm just ashamed to ever even heard their words out of their freaking mouth. That was horrible. I'm like traumatized by it. That was like
we live and learn.
Nasty. That was like nasty, like worse. That was worse shilling garbage than like all of the worst ones.
The thing is, now the algorithms are going to pop up in all of our feeds. You know, no matter what, you're going to see Paul. He's going to pop up in the feeds. You know, his channel is monetized. And
yeah, if he's showing off of that, posting that video of me, then he owes me money. Point blank. Period. I don't even care.
Right, but
yes, sir. I don't know who you are, but I don't like what you're saying either. Now, if you're defending that, what they did, it's not okay. That's like,
I asked you what specifically they said, and you still haven't said anything. It's just what they said, but not actually telling us what they said.
Not the way they treated me, or like the way.
Yeah, the way they did it, what they did, but not actually saying what they did.
I explained what they did.
Well, yeah, power of the mind. I mean, sometimes it gets like this. I mean, as much as we don't like, sometimes it goes this way. And
you know what? I used to follow High Impact Flicks and actually liked his content for quite a long time until we found out and caught him selling masks in his store, and then we called him out on it, and he actually acknowledged me when I called him out on it, and then he stopped.
Yep.
So he already like proved himself to be real. That is, especially during the height of the thing, for him to have been doing that just goes to show that he's not really about. He's over here calling it a slave muzzle, but then he's selling it on his website. And then now
agreed. That was
doing this kind of crap.
That was that didn't sense, but that just goes to show you.
It's proof to me. That's like, even now, it's even just, this is almost
that he's a businessman.
That might have just been a proof of it.
Nah, he's not a businessman. He's selling video.
I don't agree with it either, but you got to look at it from another perspective. Now, and it makes sense. People got to wear a mask to work or whatever, so they might have contacted him and said, look, man, I got to wear a mask. I'd rather wear one with a message on. Can you make one? And then boom, he's like, oh shit, I can profit off of this. And then, you know what?
They say like masks are bullshit or something?
I mean, they had a message on it, so I can see where that could have happened, but I agree with it. I don't know, you know. But, I mean, you got to look at it from both perspectives and say, well, hey, I mean, that is true. People had to wear masks. So if he's selling something that, hey, I want, then there you go. It doesn't mean that, technically, it really doesn't mean that he's a bad person. Not, you know what I mean? It just is what it is. If anybody doesn't like it, I mean, that's what's real. Think about it. He's
profiting off the infringement of government overreach.
Exactly.
But still, think about it. I get all that. I understand all that. He's profiting off of that. He's
like a really bad part of this tyranny. Those people are freaking the problem. I thought, yeah, maybe we could like have some kind of like come to some type of terms and understanding. That's what I would have hoped for that too. That's why I said collaborate. I told that guy on his stupid stream, you guys should be all collaborating with each other instead of whatever the hell this crap is you're doing.
But that being said, like if what you say is true and he took the mask down after getting feedback, then that says a lot about his character as well, that he's willing to make.
The only reason he did that is he knew that it was going to cost him money and viewership.
Maybe that's not your assumption. Maybe that's not because you're interested in anything. That's why you're fixating on it.
No, the reason I'm fixated on it is because you're declaring yourself a truther channel and saying you're about this truth and this and that and being about whatever the goodness for against the agenda. But they've proven over and over and over again that that's not the case. Especially with this stuff, like
if selling masks is one of your examples of them doing that, then it's a pretty flimsy example. Maybe the rest of your examples aren't.
Really? Are you sure about that? Who am I talking to, by the way?
TCDC on YouTube. This is
what, like the
CDC, but not government propaganda. I'm your domestic war correspondent, Whoosh WTF.
Okay, sure, whatever that means.
You can call me Whoosh.
Whoosh. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
You're a friendly neighborhood newsman.
Regardless of that, I don't know. It was just a really bad thing. I wish I could take it out of my mind. I wish I could unlisten to that guy's words. I wish I didn't even never looked at the show Brian posted. That was just the worst like tidal wave of like negative garbage spewed out of fucking. That was the worst videos I've ever seen.
The one where he documented.
Well, I mean, take it as this. Take it as a learning.
Like that video. Why not say what video you're talking about?
The video that he did yesterday, the one Brian posted, stirring up all the garbage for no reason. There was no reason for him to post that video.
Okay. There was no reason. The one on Paul's channel. And you were part of the panel later. Were you on the panel later or before?
Earlier, like midway through, like a little clip.
No, you go watch it. It's on both those channels. You just go watch the video.
Honestly, I just told him and started flashing on him because it was out of line for High Impact Flicks to post his video was out of line. High Impact Flicks was out of line for posting that. It was like, that is the negative. That is the opposite of what the video that he posted yesterday should have been. Look, we have these disagreements, sure, but like we have more commonality than we have disagreements, and that's the truth about all people. So they started the fucking heat. They got me heated. I'm sorry. I regret it. I should have never even looked at it. I already knew what it was. It's my bad. Sure. But still, that's beside the point. The point is that was wrong to do that.
Do you think that the way Zach behaved was in any way wrong?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm not even going to defend Zach 100%. But like information-wise, it's a lot more on point over there with the Gematria team. It's a lot more on point, and it's a lot more sincere. There is ritualism. There is all these correlations like what they're saying. And for people to to like slander us and say we're demons, that's why I got heated, because they're saying that we're just demons. And I'm not even a Gematria person.
Your father was the devil, or that Paul's father was the devil, right? That we're born of the devil in this world of the devil.
Yeah, whatever about all that stuff.
Around the world, using their tools of government, religion, and the media. And we need to reject these institutions to embrace our God nature.
John Bryan. Let's go, John Bryan. All right, well, look.
That's factual.
Yeah, whatever about all that stuff is
around the world using their tools of government, religion, and the media. And we need to reject these institutions to embrace our God nature.
John Bryan. What's good, John Bryan? All right, well, look, cuts, man.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to have let it even like hit me at all in any kind of way. I'm usually like,
Oh, no, go ahead.
oh yeah.
No, don't let it rail you, man. You're here where you can clear your mind.
I just feel bad. I feel hurt because now that there's some fucking stupid video where they're like making up
Check it out. Listen, look at it like this. Guess what? They're talking about you.
Right.
Some people might be like, oh.
Factual.
Yeah, no, that's true. I should look at it in a good way like that. It is all, they'd say all attention could be good attention, or, I mean, it could be bad.
They say. And
But I
sounds like your parents never bullied you.
appreciate some acknowledgement in a positive light rather than some.
It looks like a bunch of comments are just being shown to me now. A few, I should say. I love the Queen of Lizards, wrecking them coconuts. I love slavery. If you vote, you're acknowledging a satanic system. Indeed. And engaging in it, really. Not just acknowledging it, you're engaging in it. Acknowledging it is one thing. Engaging in it is another, right? So, yeah. Cuts is a passionate dude. That's good. Indeed.
The most weaselly shit that I've ever seen, ever. Like, I've never even came across a channel that was more insincere and weaselly and pathetic than that.
Well, I don't know. Those are some
Never. I've
strong
never
words.
seen anybody do it that poorly. I just do serious, fun. I work at a resort where you can come visit me and have fun. I'll hook you up. It's all good. Like, I ain't even about all that. I like to make art and collaborate and share information. And for them to, like, make some slant, like, say, they're saying we're demons before they even heard a word about what we know about, like, our little gems that we have, our pieces of the puzzle to add to the big picture. That owes me a chat, at least at this point.
Some of these feeder
They
bands.
say you're demons or that you're born of the devil.
There's just saying anyone that does gematria, anybody that likes Zach, anybody that likes anyone that we don't like is a demon. They're like, they automatically just casted a whole group of people that are all of our friends, and it's like, dude, that's just wrong. That's just out of control. And I'm sure some of the people in that community might do that as well. But like I said, it's all like, there needs to come to terms where don't we have like stuff that we're fighting for that's similar, that matches, that should overpower those like lost hatreds and stuff. Like I won't even hold hate against any of them on this. I'll still look at Brian's videos if they're good, or you know what I mean? Like I'm not coming at everyone about this out of some pure hatred. I'm not.
Oh, I see Zach's in the chat now.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Zach does a great job, and I think the way that they portray and the information is just wrong. It's just wrong. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of stuff going on, and we all know about it, and we all see it, and we all have a piece of the puzzle about it, and it's, I don't know, maybe it's just satire, and I'm just totally tripping. Is that what it is? I mean, am I just
we're just talking about telling people to stay out of, people want to go over to Paul Enslaved and join on. I told them don't even bother, don't waste your time, because that's what they want. They're feeding off of all this crap. Just leave them alone, man. What's good, Sean? Don't even bother going over there, because that's what they want. It's like a game to these people, and they're obviously in it for what they're in it for, and that's it. So I'm just
Zach has some time. I'd love to ask him some questions about gematria sometime.
Yeah, I think the specifically said
How
3
many
times
ciphers?
to me.
I listened to the
It'd be a waste of time to go over there.
I wonder
I guess
how
I
many
should
different
just
ciphers are being drawn from there, because gematria has like 24 or 30 ciphers or something. So of course you're gonna come up with numbers if you're running it across the.
Well, here's what I
Besides, I got stuff to do
Here's what I say
today,
about all
man.
that. I said, you could take the gematria away and just drop the knowledge on what the fuck is going on, and it all adds up. So either way, it adds up with the numbers or without the numbers. The numbers just give a clear, definitive thing. They're like, yo, this could be possibly what's going on. And I get it. There's a lot of numbers. That's why I can't. I'm not a numbers guy. But what is being portrayed by a lot of people that do gematria, it all lines up, point for point, people to people, links things together, links so much together, it's undeniable. And then when there's certain dates
with 30 ciphers, you can link any two things together.
But check it out. When there's dates that you can call out that certain thing because of this, that, this, and that. I don't know how it does it, but and it comes out, and you got to say, okay, could they be using this? Aren't they using this? Pretty much, absolutely, they're using this. Or what is it? That's why I try to tell people, instead of debunking it, try to figure out, well, damn, all this shit adds up. It's undeniable that these things are happening. And when you can link the knowledge to each piece of knowledge, then it's on point. You know what I mean? The knowledge is on point without the number. But Zach could explain that better than I can. I don't know. That's a question for him. But that's how I look at it.
Yeah, I think that Zach's message is a lot of truth about who's responsible for a lot of things. When I was a kid, I was like, how can these professional athletes be so bad? Like, I can make that play every day, all day.
Right.
And so when I was a kid, I knew that stuff was fixed. It doesn't take much of a discerning eye to see these unvoiced errors. Oh, yeah, it went off Jose Canseco's head twice for a home run. I'd love to see the gematria on Jose Canseco, ball off head, and home run. And the dates that those two things that may happen for him, because that's not just happens by coincidence.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a lot. So I mean, I ain't got the answer to that question. So you know, that's
And one of the words, so the first word was libertarian. I'm wondering if there's just a disconnect between your group with like Paul and Brian, and that they're more like anti-federalist constitutionalists. Whereas your side is more anarchist, they're libertarian.
I don't have a side, so you know
well,
what I'm saying?
The people that you associate with,
people that I know,
that were there in Yale and in New York in 9/11, right? They're more anarchists, as far as I know.
It all depends on what you define. It depends on what you define. I don't get into all those words, so I don't come from a standpoint like that. You know, so I don't play libertarian or anarchism. I mean, I don't use those terms on my on my channel. So
you use rule of law.
I don't use rule of anything. I mean,
you used it earlier.
What did I say?
Oh, you said something about rule of law, and I said that we have rule of iron, not rule of law. But yeah, I don't remember exactly what you're talking about.
Well, here's the deal. People don't know themselves. Therefore, guess what we need? We need rulers for those people, because otherwise our society would be dangerous. So there's people that can self-govern themselves, and I consider myself a person that can self-govern myself. I know how to act. I know what to do, what not to do under the common man. Those are the rules that I hold to me, and that's how I live my life. So whatever you want to label it, that's on you. So I don't call myself, this. I understand the law. I know how to move within the law. But
you said believe passionately in the freedom of the Constitution, right? The freedom of the Constitution recognizes and enshrines. And so that's maybe where there's an ideological divide.
Super
fine. I don't know. I mean, we all are doing this because we know something.
I like to add some honey.
Base of it all. And everybody's talking about every aspect of it anyway. And I mean, we're all on the same page.
Little apple cider vinegar, some type of acidic agent to break down the fibers.
Deeply in freedom, but you just think that it should be manifest in a different way.
Palatable.
Yeah, I guess.
For me, that's where I always see that there's a divide.
I got to go back to the point where he said
themselves, and I consider myself a person that can self-govern myself.
Remember exactly what you're talking about.
Well, here's the deal. People don't know themselves. Therefore, guess what we need? We need rulers for those people, because otherwise our society would be dangerous. So there's people that can self-govern themselves, and I consider myself a person that can self-govern myself. I know how to act. I know what to do, what not to do under the common man. Those are the...
Well, now I'm like 12, 13 minutes behind, but he's saying you were playing Zach, trying to insult him, and acting you were the one projecting. I'm thinking about coming on. Let's calm the emotional drama here, guys. It's kind of toxic. Let's elevate. Indeed. Let's eat some shrooms. Reptilian brain. But you're God, though? You sound hijacked, my guy. The same serpent, but you don't believe in the Bible. We are little gods. Our spirit, soul, having a flesh material experience. Queen Lizard Bitch helped create a lot of these lizard fucks. Greg in the Truth Vibration podcast in the chat.
Me, and that's how I live my life. So whatever you want to label it, that's on you. So I don't call myself, this. I understand the law. I know how to move within the law.
All Unslaved is.
But you guys believe passionately in the freedom of the Constitution, right? The freedom that the Constitution recognizes and enshrines.
Paul's got some.
So that's maybe where there's an ideological divide.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we all do this because we know something's deeply wrong at the base of it all, and everybody's talking about every aspect of it anyway. And we're all on the same
for the
page.
record, I can tell Paul knows, very, very little about gematria in the sense of the inorganic side, because he kept just bringing up the organic side.
Off the same page. See?
Yeah, where you both believe deeply in freedom, but you just think that it should be manifest in a different way.
Yeah, I guess.
For me, that's where I always see that there's a divide, is just like nitpicking what system we choose. If everybody just loves freedom and we just choose a system and stay.
Where are you from?
I'm from communist China, so I know about giving up rights.
So you're in China?
China, yeah, Canada.
Oh, you're in Canada. Oh, you're in bad shape.
Toronto, Canada.
Oh, yeah, you're in the land of fucking, I don't even know what that is up there.
Yeah, we got like 6% purebloods up here. I'm one of them.
Yeah, so
I'm sure it's higher than 6%
purebloods. We are a people of subject. We are subject to the king and all their opium trading, child trading glory.
Well, we are too. The United States is too, but I mean, but it is. It's synopsis with each other. They go hand in hand. So.
Yeah, your king bows to our king, so it all goes.
Yep.
See, most people don't understand that the fractional reserve banks in non-republics belong to the monarchy, and so the birth certificate bond is paid off to the monarchy, whereas in the United States it's paid off to the Federal Reserve and the Rothschilds, right?
If I catch up in time, I'll hop on the panel. I'm still 15 minutes behind catching up.
Yeah.
And so they decide where the capital goes, what companies are allowed to exist, and the jobs that are created for the people and the products that are produced. And that's, it's the core. They use religion, government, and media to control our minds. And we think that we're happy. By 2030, you'll own nothing and be happy. Well, guess what? You already own nothing and you're happy. You really own nothing. If the government says they want it, they'll come and get it with guns.
Exactly. People don't understand that. We're already in there. That's why I'm all for linking together. And like I always say, it's not fucking moving each other and playing cards and shit like that. It's just the minds coming together for a solution or something. I'm actually doing this behind the scenes with other brothers and sisters. And I want to at some point I want to come talk to you, but these motherfuckers they made their position clear. They want to just sit on here and just do nothing and make money and make laughs and satire and giggles. And,
if I go to it, then it'll close me out.
Miss Brooks is actually right. See what happens, Miss Brooks, when you stop insulting people, you say correct things. Everything belongs to the monarchy. The Federal Reserve is the Vatican. Yep. That's exactly right. The Swiss Vatican crown.
The thing is, everybody knows.
Did you by any chance look at that account that left a comment earlier saying, "Yo, what up, London Bridge"? If you did, or if you can, that'd be much appreciated. I just want to see if it's a troll. If it seems like a troll, a real person.
Between the Catholic Church and the monarchies.
Right. Everybody knows the position they're in.
Everybody doesn't know that.
No. I mean, like a lot of people that know what's going on, know what position they're in, meaning something's wrong. We all know in some faction or there's rulers, but yet nobody wants to do anything but be ruled over. Some people want more rulers to come in.
And the 14th Amendment says that the Americans are subject. So the Americans wanted it back then, and they're powerless to it now, those who don't want to be subject anymore. But then you have people who are, giving their writs of liability and becoming American nationalists or state nationalists, and freedom movements are popping up all over. The Canadian truckers are still together, still driving around, paying big oil for their big rigs going across the country. And
there's a lot of people making moves, a lot of people trying to do something, but and there's other people that are just who they're going to be, and that's it. You got to just keep doing what you do, So that's what I'm doing. I just had to come out here and because they want new blood. Today they're going to draw new blood. They want more. They like this. This is they feeding off of this. These are energy vampires, man. They enjoy this stuff. So it is what it is.
Yeah, Miss Brooks, it was yesterday's chat. Go and look. So remember when I was telling you to stop projecting? You don't remember? I guess your memory is only as good as a day, Miss Brooks. But yeah, and talking about the other word was amygdala hijack, which is big in issues that we see with police as well, where you trigger that fight or freeze instinct. And I think that's what we saw on Paul's broadcast with Zach.
What do you mean?
Well, like Zach at the end before he flighted, he fought. So like he felt like he was in danger, fought back. His amygdala got triggered, which is it's a part of your brain got triggered, and then he wanted to fight back, and then he wanted to flee. And yeah, it's a very base.
It could be a fleet, or you could just be flat out tired with the bullshit. It's like I don't even want to fucking deal no more. I know I feel a certain way. Let me get off here now. Fuck it, I'm out. Because we don't know what's in another being. So we can call it whatever that we think it is, but we don't know what truly was in the mind. You know what I mean? Because it could have been just I've had enough. I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, but like the name calling and all that, inbred, whatever. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was not. It was not like something that people would be proud of. Like I'm sure Zach would say he's proud of what he said.
And if you look at what's on the screen,
it's important that people know about this amygdala hijack, right? Because it happens to all of us, and we feel that adrenaline pumping, and we got to do something.
Check it out. That's why
but we need to breathe and let our higher consciousness prevail.
You see what I have here? You see the thing up here? For one who has conquered his mind is his best friend. But for one who has failed to do so, the mind is the greatest enemy.
Amygdala hijack happens in the mind. Yeah. And so it is something to be conquered. And to not let us lower ourselves, right? When we fight monsters, it's important that we don't become monsters ourselves when we stare into the abyss. The abyss stares back.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's learn and elevate. If you learn about the brain and mind, you'll understand a lot more on how we're being controlled. Xander, I'm watching you too. Shout out to you. Zach said, "Who is this tool on with YeaRight?" I got a piece of coconut stuck in my throat. This guy is a piece of work. Shake my head. There is intelligence beyond thought. Just someone trying to divide more of us. Thoughts are intelligence beyond the material plane. It's obvious when you discover more than what is being forced fed info.
Stand if you know something's right, stand on it,
But you were trying to play Zach, though.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. See, these I don't know, your viewers don't articulate very well. But you were trying to play Zach, though.
It's all about perception. So you gotta always remember everything's about perceiving, because the way you perceive it and I perceive it is two different things. So we can never know. I can never know what you're perceiving. You can never know what I'm perceiving. So I can't know what they're talking about and perceiving in the chat. I can just read the words and say, hey, they got a right to see it from that way. So
he was trying to play Zach, and so that excuses Zach's amygdala hijack, or the embrace of his amygdala hijack. It's an opinion. Everyone has one. A lot of people build a womb of denial to provide a false sense of comfort, allegiance, protection.
Right, anybody want else come up here and voice your guy? I would love to see it. Let me put that in there again. Y'all want to talk? Let's come talk it out. Hold on. Guests, invite.
It's especially important for peace officers to know about amygdala hijack and how to deal with it.
What's the definition? Hold on. What's the definition of amygdala hijack?
Amygdala
hijack. What's the definition of that?
Officer?
Write it down for me.
Is that what he said?
Well, the amygdala is like the reptilian part of the brain, I think. Here, let me give it
I probably heard of it at some point in my life, but I don't,
Yeah, it's the reptilian part of your brain. And so when when you feel threatened, and when all creatures with a reptilian part of the brain, which is like the first brain that develops, so all mammals basically and everything, maybe not fish, have these reptilian parts of our brain. So complex thinking animals.
How do we know that though? How do you know that?
Fossil record, I guess.
Because I mean,
and we have one. We all have one as well.
Go off fossil record, man.
And
what does it look like?
If I wouldn't trust anything,
like a potato, maybe.
Trust anything.
Yeah, the way I look at things, I consider things at a whole different lens because these people, they place names on things. When you say would you say a reptilian?
Yeah, because we all evolved from the same goo, basically, right? So they say. And
well, they say I don't go by what they say. So no? I don't know. I can't relate to that one.
Okay, well, when
the reptilian,
when you dissect the brain, all complex brains have an amygdala, and it's
right. But how do we know what's inside of that? But how do we know what's inside of that and what it does? And
because we put
and especially
we put neuron detectors and trigger different responses and then measure the brain.
But check this out. They haven't even discovered every mammal on the planet for. Okay. You think they've discovered
it? About testing the brain.
Because if it's attached to all mammals, like you said, how do we know that's true?
All that we found and dissected.
Every animal, they're like, okay, we're going to dissect every animal, find this reptilian.
All that we found and dissected, yes.
Where'd you learn that? You know what I'm saying? Where'd you learn that one?
Who cares where I learned it or where?
See, that's what I mean. I mean, where'd you learn it from? Because I mean, it could be true. So I'm like, are you
basic knowledge? Basic knowledge.
That's not in my
biology.
I'll be honest. I don't have that basic.
Right, you couldn't even pronounce amygdala.
No, I can't. I don't need to.
Right, you have no basic knowledge.
Okay, that's basic knowledge, I guess. I mean, that's what you call it. But you went to college, right?
No, I didn't.
So what's the highest level of education you went?
High school.
High school. So this is basic knowledge. This is basic knowledge you learned, right?
This was basic knowledge 20 years ago, yeah.
Oh, well, I must have missed that one.
This guy's starting.
So it's not. I mean, that's your basic knowledge.
I was in the advanced class, I guess.
Yeah, I was in all the slow classes because I just
that was torture for me. I was in one of those one time.
I didn't know.
I got 33 in that class.
Oh, see, I didn't I didn't let it torture me because I would just leave. I'd go.
Yeah, that's what I did. I left.
I would just go skip school, play outside, go with my friends, play ball, stuff like that. School never interested me, so I missed that basic knowledge. So, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah, amygdala hijack. It's very well known. Very well known, but
I don't know it.
It's a fancy term for fight or flight. Just say fight or flight.
Anytime you feel threatened, fight or freeze response is amygdala hijack.
I call it fight or flight. I mean, fight or flight. That I don't have to. But check it out. Hear me out. I don't have to know the word to feel the feeling. And I do this. This is what I do. I'm not a book guy. I'm not a basic knowledge guy. I'm gonna go out and find out now. So I'm around dangerous situations a lot. So I can feel and understand those emotions. So if I feel it, then that's how I deal with it.
So there you go. Now I explained your feeling for you.
But it's like a conversation, right? Like I know, okay, well, I'm not gonna, I don't need to entertain and go and respond to names. I know how to respond in, a balanced way. You know what I mean? Because I understand. That's understanding your mind. When you understand your mind, you understand not to get into your body to create a physical.
You got people here saying, so we hating on Paul now? I absolutely love listening to his conversation. So, a lot of mutual
response because you'll feel
followers.
So therefore, you gotta know in your mind. That, you know what I mean? And that's just how you do it.
Again, all I ever wanted to do was all I ever really want to do is try to bring.
You learn to do that. It becomes
people who should be brought together.
I don't gotta know about.
I just want to bring them together.
Whatever it is, I don't gotta know about that. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for teaching me that, but it's something that I'll forget before we even get off of the stream.
Sometimes I think we both agree that this type of behavior of amygdala hijack is a low frequency vibration, and we as conscious beings need to be above that.
But what I would do is I would just break it down into simple form. I'd be like, look, cop, listen, y'all got to chill with this fucking reaction that you guys are doing because you said police officers and officials, so I'm using that.
It looks like Paul's going live with, it looks like Zach went live a little earlier. Coolio did on the 46th anniversary of Stevie Wonder's Pastime Paradise. Indeed. Perfectly synced up. Indeed. But Paul is going live right now. Agent Paul, hashtag spreading, hashtag pounding, hashtag coming together with hashtag doing information. I mean, yeah, it's just clownery, man. And the name of this stream, YeaRight's doing live. It's not recommended to fall into Paul, Unslaved, and Brian something. The rest is, but
guys are doing, learn your mind, understand your being, understand situations, look at the person, look at the situation. Do you really need to act like that? Do you really need to go 0 to 900? I've been in a lot of police interactions where I did bring police down. I've been in a lot of interactions where I brought regular people down to where, and they look at me like, man, you're right. So having that ability, I don't gotta, use these big words and stuff like that. I break stuff down to the simplest form so the simplest minded can understand. And it actually really works. And that's why I get along with a lot of people that actually hate each other.
I get along to divide anyone. Jacob Fitzwater.
Huh?
Zach, I'm just a dude who asks questions. That's it.
Oh, there's Zach. Hold on, let's get Zach in here. All right. So you can talk to Zach and ask him all the questions you want to right now. Oh wait.
Shit. I'd love to know how many ciphers he was drawing from when
hold on. He's
9/11 script.
He's already in here. Zach, you in here? Says he's in here.
I really enjoy his work, and I hope the feature is more.
Hold on.
When I get off my band.
Yeah, he's in the. I don't gotta do anything. He's already.
But I don't just because I enjoy someone's work doesn't mean that I don't look at them objectively.
Let me remove this thing off the screen. Zach, you in here?
Good point.
Hold on, there it goes. Hold on, it says there's a guest in here.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put anyone down, divide anyone. I just ask questions I think are important.
My bad, I had to add you.
Whose answers are valuable.
I had to add you. You're in now, Zach.
Sorry, no picture. I don't have a Microsoft account, so Microsoft owns my camera, apparently, they tell me.
It's all good. I don't got my camera on, but I can turn it on. I mean, it's no big deal. See, I'm here, I'm alive. What's good, Zach?
Hey, what's up? Who's this other guy in the room?
Citizens Broadcast. What's the name again?
You can call me Whoosh. Yeah, my channel is on YouTube as the Citizens Broadcasting Cooperative.
Okay.
Citizens Broadcasting Cooperative.
Yeah, I really loved what you did in Yale. I caught on to you through Fake Mike, who's been ducking me for a while too. He doesn't want to answer my tough questions about child labor and supporting child labor using brand. But hey, you know, he told me to get into the arena, and he would have a debate with me. So I've been going on Hot Watches and producing other content to try to get that interview debate with Will, but he's ducking me. James Topp is ducking me as well. So I have tough questions for him about, does he really want freedom, or does he just want to get back on the wrong side of prophecy or tyranny, or whatever you call government service these days? People who don't know James Topp, he's walking across Canada to get his job back at the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who trample protesters when the government declares the War Measures Act on its own people, not being in an active declared war. Besides the endless war on terror, of course, that NATO is proud to be a part of, and most Canadians are proud to be a part of, forcing Afghans to grow opium, to flood the suburbs and the ghettos with opioids. Yeah, it's a wonderful world we live in, that you do characterize the actors well.
Wait, we're getting too far ahead. So what's the question for Zach? Because I know he's busy.
I just wonder, I'd say, like, talk about amygdala hijack. If you want to take this opportunity to say how you're feeling at that time, and if you regret what you said, or
Looks like Will's gonna hop on.
No, I don't regret any of it. Again, I don't have any problem with anything I said to that guy. That guy's a goon. I don't like that YeaRight said it was smart what he was doing. It's not smart talking shit, just running your mouth and not shutting the fuck up. There's nothing smart about that, and that's always what provokes the fight.
I'm talking about before all this happened. You know, as far as what he does, standing up with the police, with the law stuff. That's when I seen him about a year or something ago. And when he came back, it was Artie's corporate fiction. This guy, he's been on your channel, he's a troll channel, but nonetheless, I've debated him like Artie back in the day. So when that showed up, I'm like, oh, Paul, okay. And I watched him, like, oh, okay. I like what he's doing. But when I sat there, he also had this other brother on there who I came across who does really good work on knowing your standing and status in this matrix. But he moved from that, and then he started all this shit. I'm like, wait. Then he got on with Brian. So I'm like, oh, okay. And then this is where, I'm making the video to let people know, don't go over there, because that's what they're looking for. So that's all I'm saying.
Indeed, and that is the right advice, because these are nothing but hacks and frauds, and here to sell shit and make some money and get some PayPal donations, and they're not here to bring any real truth to the world or any kind of unity or any kind of change. And your whole thing about amygdala hijack, I hope you're not saying what I did was amygdala hijack, because my response was appropriate. When somebody won't shut the fuck up and is just lying and running their mouth and has no listening skills, that's when they deserve to get their ass beat. That's the world I came from, and if we still lived in that world, it'd be a better world. But part of the problem is everybody's become so soft, and they have no, there is such a thing as righteous anger. I'm frustrated because I've been here for 9 years grinding every day, bringing really important information that can unite all people, as we've proven out in the streets. And again, nobody wants to talk about it. They just want to keep sticking to their own little piece of the puzzle, regurgitating their same shit every day, and has no intention of really bringing any real change to the world. That's bullshit, and that's super frustrating. So it's not just Paul that I'm reacting to. I'm reacting to all the pieces of shit that I've had to deal with for the 9 years I've been here, who do nothing but talk shit and try to put me in a bad light and try to frame everything. I've been dealing with that nonstop more than anybody else in this community. So again, you have to be able to put yourself in other people's shoes. And for anyone who has a problem with the way I reacted to Paul, I don't give a shit. I just see them as some weak, emasculated person who doesn't have any sense of reality or understanding and just wants to judge on things they don't understand. Again, I was listening to that fat fucking slob talk about how I'll only go out there if there's a group of people behind me. That's complete bullshit. Everybody knows I'll go out there and face the whole fucking crowd by myself. How many times have I done that? So again, I don't like listening to, I gotta admit, if somebody's fat and ugly, it does trigger me. I don't like fat, ugly people. And to look at this sorry ass fucking slob run his mouth, it's going to make me talk even more shit. But that's not an amygdala hijack. That's just the way things are if you're still a man and you have testosterone running through your body, which is a rare thing at this day and age. Because again, it's a society of bitches and highly feminized women and people who are out of touch with reality. And again, people have no backbone, and people probably don't have much anger running through them because they've lost their testosterone. I'm not going to put up with that shit. And also, just listen to you, whoever you are, just be quiet for a second. Whoever you are, I don't like the way you were just talking to YeaRight about amygdala, like you were just talking shit to YeaRight. You're on his platform right now. Who are you? Nobody knows who you are. Where were you in New York? You weren't there. Where were you in Buffalo or Oklahoma City? You weren't there. You're not out doing things, but you're talking to shit to a guy who's giving you his platform. So I already just, my assumption about you from hearing you is
assumptions about me.
Huh?
What's the assumptions about me?
They're not assumptions. I was just listening to the way you were talking about YeaRight. You're like, oh yeah, it's easy to know. Yeah, we've known it for 20 years, but you don't even know how to pronounce it right. Just sound like a douchebag. Well, why are you talking like a douche to him? Did he talk shit to you?
I gave him a chance, and I gave him a chance, and hey,
yeah,
I don't need to know. I just told him I don't need to know about the whatever the hell the word is. I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? And he's using it wrong way anyway. Yeah, let's read the definition. An amygdala hijack is an emotional response that is immediate, overwhelming, and out of measure with the actual stimulus because it has triggered a much more significant emotional threat. Again, the way I reacted to Paul was not that. The way I reacted to Paul is exactly how you should react to a sorry ass motherfucker. Again, hashtag SAMF.
That's a hashtag projection.
No, he's projecting. Go back and listen. Everything he's saying is bullshit. Everything he said was bullshit. There's not one thing he said before I responded to him that was true. It was just nothing but bullshit. And then when I got off, notice what he did. He's like, see, I knew who that guy was, and that's why I wanted to play that game to trigger him. So you could see the demon inside him. It's like, that's not a demon, dude. I'm dealing with a demon. You're a fucking demon. And look at his show. It's like a bunch of old white men who are praising this young piece of trash. It's a fucking joke. It's like, whose audience is this? What a group of fucking losers tuned into this channel. So I don't give a fuck about him or his audience. It's a bunch of fucking losers who don't mean a fucking thing in the world. He's got no buzz. YeaRight's wrong to use the term buzz. That guy doesn't have a buzz. He has no one watching this fucking channel. So
Zach, he has a buzz in the sense of and going around now as popping up in people's feed. That's all I mean. I mean, it's not a good buzz. You know, a lot of it is the sovereign citizen channels that try to expose people, you know, that are standing on the rights and call them a sovereign citizen. That's where it's all coming from. So Brian saw that. 2 of his channels are suspended. He's like, oh, let me bring Paul on. You know, so.
And it doesn't make sense because, again, he doesn't have any following. He's not going to bring anything in for Brian. And Brian's just such a goon. He can't cover any of the shit that we're out there doing as he's talking this good game about building bridges and action. He can't cover any of that. But then he sees me yell at Paul and he wants to try to put me in this bad light. Again, I don't give a fuck about anyone who sees me in a bad light. I'll do the exact same thing again a million more times because I feel like exactly what I said to him was 1,000% true. So,
all right, let me say something here because I want to, because first of all, I have the, I'm not sure who the guy in the top right is, but obviously I've got mad love for YeaRight the Matrix. YeaRight the Matrix is one of the realest people you will ever meet in or outside of any movement. He's just hands down, and he'll tell you himself that I constantly harass him for advice because he's so wise. And even when I don't want to listen to him, he ends up being right. Anyways, now, I've met Zach a few times now, and when anybody gets large enough so they have even some people paying attention to them, I have a problem. The people call Brian a show, people call Zach a show. You know, me, this goes for everybody. I'm not referring to anybody in particular, but in my mind, everybody gets an open skeptical mind. So it's like the overwhelming group that person's a show, I give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, I've also spoke behind the scenes with High Impact Flip. To me, he seems like a good guy. He seems like he's trying to do right. Now, would it surprise me if one of these people ended up turning into a show? Not necessarily. Here's the thing. I think, and so Zach has been very helpful. Now, I don't agree with everything that YeaRight the Matrix says. I don't agree with everything that Zach or Ryan or anybody says, for that matter. One thing I do highly respect about Zach is he's able to get boots on the ground like I've never seen. As Zach was talking about, we had me and Chris T. Harris at 9/11 last year. This year we had over 100 people. So, and that's all because of Zach. So, big shout out to Zach. Talking about. We had me and Chris T. Harris at 9/11 last year. This year we had over 100 people. So, and that's all because of Zach. So, big shout out to Zach. Now, here's where we get to the thing, because I saw that video yesterday. I didn't even want to watch it, but luckily, me, YeaRight the Matrix, and a whole bunch of people from all over the world, we've been working behind the scenes to try to make things better ourselves. We've been working on a number of projects. One of those people is actually from Zach. So somebody in our Telegram chat says, hey, what do you guys think about this video? And so I wasn't even going to watch it, quite frankly, because I can't stand that infighting stuff, but I ended up watching that and then falling asleep to Zach's live stream. I almost called into Zach's live stream last night about this. And also another thing, by the way, have you ever seen Hidden in Plain Sight or Secrets in Plain Sight? Zach, if not, I'm going to send that to you because it talks about gematria and numerology, and it's fascinating. I've watched it like 100 times. It's from back in the day.
That's a great
No, it's a different one. It's like 3 hours and 47 seconds long. I'll text it to you later. Here's my point, because I watched the interaction between Paul and Zach, and I think that neither of them are wrong, and I think that there was someone trying to say during the conversation, hey, I don't think you guys are necessarily disagreeing. They said that a few times. And I respect Paul's part where Paul says, hey, yeah, you have to be your own man, your own leader, and you go out there. However, in my estimation, from my dealings with Zach seems to be that leader. Some of the things that people don't see behind the scenes is that the 2 times that I've met up with Zach, he's not just sitting there telling people, hey, let's do this. Hey, follow me over here. Hey, we're going to go do this. Instead, I saw Zach actually picking up people from the airport himself. I saw Zach paying money, a lot of money for other people. I saw Zach giving people rides. So that to me is a good indicator of leadership. Now, where I disagree with Paul is...
I want to say one more thing though, Will. Also, it's not like when you're out there with me, am I trying to hog the spotlight? I'm always trying to get other people to speak and do stuff.
No, you actually say, hey, Will, come get on the megaphone. And you're so nice, you say, hey, Will, you're lying, but you're saying, hey, Will's even better on the megaphone than me. But that's, you treated me with nothing but respect. Now, here's my problem with Paul. I don't have a problem with Paul. I shouldn't say I have a problem with him because I don't even know the guy. But my problem is, I don't think we should be beyond working to one another. And I didn't like that he said, oh, you're just going out there and people are whining and you're not doing anything. Now, I've gotten this criticism myself because I've held protests myself for decades. And I'm almost done with my point here, guys, and I'll shut the hell up, but I did want to make this point. I've been having protests for decades. Sometimes we get 100 people to go, sometimes we get 0 people to go, sometimes just me. However, the point is, what I would have said too is we have to be in the physical spaces because they're banning us digitally. You can't reach everybody digitally.
Absolutely.
And it's not just like, yeah, sure, you're not going to change the world with one protest, Paul, Unslaved. We know that. We know we're not going to change the world with one protest. However, every single time we go out there, we wake up people. We change minds. We get some fuck yous, some ha-ha-has, but we change minds. And as I always say, we don't even need to bring violence into this.
Hey, wait, hold on. Let me hold that.
Sure.
And it's not a protest. I don't think what we're doing is protesting. We're spreading information, understanding, knowledge, and numbers. So I don't like Paul. He was like, "Oh, protesting." Like. They kind of like lump us in with like fucking Trumpers and like all this other stupid shit. We're really not protesting. We're getting a message out. Though they could call it what it is, but it's not. We're not chanting. We're not sitting there saying the same shit. We're busting all kinds of shit down. Something that's really never been seen out in the public physical reality. You see what I'm saying? That's why it does mystify a lot of people. And it does, people do scratch their heads and their jaws drop and their eyes pop open and they look like, what the fuck is going on? Because they never seen no shit like this.
And the last point I'll make to this is, I do also admire, and Paul's right, you know, there's some groupthink people there, then there's also infiltrators that come in with the group. We understand that. However, I do like Zach's idea. I agree with Zach's idea. I've been trying to do this myself. I believe YeaRight the Matrix has been trying to do this himself for a long time. I've been trying to get all of us on the same page. At least, hey, we have, like Zach said yesterday, we have, or whenever that was recorded, we have differences, but wouldn't it be nice if we could just all peacefully stand outside the Federal Reserve we get all of Brian's fans, we get all of Jason Burmis' fans, you know, anybody that you can think of. That I don't see that being bad.
One more thing. See, when I think of coming together, it doesn't even have to be physically out. As long as you play a role collectively with your mind, whether it's your channel, whether it's making a reservation, not a reservation, but like a reservation for something. Like, okay, look, I can't do this, I can't be there, but I can do this for you. I can, you know, I got people that can do this over here. And that's another thing about actually knowing your brothers and sisters, or they like to call followers or subscribers or servants, like Paul would say, knowing them and knowing, okay, this brother over here has this, and he could sit like how Zach came to New York, they got a permit in Times Square for him. You see the reach and the power we got that we don't use, that when I actually do make videos about how powerful we truly are, they always get deleted and I lose a channel over. It's because we are so powerful that we're so fucking stupid and don't even know it. I know you know, Will, because you know, you're like me in the background, like, what the fuck? We got all this technology, all this ability to come together, and no one fucking does it. It's the craziest shit in the world. I don't understand it, but, you know, go ahead.
No, that was really my point, because it hurt me to watch that, because, like, the thing is, and then the thing is, then you go watch that juxtaposed with the live stream that Zach did. He's so calm, he's so cool, he's so collective. He's just sitting there. And if Paul would have had interaction with him there, it probably would have been better. And I think that it just sucks that we have these people like yelling at each other when we really need to be on the same page as each other. Like, I would love to. I actually afterwards I texted Brian. He didn't hit me back, but I was like, hey Brian, because I wanted to talk to him. I was gonna tell him, hey, look, man, I fucking know Zach. Zach's cool as shit. Fucking, hey, yeah.
That's how you know. That's how you know. Could there be some motive? Because for Brian to have this persona and then do that and then actually take the clip and put it on his channel.
So I also understand, like, because I'm one of those people that like can put myself in other people's shoes, right? So I mean, especially me with Gematria and some numbers, I'm learning a lot more about Gematria, but someone as skeptical as me, it takes a while to delve into it to kind of say, okay, yeah, see, these 59s pop up, 201s pop up. It takes a while, and I can obviously see how numbers would be a turn off somebody, and I can also see how, oh, you know, Brian might be like, well, you know, this could mess things up. I've got a big following. I don't want to mess things up. I get it, but Brian, and you know, we don't all have to get together behind the scenes in front of the scenes, but it's just we're all in this shit together, and you know, I don't know what Brian's motives are. I can't speak for Brian or anybody else. But it's also, you know, the last thing I'll say about that is, you know, we live in the post-January 6th world now, where you got to be careful what you say and do too. So I understand that. I don't know what
Will, that's what kills me. You see, Will, it's programming, right? There's an element of truth to what you're saying, but you just regurgitated exactly what the programming is. And one of my complaints about you is that you censor yourself so much. You're like, oh, we don't say that word on this channel. Dude, just rebuild your fucking channel. It might be a blessing in disguise if they take down your channel. You might actually
they already took down my channel.
But I mean, it might be a blessing if they keep deleting your channel. Look how many times I've been deleted. I mean, it does hurt getting deleted, but sometimes it helps you build back even more. We're all doing what they want us to do. They want us to be censored. They want us to censor ourselves. I mean, they want us to be afraid. Oh my God, we're on the surveillance page. Oh my, that's why so many people aren't coming out and doing anything. What we're showing is like, how many people are like, Zach, you go to New York, they're gonna throw you from the subway. You're not gonna make it there. You're not gonna make it back. It's like, look, all those people who had all those fears, they just watched it all happen, and they all watched themselves being proven wrong. We need to go out and do these things because look at all the things we're proving wrong. Are conspiracy people just weirdos? No, we didn't look like a group of weirdos. We look like a group of people who engage in New York City all over the town. And so us kills all these false belief stereotypes. Yeah, they can censor us all they want, but you know what? The day that the people finally, enough, it doesn't even have to be all people. The day 20% of this country wakes up to what we're talking about is the day things will change in a big way. That 20% of this country is what? That's nearly 20 million people. So imagine if we had 20 million people coming out to events, you know, in their region, not coming all at once, but if we have 20 million people in the country and you divide the country into quarters,
20,000.
I mean, that's a lot of people that could be showing up in each region if they get it and are now about it. That's going to make those other people in the 80% say, well, maybe I'm on the wrong side now. This looks like something more than all this shit I've been afraid of my whole life, which is the government and the authorities. So Mike, or I was going to call you Mike because you're fake Mike, but Will,
I just call me Mike.
Always doing that program stuff they want so much, man, and so is the whole community. And speaking of Brian, we're talking about, he's always censoring himself and saying words like frick. Personally, I don't trust.
And just to add to that, just think if everybody stayed on YouTube and stayed sharing each other's shit, like, okay, this channel went down for this, everybody would have everybody back in no time. They would have overridden whatever they were trying to do. You know, and that's the thing.
Another thing is too that we've been working on, and Zach, I'm not sure if we've gotten in touch with you about this or not. I know that I've been trying to get in touch with you about this. So what I'm doing now, and you're right, I do censor myself a little bit because I try to be more pragmatic.
You don't want your channel deleted. That's why you censor.
Well, so what I'm trying to do now is here's the plan. So I have my channel. I'm going to keep my channel, and then I also have something called PSYOP. Well, not me, but we have a thing called PSYOP, SYOP, that my buddy Nick created, .tv. So it's censorship free. I had a video about Hurricane Sandy over there that I put. So I
hope
use
you connected it with
YouTube
Handy
because
Silk.
And the reason why I don't want my channel get deleted because the
Happening
other
around the
people,
same
the old
time.
people will come back. Sure, you know what I'm saying? YeaRight, the Matrix, Zach will be there for sure. Angel Z, what up, Angel Z? King Charles, they'll be there. But our job is to reach new people. So I want to stay on YouTube. I want to get promoted in the algorithm. And then when I say, hey guys, I'm going live,
Really
I'm gonna talk some spicy stuff.
a really
I said,
good idea, but someone never take the jab said, what if we got box trucks strapped huge TVs on them and paid people to drive around and have Zach talking on the screens mad loud? LOL would be epic though. Yeah, or
link to psyop.tv or Patreon or whatever. I am on Patreon, but I'm doing shows over there. I got like $3 a month.
That is a good idea.
But yeah, I mean, I am centering myself, and yes, it's something that I have thought about, but I'm just trying to be pragmatic to reach as many people as possible.
You might reach more people if you keep getting deleted. As crazy as it might sound, it might make people be like, here's another guy's getting deleted a lot.
Shit don't work for me, but shit.
Yeah, get your channel deleted. That's a great way to get viewers.
But it's just like, I just think if we do what they want, then they're winning. That's the way I look at it.
That's for damn sure.
All right, citizens.
I got it.
Broadcast, however you say it. Why?
Yeah, getting your channel deleted is a great way to get more viewers. I agree. Great advice.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Sensing some sarcasm there.
I can tell it's sarcasm. I already know this guy's a douche.
Like, what is your okay? Why are you here? And also, the reason why Fake Mike actually came here.
Cool, dude, it's so obvious. Look at the way he was talking to you.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't work.
What's obvious, Zach?
Well, what do you?
Story last night.
I want to know what's so obvious.
But whatever he's doing, it obviously didn't work for me because I didn't get. He didn't rattle me. I'm still here.
Matrix agrees
I don't think that's what it's about, though.
amygdala hijack is low frequency behavior.
But the reality is
You wonder why people mute you because you can't let people talk.
And it's like they need to be erased, and they're not going to get erased if you're just chill about it. It's like people need to be mad about what's going on and stand up. I've told people for 9 straight years, what fuels me to do this every fucking day as I have done, that I'm fucking mad about this shit. I think that's what the movie network gets right. First, you got to get mad. You should be
mad at the shit. You're not mad at other people.
In the day, God damn it, my life has value. Will, I'm going to call you out right now. I like you a lot, and I'll stand next to you all the time and pound payment. But I'm going to call you out for the things I don't like about you, and it's fine. You can call me out too. But
sorry, I had to hit.
They need to be erased, and they're not going to get erased if you're just chill about it. It's like people need to be mad about what's going on and stand up. I've told people for 9 straight years, what fuels me to do this every fucking day as I have done, that I'm fucking mad about this shit. I think that's what the movie network gets right. First, you got to get mad. You should be
mad at the shit. You're not mad at other
everybody else
people.
at the end of the day doesn't seem that real. Will, I'm going to call you out right now. I like you a lot, and I'll stand next to you all the time and pound payment, but I'm going to call you out for the things I don't like about you, and it's fine. You can call me out too. But I think you really do care about the truth, but I also think you're too content with reality and smoking weed. And just like sometimes when you're doing like product placement and stuff, I'm just like, I don't like when people do product placement. You guys can all do what you want, but that's why I don't sell shit. Then it just, I don't vibe of like your marketing shit.
Hold on.
Everybody's out there, you have a book.
It all depends on what the product is, right? I mean, Zach's book is a product, right? I mean, so
the fuck up. I make my book free, and my book is full of life-changing fucking information. Whoever writes the 800-page book, they spent 5 years to write it, $5 out of the gate. I mean, get the fuck out of here. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I guess I do sell something.
This is YouTube's platform. It's not technically your channel. That's why they can delete it. It would be ideal to have our own platform. He's a troll, just take him off. But Zach's ego is so divisive. Zach could have 3,000 people every live stream, but the ego's too crazy. Well, the shadow banning and the censorship.
Somebody reached out to me a while ago
even
to
more
sell
crazy.
soap. I probably sold.
It's not a big deal, Will. But I'm just
I'm not selling anything. I'm not.
What was it? Soap or some product? I forget what it was.
Yeah. Some veteran company reached out to me and they were like, "Hey, it's all natural. It's American soap. It helps veterans. Portion donation." I've maybe sold 2 soaps. And I don't think, quite frankly, that's something that people attack Ryan for. I don't think there's anything wrong with selling anything. I really don't think that there's a problem with that. I mean, honestly, YouTube stole $200 from me after my first channel was demonetized. I've been fired from my jobs.
I get all that, man. I get it. I'm not trying to put you down. I get it.
One thing I want to say about you, Zach, too, is Zach. Okay, so here's a good example, right? So we're being pretty straightforward because remember that time you're like, "Yo, I want to go on America."
This is how it's supposed to be done. We come together like men and we talk it out. That's how it should always be. So go ahead.
Exactly. So yeah, Zach's criticism of me is I'm still too tied to reality and smoking weed. Yes, I'm smoking weed, but rolling a blunt right now. So you got me there. But my thing is, and please be more specific. I'm curious. I want to be better. Please be more specific with your criticism. My criticism of you, Zach, would be is like, because you were coming on a while ago, you were like, all right, let's go on Auditing America, and then the connection ended, and then you were like, yeah, I was going to tell him that like he's not doing a good job and this and that. That's not how you do it, in my opinion. You say first, you talk to me. Hear me out, and I'll let you talk, because you were going to say, yeah, I was going to tell him that you're just filming post offices and this and that. If you really wanted to tell him that, instead of going on his live to do that, you should have just been talk to me or talk to him and say, hey, can I talk to him first, behind the scenes, because it kind of just doesn't look good.
I interact with my live. That's the point of doing a live and having a chat. I mean, so
yeah, but I'm just like, what I'm saying is, okay, so let's just say instead, like I did something that you didn't like, which is fine. It's going to continue to happen, right? But instead of addressing it with me on the stream, you could, if you have my contact, just be like, hey, Will, what was up with that?
But I'm not really calling you out. I'm calling out your partner.
True, but it's like, how many people invite you on their channel and then
by the way, Will,
yeah,
what was I right about what I said about your partner?
First of all, I don't like the term partner. He's not my partner. I don't have a partner. And like I said on that stream, there are certain, like, I'm no fan of auditing post offices. You'll never see me audit.
Language is to be understood. I said I can detect that this person's a bad character. Is that person a bad character?
I'm not commenting on anybody's characters. I'm not anybody to comment on anybody's
Will, based on what I heard through the grapevine, I think I've heard that this person's very bad of character. And if that is true and you know that, but you won't call it out because you think it might hurt your YouTube channel, I don't respect that either.
No,
see, I think the world's too fucking fake. Will, let me make my point. I think the world's too fake. And that's why when I watch O'Brien and he keeps using words like, doesn't this frickin' bother you guys? And it just seems so contrived. And then he goes into the same quote he says every third or fourth video, whatever the algorithm is for how to make his manufactured video showing the news with the same lines again and again and again as he sells t-shirts. But again, it just seems so fake. And then because he has no real emotion and like he just censors himself, and it's like a Mormon missionary's at your door. Frick. Who says the word frick? Every person I've known in this world that's used the word frick is like the kind of guy that presents himself as something in front of people, but then something totally different behind the scenes. And again, that's how I feel about so many people. People are not authentic. And again, it's just a world of haters too, man. It's just like, I'm just so sick of 9 years of doing nothing but put out good, important content. And this is not hard to understand. Will, Coolio's dead yesterday on the 271st day of the year. Every headline emphasizes Gangsta's Paradise, which equals 271 in Gematria. And he's fucking dead on the 46-year anniversary of Stevie Wonder releasing the song he sampled Stevie Wonder from. Yes, and it's also he's dead at 59, which is... Exactly. This is the same shit every time. Will, this stuff's not hard to understand. So even when you just brought up Gematria, you're like, I get why people don't like numbers. We got to stop saying that shit. We don't like numbers and learning because we were in 13 years of slave school that made us hate this stuff. They made us hate things. It's all part of the programming. Everybody in America, for the most part, hates learning. They get their slave school diploma and they think they're done with learning for life. Now they just do their slave job and save enough money to have some slave fun. And this is like how all of America lives. You know, we all have holidays on the 4th and Christmas and we're grinding all year. I mean, this is America. Well, the new America's like, I can't figure out what's going on in the Twilight.
By the way, the last comment I can see is on here on my channel is Paul Unslaved is a cuck from like, God, what, a half hour ago at least? So I don't know if there's any more comments, but they're being censored and removed and shadow banned if that is the case. So
now nobody has any employees, but somehow everyone's paying the bills. I'm confused as fuck. Maybe communism already started, but
I gotta agree. I'm confused on that one too. I don't know where the fuck people get money from because nobody's working.
This is great advice.
Well, stimulus checks for one.
Throw your friends under the bus.
who are my friends that I threw under the bus?
No, trying to get Will to throw Enrique under the bus.
Well, you don't have the information I do, so there you are, the audience spectator critic.
Well, back to
Enrique?
him. He the one called Will out. That's why I had Will come on the stream because he said he's been looking for Will. I'm like, Will, what are you gonna run and dodge? You said he was running and dodging and hiding from.
Will been ducking me. Don't say you haven't been ducking me, Will.
How have I been ducking you?
It's just a joke. It's just a joke.
I was gonna say I see you in my comments pretty frequently. I don't think and I do miss comments for sure. But as I always say, I'm not ducking anybody. For the last over 15 years, I've been making protests, telling people exactly where I'm going to be throughout this country. I've been telling people where I'm going to be. So I always give my contact. Anybody that wants to yell at me, anybody that wants to send me $1 million, fakemikerealnews@gmail.com. You can send me an email. All my links are, and you can find me on all the socials at Fake Mike Real News. Fake Mike Real News. You can hunt me down if you want to.
The most fictitious, fictionally.
That wasn't true. You weren't really. He wasn't
fictitious, fake Mike the Dyke on a bike.
He just put out his all bulletin for
fake Mike the Mike Dyke the kike on a bike.
And I've been saying for a while I want to debate him about child child labor in textiles. Since I noticed
That's
that
so
he
specific.
wears a lot of brand name clothes that employ child labor, and now I see he's wearing his merch.
Well,
Maybe-
I will say this, Citizens Broadcasting Corporation, and that's a good thing, and I'd love to have that debate with you. I don't recall you saying that to me. I think I do recall you saying that actually now, like a while back.
The sexy zombie killers.
Okay, so okay, yeah, okay.
Sexy
So,
zombie killers? What the fuck?
so yeah, I mean, I grew up, and when I first started becoming an activist, I would throw on a suit and have the real mic. You know, that was my thing, to try to look professional. And then after that, I just started dressing like I wanted.
Wait, before you, this goes farther, what the fuck does that got to do with anything? Citizens Broadcast.
Well, because when you're trying to promote freedom, how can you promote freedom while
If that's the case, we would be butt
contributed to
naked.
child slavery?
Listen, wait. If that's the case, we would be butt-ass naked standing outside if we all broke down everything we got to how it's made and how
No oil. We couldn't pull anything there.
I wear
Can I ask
American
something
made
about
clothes.
clothes real quick? Okay, so just sweet lady, she's from Burma. Again, it's a poor country. It's third world country. It's a lot of places still don't even have electricity.
I already know where
they
he's
have
going.
local agriculture. They have
They
community.
make the
don't have
clothes,
much
but
of
they
anything
also
else. They live in
get
little
paid
city
for
huts.
it, and it's what
And
fuels the economy.
But one
there.
thing that they do
That's what I was gonna
have
say.
is they have the time to get threads and needles and make their own clothes, and they have really cool clothes. And even though you can't really afford much over there, like to buy a pair of Nike shoes over there, you'd have to have a good job and save up for like a whole month to afford one pair of Nike shoes. Stuff that we can afford in the U.S., they can't afford over there. But they can still afford to make their own clothes. I just imagine if we had we had a society like agricultural society, and we had time to spend with our friends and family and use our creative skills. Again, a lot of people have artistic skills. They just don't have value in our society. We could be artistic and express ourselves better and get along and have time to be around the people we're supposed to know. Again, I mean, so that's why sometimes I think Sweet Lady, she thought it was better to come over here for the American dream, but I think she realizes in some ways they had things over there that are irreplaceable. But this kind of thing you're bringing in here with the division and the provoking and, you wear these clothes that are made by slave labor. I get all that shit. In an ideal world, none of us should be doing that. But these are things almost everyone's doing, not because they want to support slave labor, but because, like YeaRight's saying, like almost all the stuff in our consumer society is from these places. And of course, all these places were made into the slave states they were after wars. And that's what we're not seeing the game. And that's why I've understood since I was 18 years old that eventually America could be the place where the war is. And then all of a sudden, it's the slave state doing the slave labor for whatever new country's the empire. We can see our role reverse with China. For years, it's been China.
And that's where
labor.
And that's where we're headed with that's where we're headed with the Belt and Road Initiative. If people are paying attention, we're headed right down that path.
Well, people tell themselves whatever they want to absolve.
What do you want in the world, troll, instigator?
Hold on,
what do you want in the world besides to critique everybody on here? What
I would love if I could.
keep it all honest.
I would love if in the world you could speak without being interrupted.
Hold on. Because you have basically went against me, people in the chat, Will,
How did I go against
Zach,
you specifically?
Zach. But you've been even in the chat before you came on, you were kind of like, doing all, you don't know big words and all. You've been insulting and like, slickly. It doesn't.
Can you see the
screen
at all? Is it shitty? Should I just
for it to be an
now,
insult.
hold on.
Here,
You
you know
can't even listen. So now I know.
Well, if you're lying about things that I say,
So
and
now,
I'm just supposed to say, I'll call you out.
So now you've went through everybody here, even people in the comments. So why are you here? What's your purpose?
Specifically, what did I say that was insulting to you? That you don't
Nothing.
know?
I'm just saying.
The word amygdala.
You've been
I even said it's
You've been
not.
shooting
I'm
low
not trying
blows.
to be.
Guy, you've been shooting low blows. So what? I don't care about that. What's your point of being here? Let's get to the point. Why are you here?
I just wanted to ask some questions. I wanted to know.
All right. Have they all been answered?
I'll
I'd love
answer.
to know
I'll
how
answer
many
the Nike
ciphers,
stuff.
Wait. Have they all? Wait. Hold on. Have they all?
9/11 speech.
Wait. Have they all been answered?
No, not at all.
What's your questions? Let's get this out of the way, and then we could kind of like clear it out and wind it down.
I'll handle the Nike thing because Nike's one of my favorite brand names. Nike and Polo, those are probably my favorite brand names. I'll be quite frank, I'm not sure about how Polo works, if they have slaves or not. The only counter to my argument, to your argument, would be obviously the one that YeaRight the Matrix said, which is, then I would have to shut this laptop down, this cell phone down. I wouldn't be able to reach people. I wouldn't be able to put gas in my car because they're controlled by the Bilderberg gas oil barons, right? But even higher than that, there's an argument to be made about Nike specifically that, one, those are they're actually better than a lot of the other jobs in that country. And secondly, don't forget that Nike stopped the state of Oregon from being taken over by a cult. So they have done some good things, and they all, like every...
Wow. So I go inside and then the Wi-Fi buffers? When I go inside, closer to the internet, closer to the router? How does that make any sense, bro? I swear, man. I can't help but feel conspiratorial sometimes about my internet connection and Wi-Fi and all that in general. It's just really strange how this shit works, man, sometimes. Let's go! Fuck. Fucking annoying, bro. Move this shit closer to the router. No reason this shit shouldn't be working perfectly fine.
One that YeaRight the Matrix said, which is, I mean, then I would have to shut this laptop down, this cell phone down. I wouldn't be able to reach people. I wouldn't be able to put gas in my car because they're controlled by the Bilderberg gas oil barons, right? But even higher than that, there's an argument to be made about Nike specifically that, one, they're actually better than a lot of the other jobs in that country. And secondly, don't forget that Nike stopped the state of Oregon from being taken over by a cult. So they have done some good things, and they all, like every good and bad corporation, they give money back, even just for good promo. So Nike's not the worst company. I wouldn't argue that all of them are. So that would be my retort.
Well,
yeah, it's tough
it doesn't mean anything to say they're not the worst.
who says they love freedom.
Anything.
And then
that doesn't make any sense. That's just, listen, hold up.
This guy's like a little teenager that thinks he's smart. It's like a 17-year-old.
No, let's hear him out. He doesn't
have, what do I sound like, Zach?
No.
Some more projection.
Get your point, Citizen Broadcast. I want to hear your retort.
It's just, you're actively using the product.
Here we go again, man. Bend Over said, best damn show I've caught in a while. Trolls are paid by YouTube to distort and cause chaos. As long as we ain't fat enough. Those corporations took advantage of the third world countries. No excuses. Close. Now he cutting you off. He doesn't get it. Delete him, please. What did I say? That was insulting, Mr. Projection. Best, what are these, dude? It's all for show and profit. I have a question. How come this guy is a cook? Why are we calling people cooks? That's all he says is projection. Show your face with the camera off. I think he means with the camera on. But yeah, why don't you show your face? I mean, you're talking in circles. We all need to prepare. Don't give this airhead any energy. This fucking shit wants to keep loading, man. Come on, bro. Dude.
This is what I deal with every fucking day. And I make videos, you guys know, when you see those people, this is what I'm talking about. This guy, on the stream right now. Yeah,
he tries to make it seem like I'm a piece of shit. Those are the most evil kind of people. And just like Mark, that's the one time worried about anyone. Our part of the church is saying, we all think they are in the whole 201 club. If you don't know about it, they died 201 days after his birthday, and 201 days after Paul's birthday. There's a lot of people on that list, including Kobe, who had the 666 workout and his career high in his most selfish game in his 666 game. But anyway, I think that I believe in trying to think Mark Passio, who Ryan and followed these videos about, they emulate the words Mark Passio. The church say the same in the Facebook community. A lot of people don't show that Facebook.
Call for an uprising as a clown. Maybe worse. Maybe a satanic show.
Why keep this troll on the street?
Hey, check it out. You know why I keep my drink? Because if he came here to like flush with me and kick him off and do all the rounds up
Yeah, Zach's super hot, man. And the citizen dude is not, you know, and
You know what? We got to reserve this energy for when we actually need it, for when we actually do got to go hands on, use weapons and be violent because something's going to be brought to us. So therefore, I'm reserving.
Well, first of all, I'm overly, that's gonna go down to when you get there and chill and I'm working on that. So, I'm willing to give a citizen broadcasting cooperative, he's in my chat all the time, and I think he just said he respected all of us, and I probably believe that, I probably do, because he's watching our videos.
Yeah, that's it.
He might be a troll too, but, okay, so my report will be done.
Troll a lot because I'm very sardonic and I try to ask the right questions. And I do have a different opinion.
Well, you don't answer any questions.
I don't answer.
Okay, so my point to you was, okay, so my report was, are they really slaves or are these better jobs than they would be getting? And have the Nike also done some good things as well? That's my report, and you report to my report.
Well, for sure, corporations will donate to charity. There's just another means of advertising, and
I agree.
It's built into their costs as well.
I agree.
Of the shoe, so the consumers ultimately paying for that charity as well as then with Nike.
wow, 50 in the chat. That's what's up.
What is the evidence of slavery that you have that connection? Because you're saying it's false. I want you to answer.
We have a list that the UN put out.
Hold on. Why are you trusting the United Nations? Take it as practical. Because if you're saying I'm freedom, and you're taking the word of the United Nations.
The UN, and there has been other people that investigated journalists. There's a documentary from out of France.
Pass the L to Zach ASAP, indeed.
Hold on, because this is how the Democratic method works. We can't move to one thing to another. So, first resource of the United Nations, we both agree that's not a good deal. So, now you're calling sources.
It depends. Like, I'd say that they're a good source on this type of information.
Why?
It doesn't paint nations in a good light.
I will pause you there. The reason the United Nations will not paint nations in the is because the United Nations has been centralizing power. They want everyone to go to the United Nations. They want to take down nation states. So of course they're not going to put nations in a good light because they want the United Nations to do better. They're going to say, oh yeah, look at these US troops. Look at these horrible Russian troops. We need the UN peacekeepers to come in. So of course they're not going to paint nation states in a good light because they want control over nation states. I mean, David Rockefeller helped build the United Nations and he brags about it in his autobiography. His son talks about it in his memoirs, in his autobiography. So obviously, I wouldn't count that as a good reason to trust the United Nations there. So what other reasons do you trust the United Nations? If not, French film documentary here.
There's the on-the-ground workers as well. I think you can make a distinction where, yes, they're going to be hiring certain people based on a psychological profile, but there's so many on-the-ground workers in countries.
Can we simplify the question quickly?
So the question is, this is the debate we're having. He thinks, how can I be for freedom when I wear clothes about like Nike and Polo? I don't know if Polo slaves. I honestly have no idea. I've never done things, but I have heard from
I have done a lot of research. It's not just the UN. There's lots of sources.
Sure. Okay. So what's the next best source?
I mean, there's lots.
Give me one. Give me the best one. You're telling me I'm wearing slaves. Wait. This is important.
If you look into these countries where these camps are, these massive work camps, I mean, like they have the police and military there to make sure people stay in and do their jobs. I mean, can you imagine working 16-hour days? Because it is real.
Okay. Let's say you're right. Secondly, let's say you're right. Let's say all the
okay, hear me out. America. Imagine having to go to a work camp and get your daily injection and your supplement and your 16-hour job while the military stands around your workforce. And you're arguing like, oh, maybe the quality of life is better. It's an insane argument.
Wait. I agree with you, Zach. I actually don't agree with my own argument. But what I'm doing here is using the Socratic method. This man is telling me that I'm wearing slave stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, anybody can just repeat what they saw, and I'm not saying this is the case with you, citizens.
Does this guy make
anybody
his
can
own
just repeat what they saw on a documentary or heard from the United Nations or FBI or saw on the news. But I want to know if there's real evidence here, because you guys would also, and I know you guys are not idiots, but you guys would be idiots to think that some of these documentaries, some of this footage, right, from some of these countries, you don't think the CIA has their hand on any of this? Now, I'm not saying there's not slave labor. I would actually argue like that.
I get all that. Yes.
Wait, I would argue like that.
So this is real. I mean, these work camps are real.
Okay, Zach. What's the best? Okay, hold on, Zach. What's the best evidence you have for these work camps?
So we ready to come on here and talk about how conditions are for workers over in that.
Okay, so that would be one person speaking out, right?
But this is
important. This is
from that part of the world.
This is what I stand for, the Socratic method. Now, I may ultimately agree or disagree with you, but it's not about the argument. It's not about whether I agree. I probably agree with you guys here. So I'll tell you what I did the other day.
Well, look at how all of these countries have been conquered by our military that make all of our clothes. These are all countries.
Okay, so you're right. Okay, so that correlation doesn't equal causation, so I'm looking for evidence. So I did this again last night. I was debating a couple people. Now, I'm not sure if we went to the moon or not, but there was a couple people in the chat yesterday on Mrs. J's channel. Shout out to Mrs. J. Everyone go like, share, and subscribe to Mrs. J. We did a great video yesterday about NASA and the asteroid and blowing it up and all that. And I said, well, you know, I don't trust NASA because they're a bunch of Masons, a bunch of Nazis, a bunch of occultists. And to me, everyone's like, well, of course we landed on the moon. A few people, of course. I was like, okay, what's your best evidence? So the first best evidence they put was that there's the laser refractors that refract off the moon. Now, as I told them, that's actually not evidence that we landed on the moon, because even if you believe the Russians, they dropped off similar things years after without having to land on the moon. So maybe we orbited the moon, but that in and of itself is not proof that we landed on the moon. So I went for an hour, and not one person was able to tell me any evidence that we went to the moon. So all I'm asking for is I want to know you guys know what you believe in. So what is the best evidence? And I'll shut up and then but we're going to take it step by step. This is the Socratic method, right? What is the best evidence that there are slave labor camps, and where are they located?
Okay, well, I think that is kind of skirting the issue. So let's just say that you are supporting slave labor. How can you reconcile loving freedom while using
I'm not sure.
vote?
I will get to that. I will answer that.
Hold on. This all boils down to intention. What's in your heart? If you think Will's putting on a clothes saying, I support child slavery, I support these corporations, I support all this.
When he gives them money, that's when he supports them.
What money?
The money that he paid for the product.
Do you think it's actually money? If you want to start breaking layers,
it's a representation of his labor. So he's laboring, and he's using that labor to support the slavery of another.
Listen, he's operating in slavery as well. We all are under the name employee. Technically slavery, but they label it as employee. That is slave. We are slaves. So what's the difference between them and us? There's jobs I've had where I've worked way the fuck harder than
the difference is they're 8 years old.
Anyone in a Nike factory, I've worked way harder. I felt like I should have been getting paid $1 million, but I wasn't.
The difference is they're 8 years old and there are nets around the factory to prevent them from committing suicide.
Hold on, this is one thing.
I'm gonna get the.
Stop. This is one thing about being blessed to have a foreign woman. Okay, they have different beliefs. And also, if you go back in time, large families were formed because they knew if we had a bigger family, we can be more productive and we can work. And guess who worked? Children that were able to physically move, whether it was 5, 6, 7 years, 8, 9, 10 years old, used to be able to actually work with the family to create something.
And then we discovered developmental psychology and knew that was a terrible thing to happen.
Whether a corporate, hold on, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay, the suffering of children doesn't matter.
It is the suffering of children. There is a suffering of children. It all depends on what faction and what level you're talking about, because you say child labor. That you're not breaking it down to the ones that
There's 80 million child slaves making products for the West.
Okay, I get that, but you still didn't understand what I said about what are we arguing here?
You're saying that children have worked in history, so it's okay for them to work today.
All right, children have worked, young children, slave labor, whatever you want to call it.
And then I say developmental psychology happens, and we know how terrible that is for a child, that they need to be playing and learning at that time. And you say it doesn't matter.
Hold on. I would also add a point of contention here. Although I do think psychology is valid in a lot of ways, keep in mind, this is not proof of anything. These developmental science psychologists, remember, there are good with the bad as well too, right? I do think it's there's a lot of BS in psychology too, right? There's the replication crisis, there's the funding, there's the fact that they've caught hoaxes, and let alone the individuals themselves who created and continue to create psychology and their ties and stuff like that too. But I do understand your point, right? Yes. Okay. But you're saying let's saying here is let's just say that let's just for the sake of argument say that Will is indeed wearing slave clothes. You made a bold claim. You said
there's hundreds of articles that you can point to.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. We've been talking for quite a while now, and the only proof you've given me is the United Nations, which I don't think is any proof, or evidence, I should say. And then secondly, you named some French documentary and you're talking about articles. Let's start with them. Let's see this evidence, because you're making a bold claim against me that I'm wearing the clothes of an 8-year-old, that an 8-year-old slave over. So you made a bold claim. And as
March
Carl,
3rd, 2020.
I'm going to shut up. I'm going to shut up in 1 second. But as Carl Sagan says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So what is your evidence? What is the best evidence that you have that I am? Because I'm not going to have a debate on you based on a false premise. The premise of your argument is that I'm not for freedom because I'm wearing clothes that were made by an 8-year-old slave. What is the best evidence that you have? What is the proof that you have that I am indeed wearing the clothes of an 8-year-old slave?
I just remembered, you can milk anything with nipples. That's a line from me.
Give me one. Just give me one. Just give me one.
Shout out to Erme V. That's a shout out. That's a reference to, what was it, Meet the Fockers or Meet the Parents, when Ben Stiller says to Robert De Niro, you can milk anything with nipples. I have nipples. Can you milk me, Greg? Greg Martha Focker?
Answer the question.
Just one, sure.
Hundreds of articles from who? Hundreds of articles from who? Hundreds of articles who? The mainstream news? The same people that lied about Jeffrey Epstein?
papersowl.com before.
Here, let me sub in because I'm sort of taking up his position. This is the one place I'm going to defend him in this stream. Okay,
what's the best evidence?
Defend me in other places. You just didn't like what I had to say at first.
Well, I didn't like how you're just being smarmy and rude when I tuned into the stream and fast forward, you were talking that shit to YeaRight. It's like, dude, I
wasn't talking any type of nothing.
Okay. Anyway, I want to argue
one thing.
I just want to say about what you're talking about with the debate, with the labor thing. Will, in the United States of America, do corporations exploit prison labor?
Yes.
Yes, they do, right?
I believe so. I haven't seen the books firsthand.
Come on, man, you believe so? You don't know. You don't understand that all sorts of corporations.
You're not understanding what I'm trying to do here. This is not, again, Zach. I'll let you talk, but this is a thought exercise. This has nothing to do. I personally believe, yes, that these corporations. But what's the evidence? I'm just showing. What's the evidence? What's the evidence that?
We're using logic, right? Since you went into the philosophy.
Yeah. So what's your evidence?
So we know that corporations exploit prison labor. Now we know that the U.S. military. This either the U.S. military uses its military and CIA all over for strategic purposes in the U.S. And you look at all these countries that our clothes labels are, and so many other products. They are countries that we have militarily dominated since the end of World War II. And we talk about Vietnam, but we were in a lot more countries than Vietnam. All the ones that are shipping all the shit to us, that's where we've been. And so you understand.
That's when a show comes in and says, militarily, that's not a word, you ass.
All these things. I just feel like this stuff, I get annoyed easily because my fuse is short because I'm just so sick of humane. It's like, why are we fucking doing this right now? No corporations and greedy, powerful interests run this world. The banks, the mega corporations, the governments with the big ass militaries. This is who runs this world. And
how am I?
End of World War II. And we talk about this stuff. I get annoyed easily because my fuse is short because I'm just so sick of humane. It's like, why are we fucking doing this right now? No corporations and greedy, powerful interests run this world. The banks, the mega corporations, the governments with the big ass militaries. This is who runs this world. And again, to me, I don't know what the point of this debate is because it almost just feels like you like Nike and some of these corporate brands.
No, Zach, you're missing the point. You're not hearing what I'm trying to say here. As I said,
time is valuable.
I understand, and that's why I'm doing this. I understand. That's why I'm doing this. I understand time is valuable because here's the thing. When somebody is a right winger or left winger and then they wake up, then they go to Alex Jones and then they're just set for life because they finally hear somebody different. My point is the Socratic method. That's why I always mention it all over again. Like I said earlier, I probably agree with the both of you on this. However, this is not about whether I agree or disagree. This is an exercise in the Socratic method. People talk, as Mark Twain said, and I'm not accusing anybody of this. I'm accusing people that, like, just in the truth movement that, instead of repeating Democrat, Republican talking points, then they just start QAnon or Alex Jones talking points. We all have to think for ourselves, right? So we can't take anything for granted. That's what the Socratic method says, right? So my point here is this. Go show me the evidence, right? I could agree with you guys, but as Mark Twain said, most of people's opinions are not. Wait, this is important. I'll let you talk.
They're even here in our own country. So if you can fathom that, you can imagine.
My bad. I don't know what happened there, but we're back. And I paused.
Fathom that, you can imagine how it is in these countries. I can
imagine a lot of things. So yes, just because there's bad things going on here doesn't mean that there's bad things going on there. That's what I'm saying. Evidence. As Mark Twain said, most people's opinions aren't worth the brass farthing. They often come at secondhand without examination. Now, Citizens Broadcasting is saying, hey, I'm a hypocrite, and I am. I'm a hypocrite in many aspects.
We're all hypocrites.
We're all hypocrites, right? But
none of us are perfect.
We all are. But this is...
Wait, hold on. Citizens Broadcast System.
We all at some point make a hypocritical statement or gesture or judgment or, so yeah, it's a good point.
Are you a hip?
Okay, I don't know what happened there. Again, it seems like connection's going in and out. Maybe
somebody out talking about freedom.
You see how easy we can get to the we see how easy we can get to the point. We're all in a fucked up situation, but yet here we compartmentalize. I can't even say the fucking word because I'm not intelligent. But we all compartmentalize all these little things that keep us fucking fighting with each other.
Exactly. Like, I have American-made shoes, but that's because there's an option.
Everyone on this panel is intelligent.
The way I see it, we all need to find our commonality. Our commonality, I think, with everyone, I don't know about the troll guy who I keep referring to as a troll, but the other three of us, our commonality is we all see the tyranny in this world and it needs to be stopped. But then we have these debates about what is actually the tyranny and how do we stop it. And those are the conversations that need to be had. Like we can use the Socratic method and bring proof and evidence and show, look, this is something we need to start doing. This is something we need to stop doing. If we all do these two things right here, it's going to have a tremendous impact. And there's things like that.
Stop supporting exploitation, and that's going to have a big effect.
That's why I agree with you. That's the one thing I like about you, troll. I agree with your argument there. I think Will is too caught up in the corporate logos. Polo and Nike are evil fucking companies that have a million posts on that from the dead models.
But Zach, look at the name on the jacket. Wow. Wow, dude. Really annoying, man.
That 9/11, the official story that they told us, cannot be true. I know that. I spent years researching it, and I know that to be true. I can debate anybody on that. I know there's also no proof for a Christian, Muslim God. There's no proof. Now, I personally believe in a God, but in the religious aspect, there's absolutely no proof yet. Contradiction. I also know that the Federal Reserve. I also know that the Federal Reserve is illegal. I know that the Federal Reserve Group is a real thing. These are things that I know. Everything else, we don't know those things. You have to find out.
Will. Even though I'm not religious myself, and I don't necessarily fully disagree with your statement, I just say, should we say that there's no proof that the Christian, or it's the same God really for all of them, all the Abrahamic religions are all tied to the same story. But maybe there is actually a way to prove that elements of their God are true if you have enough knowledge and information.
That's possible, and I'd be willing to see it upon presentation.
Well, that's why I think we shouldn't talk in definitive terms, because I think that's what alienates us too. I do it as well, but I try not to do it.
Well, I see what you're saying there, and with Christianity, you're absolutely right. I shouldn't use that because, and this goes for everything. If all of a sudden there's new evidence for 9/11, where it turns out it wasn't an inside job, I'll look at that shit too. You know what I'm saying? So I keep open skeptical mind. I shouldn't use that as Christianity as a thing. But I'm talking about hardcore facts that I can go and I can touch the Federal Reserve. I've been there many times.
November 11th is New Year's Day on the Christian Coptic calendar, and a lot of historians contend that's Jesus' real birthday. And I know what we teach about the society of Jesus in that day. People should look into this stuff.
No, it's a lot more plausible that September 11th was Jesus' birthday than December 25th.
It is because he has a summer birthday, and that's in the time of summer.
That's true.
Or January 7th. As
very device we are all
using
I will give you good news,
Citizen Broadcasting Cooperation. Because I keep an open but skeptical mind, you're not the only person that's told me. I've been a revolutionary for a long time, and I'd like to wear the shit I do. But because of that, I've been working with YeaRight, The Matrix, and others to print my own shit, to get my own stuff with no slave labor.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And it's going to be for sale soon, and so I would like to thank you for that. Now,
yeah, thank you, Will.
Well,
and the debate was about that I wanted was about the responsibility of the consumer, right, who engages in that type of behavior. Because I do think, like democracy, capitalism requires an educated actor making decisions that better their life.
That's a great comment by Hitchhiking to Mordor. Nitpicking and analyzing each other's faults is another tactic that definitely alienates us all. Indeed.
And their communities. And so when you're not making that informed choice, like you're saying, is Nike child labor? Maybe not. Do I have a responsibility with my economic vote?
A great comment from V too. You don't need evidence to know what's going on. Yeah, you just need really just a brain.
That's where my question lies.
So great. So now, so my question to you is, where do we draw the line, right? Because like you said, I could be out here with no laptop, with no cell phone, but I'm not going to reach as many people. I'll just be like the town crazy man, which I already am. So where do we draw the line here? Because I agree.
I think that we need to start manufacturing in North America again and start with semiconductors, not putting those toxic jobs off to children on the other side of the world. That we should be. We should have a manufacturing base in North America.
And how do you think the best way to do that is? What do you think we can do? Obviously, I think NAFTA and GATT were shit shows, and that would obviously help bring jobs back. But I personally am an anarchist, so what should we do? Because no matter whatever, even if it's not immediately anarchy, anything that we do that, in my opinion, steps towards freedom and away from tyranny is a good thing. And I do agree, child labor is a real problem, and I do agree we should take steps to abolish it. So let's, as Zach points out, let's talk about some solutions here.
Yeah, I'd say, big solution is to get investment domestically on these products, because there's people here that want to work.
That's why I'm all for the Belt and Road Initiative. I want it to happen because it cuts us off from them, and we got to fend for ourselves on this Alaskan tip, which might be owned by Russia all the way down to fucking Peru or wherever the hell down there. I'm all for it.
He actually wants the Belt and Road.
I want it because then we got to fend for our fucking self. And guess what? That'll bring everything back here. We'll start from the bottom and build back up. I'm all for it. I'm
YeaRight wants to build back better, man.
There's also, I think humanity is unsavable. So
yeah.
Then why are you out here?
We're just trying to.
I'm just reading the conclusions. I want to prove myself wrong. That's why you got to prove your theories wrong. So
I'm out here. You know what? I'm out here because guess what we need, guys? We need builders. So therefore, we need the old minds to build a new way to understand where not to ever fucking go again.
Right. And again, we're planting seeds, man. These could be the seeds that lead the future people in the right direction. Sometimes it takes 100 years or longer for things to be realized. So.
Much love
exactly.
to
when you ask that question, I get why you say based on what we just said, but it's like, you got to look at us, man. We're passionate about creating change. We're just frustrated because it seems like all people want to do is fight and argue and say, hey, get his ego, man. Everybody's ego.
Just like I said earlier. Now, this YouTube been around since what, 2005, 6, 7, 8? I don't remember. Yeah, but before technology, how the fuck did people get together and disseminate information and get up and create some type of
smoking cigarettes on work break?
How they did it, they came together in the physical. All this new, I'm going to be God self and I'm going to stay here and do it on my platform and wait. That shit is, where did this even, I don't even understand. I never did since I ever came to YouTube. I still don't understand it. It's just, it's crazy.
I understand the aspect because people want, I think, I could be wrong here, but I'm assuming the reason Paul is saying that is because even it's to my point, which I was saying earlier, it's like once people wake up and they find a new person, maybe it's Ben Shapiro, maybe it's Alex Jones, maybe it's QAnon, something like that. And people, he's trying to inspire people to be your own leaders. But do you think Malcolm, and again, I know there's problems with these people. I know there's heavy problems with MLK and Gandhi, but do you think no man is an island? You know what I'm saying? Gandhi wasn't marching by himself. MLK wasn't marching by himself. Yeah, I mean, Paul Enslaved could be, but I get his point because we all do need to become leaders. But at the same time, I mean, we can voluntarily work with one another. You know what I'm saying? I'm no expert on gematria, right? But I have no problem standing shoulder to shoulder with Zach about 9/11 truth, right? I mean, and one of Paul's things was saying, well, then if I go there, then if I don't like what you're saying, then I'm lumped in with you. As I've said, sometimes I agree with Zach, sometimes I don't.
But what he preaches is he preaches not being fearful, and he's not fearful of anything. But that's fear. His whole, just everything he's talking about. If you didn't watch. I know you didn't catch the first half, but I laid it all out before I even started letting anybody on here of what he is from my perspective. And, go back and watch it. I mean, that's what's going on.
That's that Paul guy. When people start talking and he sees his viewers go down, he cuts them off right away and says, you're rude in my show. That's, why do you care if people are leaving over that too? It's just like, I mean, he's worried about all the wrong things. So he might come across as wise and knowing, but he's immature.
Like I said earlier, he's a baby in his awakening. I respect where he came from. Anyone that can overcome the streets and drugs and addiction, that's a feat in its own. From seeing what I see on the streets and for him to come out of it, I get it. But he has now embodied something that is, I think he'll grow out of it. But right now he's just living in his inner child and he's got followers and he's the God and he makes them salute to him. He plays them. He pimps them.
Yeah, it's evil, man. It's gross to watch against him, that stuff.
He even says he pimps them and they don't realize it and he feeds off their energy.
And imagine that. Imagine Brian promotes this guy and tries to make me look like a bad person. What he's doing on his channel is totally gross. And have everybody call him daddy, it's gross, man. And that's ego, man. He just wants to be worshipped.
Yeah, exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, like I'm that type of person and they're cheering for him.
And then this is a disclaimer. This isn't Will, this isn't Zach, this isn't Citizen, this is me saying this. So, just in case, this is what I'm saying about him. This is not nothing to do with anybody else.
I never watched Paul Enslaved before that.
I take that.
Well, I don't know Paul enough to really speak on him, but I do think it would be a really good idea. I know Zach, I've met him a couple times, but I haven't known him for years and years and years. From my interaction with YeaRight the Matrix, he's treated me like a brother, like a son, like amazingly. And my thing is, I'm always cool with people that are cool with me until you give me a reason not to be cool with you. Everybody's not a shill until I see proof that they are a shill. But I do think, forget the truth community. We could do this in the auditing community too. Let's just do the auditing community. It's the truth and the auditing community. It overlaps. But I mean, there's well over 1 billion, 2 billion views of all the auditors combined. And, I've been trying for years just with the auditing, even before that with the truth community, but then the last few years, the auditing community too. Like shit, we got millions and hundreds of millions of subscribers between us. Fucking James Freeman's got fucking 367. Brian's got over 500,000. Fucking Sam Joaquin's got all these subscribers. We all got all these subscribers, man. We don't even have to join, like YeaRight the Matrix stuff. We don't even have to fucking meet each other all the time. You just share my video, I share your video, right? And then if something big happens, we want to fucking go. Some auditor gets arrested for
all it is just networking. These people do all this shit and worry about views and money. They don't realize if we were together, whatever their shit is, it would be 100 times more.
Oh, I gotta say this, YeaRight the Matrix, I'm sorry. This is the point I always make. The Bilderberg Group, the World Economic Forum, the Council on Foreign Relations, they're sitting there. The United Nations, they're sitting there, they're meeting, they're making decisions illegally, violently about your future. So why would it be a bad thing if me, Zach, and all the people in YeaRight the Matrix and the Truth community got together once in a while and said, hey, maybe we want to, these people are playing against us. Why don't we make some nonviolent plays against them?
Guess what? Like I always say, that's a good idea. Guess what? What I always say is all these people that come together, they don't even fucking like each other. You know what I mean? They don't like each other, but they know they have an agenda, and the agenda is us. Therefore, they come together to rule us. So how the fuck hard is it to figure out, well, fuck, we don't like each other, but we all know what the problem is. We need to come together and flip the pyramid upside down.
Well, the thing is, most people can't stand up to authority. 80% of people, if you trust the Milgram experiment,
be broke. If we were raised different people, it would be the other way around. We've been raised to obey and be obedient of authority.
So how do we snap these people out of it?
Doing what we're doing.
Just keep doing what we're doing.
Nature or nurture, I don't know.
Just keep doing
but see, Will, anytime I talk to you, I lose hope because I'm like, Will just stays so flat with this subject. He's like, I still don't get this. Dude, it's just like Coolio, just again, for the millionth fucking example of the same thing. That doesn't blow your mind the way they do that shit. And again, I'm talking about
wait, Zach, I'm going to be very honest with you and everybody watching right now. This year, I found out, besides effed up stuff with my family, I found out I had a sibling I never knew about. I also ended a 6-year relationship. I also found out that one of my best friends, and then I was homeless, living in a car with 2 other people. So I've intended to go through all of your videos, but I'm just now catching up on things, Zach. So you got to give people baby steps too, because that's the first time I publicly said all this shit, but I've been going through a lot behind the scenes this year. So last night I fell asleep to a few of your videos on replay, and I've been watching a few more this week, but you got to give me some time. Okay. So don't give up.
I get that. I appreciate you, Aaron. I appreciate you putting that out there. And I'm glad you said that because
and to add to that, me knowing Will on a personal level, being with him multiple times, spending hours and days with him, man, that guy is one of the most, I don't know how to say it. It's like a walking angel, I don't know. It's something there that you got to be around him to understand, same thing with Zach. I mean, people don't come together, or people don't know people off of the face on the camera to be in the energy to understand how people truly are, so, just to add to that, as far as Will goes, I mean, your heart, where your heart and your intentions are at. And unfortunately, it makes it to where your life is hard sometimes, Will. So, because your heart is so pure and you do have so much love that it puts you in bad situations sometimes, and that's why I like you. I look at you like a brother to me,
Likewise, man. And literally,
well, you are. I look at you. You are, just like that.
And because of you, you're heavy on this. There's a handful of other people, but you were like right at the top. Because of the shit that you helped me with this year, the shit that you taught me this year, I fucking started getting out of those situations. When I raised my vibration because what you were telling me, bro, and others, I shed those negative. And so now I'm back up. I'm working my way back up. But
and guess what?
But you know what? I will say this too.
The thing about that is I didn't do anything but reflect yourself to you. That's all I did. I'm just that mirror. That's all I do. I love you, brother. Thank you for that. But in reality is all I do is when I try to do one-on-ones like that is I just reflect you back at you through me. And I've learned that in my life. When I really change in my life is when I stopped and I listened to people. But what I did was I listened to people by reflecting myself through those words. And that changed my whole life for a very long time, So I just give that back to people because that's something I learned to better myself. And it goes back to Citizens, what he says about I'm a god of reptile. I don't gotta know all that. I understand when energy comes in my body how to deal with it. That's because, like the thumbnail that I had on here, all you do is you conquer your mind.
It's good for people who don't know to be able to identify it.
And then your mind, you actually, like Zach,
I don't see any
connect with his mind. All the shit you guys worry about, the people worry about his attitudes and this and that. I connect with his mind. I was around him. I feel his heart, his energy. I look at his work. When he was standing out, people forget when he was standing out there on the corner in the cold, all the shit he went through. Like, that was fucking crazy. And I was there, supporting, trying to show people, even in the chat, like, do you see what just happened? How could these synchronicities happen? By him being on the corner, the shit that we were witnessing firsthand was what was to come when we gather in person. The synchronicities, the crazy, the crazy shit, the emotions from other people, how they would be triggered, how some people came back and apologized, it's just.
Well, and that's the thing that you guys are bringing up too, is it doesn't, even if I didn't like Zach, it doesn't make a difference. Even if Zach was the biggest douchebag in the world,
doesn't take away.
He's still out there on 9/11, right? I mean, other people on 9/11, they were at home, they were sleeping, They were waiting. They had their hands in their pants waiting for the football game to come on, and Zach was out there in the rain on 9/11. So even if Zach was a total douchebag to me every fucking time I met him, I'd still stand out there with him because he's out there telling the fucking truth about 9/11.
And it's okay, Will. I'm not very nice to you, so I think you honestly probably do feel that way in some ways.
No. Honestly, Zach, as I said to you before,
listen real quick, though. I just want to say I'm glad what you said, though, bringing up all that stuff, because it reminds you don't know what people are dealing with. I didn't know you were dealing with all that shit, but it's also a reminder a lot of people in America are dealing with a lot of shit because we live in a really fucked up place. And again, for all the people who judge me for being angry, I've told my story a million times. I grew up in a house where pots and plans were flying, shit was getting broken, people were screaming at each other 24/7. So, I mean, I grew up around anger, but
What happens when we all come together? Guess what? We all have the same commonalities of how
we get along, right?
How we were
a common purpose.
How we were all fucked up, growing up, broken houses, broken families, all kind of shit. Like all of us, basically, we don't have any fucking family or really any friends. You know what I mean? Outside of, waking up, because we separated ourselves from that. And when we come together and we actually share our stories, we have a lot of commonalities between each other. And it's actually, some of it's pretty fucking amazing. Some people, they're like mirror what you went through, And that's why I promote coming together so much. People hate it and they down it. It's because of fear. And what I say is most people lost their mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles, wives, kids, everything. You already lost every fucking body. So you know that there's other family out there. There's spiritual family. We all talk about consciousness, vibes, understanding. Well, guess what? There's spiritual family. All right. And a lot of us know that. So what's the better way than to get out and be in the energy and say, oh my God, this person will do more than me than my family ever done. Or this person right here, he reached out to me and didn't even know what was going on and wants to help this and help. I mean, it's just what we're into. It's never been, this is all new. You know what I mean? But when we actually break it down and look at it, you got to look at it for what it is, man. So that's what I'm about,
Yeah. And Mexican Righteous, thank you everybody for being in the chat. Please share this video. Mexican Righteous with the great comment says, fighting with siblings. Honestly, guys, we're all we got. And that's another big up I'll give Zach. And Zach is saying, Will, I think you think that. I don't. Honestly, I think it takes most times that you come at me, you're not saying, hey, Will, you're lazy, you're a bad person, you're a woman beater, which I would never beat a woman. You're saying, hey, Will, freaking, you try this approach, or you're not getting this, and that's cool. That's criticism. That's constructive criticism. We need that, right? And obviously, we should do it with tact. I'm not attacking you, but we should all try to step back, like Mexican Righteous says. That's why we're all siblings. And the great thing is, I've been in activism for many years now. So I've been able to witness people come together for the first time here in Providence, Rhode Island, where for the first time and meet with like-minded people, and they fucking love it. We were having these meetings called Meetings of the Open Mind, and we'd meet like once a month. We'd all go out at a restaurant and we'd talk and we'd build and all that. And Zach's got this, and now basically the way better updated version of it across the whole country, across the whole globe. So when I went to Oklahoma City to meet Zach for the first time and his crew, it was a beautiful experience because, as YeaRight the Matrix is saying right now, like a lot of us, man, we lost people or we've been ostracized or the black sheep. And I want to thank Zach profoundly and I don't even know how much you noticed, but it was one of the most beautiful things I ever saw when we were at that little bowling alley, bar, pool table place. And just seeing everybody after, going out there for so many hours doing activism all day, everyone having a drink or relaxing, and people from all over the country who had been ostracized by their family and had no friends, and people didn't have people to talk to, people like all of us, you know what I'm saying? They were all coming together and they were meeting new people. They were networking and they were having a good time, man. And besides the activism, and I think that was extremely powerful and extremely beautiful to see people coming together like that. And so I want to thank.
And how was it? How was it on the ride home from there? Remember that ride home?
Of course I do. I mean, honestly, man, the whole vibe with everybody, man. That's why, like, it's exactly right what YeaRight the Matrix says. I mean, everybody's got a varying degree of this, but I'm just starting to try to re-heal some of the. I mean, basically, when I found out what was going on, I dedicated my life to this. I tried to talk to my family about this, and they thought I was crazy, right? And this is all I do. So when we get together, or when we have the Zoom call during the pandemic to say, hey, Will, how's it going? I'd be like, I can't talk about what I did, even if it was something cool that I would like to tell them, like, hey, mom, like not my mom, but on the other side of the family, hey, grandma, like I had 1 million views on a video, or hey, mom, I interviewed this really important person, but you can't even talk to them about that. Hey, what's going on? Hey, and so I just didn't have a relationship besides fucked up shit with my family for a really long time. And you know, even if we do or don't like each other, like it doesn't really make a difference, but there is something to be said to coming together with your tribe. That doesn't mean we all have to believe with each other or whatever, but there's nothing wrong with getting together with people, doing activism and standing together. And Mexican Right just makes another point. I think that what we could do as a solution is have a thing where we come to all the truthers and the activists and we make a 3-point program. 3 shit we can all agree on, because I mean, stop child trafficking or end illegal wars. I don't know, but I know there's 2 or even just 1 fucking thing that all truthers could come together on and say, hey, what do we agree on? We'll take it from there. And then after we change the world in that aspect, then it's a fucking WWE debate brawl off between Will and whoever's the biggest guy out there, because I'm in the heavyweight division. And then we can take it from there. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think.
I agree. Or maybe even less than 3 things, maybe 1 thing or 2 things. Like I said before, we all start doing this and we all stop doing this. I mean, if you had a massive thing where millions of people are participating in that, you could have an instant impact.
Yeah, I agree.
Everybody stop going to traffic court. Everyone stop paying.
Exactly.
Stop paying taxes.
Get out.
Stop paying insurance.
Like me in my life. I mean,
stop funding.
No one's renewing their tabs this year.
Right. Like I'm in my life where I want to go stand out in front of the public safety building. Well, not but where they go in for family court, you know, and hand people things and saying, look, this is what you do. You're going in here for the first time. Tell them, fuck no. I want to judge. Don't shut that fucking court down. You know, this is shit that I want to do on my own.
We got to do that. Yeah, right. The Matrix. Let's do that one of these days. Hell yeah. That's a great idea.
You know, I'm taking want to see the judge, you know, because I know that I've been going there for years and I'm back there again. So it's shit like that where you get to enough, you're like, you know what? I want to do something. I want to get out here. I want to do this. It doesn't matter what it is, but we got to get out. We got to get active, you know, come together, common ground. And it would be nice to do it on a platform, but we see how, you know, so.
Zach was talking about ego getting in the way of creators. And I think that creators probably have a high propensity for a bit of an ego. They want to put themselves in front of the camera, you know, exactly. That's just an example. But what's important is to know how ego manifests in behavior. And one of those ways is comparing ourselves to others. So by saying, oh, look at the content I do, but I only have, you know, 1/10 of the content that this idiot putting out nonsense has. That's maybe, while true, is an ego-based behavior, and it comes from the comparison. Yeah, and that's a product of human psychology, evolution, they would say. And we're always going to compare ourselves to others, and I do agree. Yeah, ego does come into play.
Look, you got to look at what they did. I mean, it's right in front of us. YouTube, Facebook, YouTube is going to be all about you. So
it's not WeTube, yeah.
Right, you know what I mean. So there's one of the things right there, and then you see how they put everybody in little sectors, and they even now I think they flipped the algorithms to where it's only gonna link people to those different areas. That's why coming together and bridging that fucking gap and distorting.
That's why it's so important is because the reason getting together in person, even just going out your own in person, is so important is because of that right there. YeaRight the Matrix has been banned 30-something times. Zach has been banned 20, 30-something times. I've been banned off Facebook. Even when YeaRight the Matrix died, we're in New York with Zach, We basically filmed the same. We were both like streaming at the same time. We both got a strike. I appealed and it went through, and it didn't go through his appeal. So yes, we have to. I mean, they're banning the shit out of us. We don't have a choice. What are we just going to stay in our little corner of the internet and just talk to the same people? Because we're not reaching a bunch of people.
And then to add to that, what Zach's doing, people hate it. And I always say it's a conviction. People are convicted by that. They're like, fuck. You know, this, unbeknownst to them, people call it secretly hating and this and that. I just say it just triggers something in themselves that they can't do, so they have to lash out. And instead of supporting, they got to lash out. I mean, this is a condition. This is a human condition. So they see him doing, you mean to tell me there's not one fucking thing that he did that you can say good about? You know, that's the thing that gets me. Like, how can everything be bad about?
Yeah, you could always say, well, Zach, I disagree with you here, there, and there, but what I have to give you credit on is this.
Right.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah, I mean, how can anyone deny what the fuck they saw? Like, you know, just like they mention it. So, you know, they've been watching. Oh, in New York City. You know, they watch. You know, Brian watched that shit. You know, Paul watched that shit. Come on. But
probably
they can't say nothing positive about that. Well, it's all negative. You know, that's when you got to question certain people, because how could everything be all negative? No, that person.
I call. Okay, so somebody messaged me, Jason D, who pounded pavement with me in Minneapolis. Shout out to Jason D. Had a joint rolled, and I don't want to get in trouble, but anyway, because I just remembered it's not like Washington State and Minnesota yet. But anyway, Jason D was in Brian's chat when Paul and Brian were going on, and then he messaged me and he said, hey, they were just talking about building bridges, and then 5 minutes later you came up, and then Brian denounced you, and then he said, you know, then this Paul guy kind of just went along with Brian, so I went and listened to it myself, and then it was the other day, somebody messaged and said I should tune into Paul's stream because they're talking about creating community and action. And so I tuned in, and that's what they were talking about for the brief moment. And then I asked if I could get on the stream, and they probably put me on like 10 minutes later. And then the way I talked to him at the beginning, I felt like that deserved a proper response, but it just set him off into a mode talking a whole bunch of shit. And then he said, see, I knew I could trigger that guy. You guys, I really do. I know some of you might think this is paranoid, but I'm pretty sure that almost all these people on YouTube, that there's a real commonality with how many people are on YouTube that have a background in prison. And Paul's another one of them. And again, it's hard to get a job when you get out of prison. And I'm starting to wonder, with the intelligence agencies being in so many things, are they reaching out to some of these guys because they know that they're good talkers or more intelligent than the next guy, and they have them on orders? Because I've been dealing with the same shit for 9 years straight. Everybody who has a platform or any kind of buzz, whenever they talk about me, they got to say something real bad or why I'm this kind of bad guy. And it just seems unreal. It's like, how can everybody fucking hate me and have something? And just how many, do you guys remember? YeaRight might remember when the car crashed in my house on Christmas Eve 2016, everyone who had a platform, everyone made a video saying it was a hoax, and it wasn't. And again, it's like this community has been just always attacking and trying to make me look like a bad person. At the end of the day, it's like all I ever tried to do was share information with them and say, listen, you need to talk about this because it emphasized your point. In the case of Brian, you're telling people to forget religion and government. Well, look how this knowledge shows how connected they are in these numbers of authority and how they're used ritualistically over and over in every last thing they do to us. How could you not want to know this as more knowledge to see how rigged the game is? I mean, you're playing the clip on your channel of George Carlin talking about a big club and you're not in it. Let's learn a little bit more about that club. God, it even factors in with how George Carlin died, but anyway.
Can anyone tell me what John meant here when he said TNC?
Yeah, that's
TNC,
right? Like, I got trolls. We all get trolls. It's like
Facebook, YouTube are not your platforms. Have some issues because, you have to build your,
I mean, let's just say hypothetically, which I do not agree with whatsoever, but just for the theoretical stake of the argument, let's just say Zach actually indeed hoaxed a car crash at his house. Okay, that's terrible, right? But instead of focusing on Zach, you ever heard of a bigger hoax? You ever heard of Hurricane Sandy? You ever heard of 9/11? You ever heard of the Federal Reserve Bank System? Okay, let's investigate Zach's
Hurricane Handy.
Can we have priorities first? Right?
Hurricane Handy.
Right? Like let's worry about the big things.
But people care about drama more. When I called into Paul's stream, the only super chat he got in that whole live stream was right after him and I had our altercation. That's what people want to watch. I noticed I was having a stream like a month ago where I just went on this crazy rant. I was like, I bet everyone's tuning off because I didn't even pay attention to the chat or the numbers. But then I come back and all of a sudden there's all these super chats like crazy.
Zach, why don't we start a rivalry and we'll get money and we'll fool people.
People pay for it. People would rather watch me bullshit and talk shit and donate for that than me give out a 3-hour stream with nothing but information and facts. I'll get way more donate, and I don't get on. It doesn't make me get on here because it just makes me feel wrong and icky. It's like, it makes me feel like, why am I even doing it? This is what people care about, talking shit. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
right. Drama,
and if you look at, like I said earlier in the stream before you guys came on, that's what he attracts. People who probably woke up a little bit. Now they were into like football, Saturday Night Live, reality shows. Now they fold. They stumble upon Paul. Oh, he's awake like me a little bit, and then it turns into a fucking Saturday Night Live skit every time he gets on there because it's entertaining and people escape through that way. A lot of them are drinking beers and just clowning around.
Exactly. That's why I always make the point. Entertainment's very valuable. Knowledge, you can go to a library or a used bookstore, get free knowledge. A book worth $1 million for $1.50. I mean, knowledge doesn't have a lot of value in our society. That's one of the things that has to change. It's only going to change with us getting out and doing things like we did in New York, but a lot more, and people doing it all the time, all over. I mean, that could be happening every weekend in New York, easy, if people got organized.
Yeah.
It's like that. The man who came out with his father, he's got this idea to start a dojo because he's trained in martial arts, and to get people from that community who came out in New York to come, be at the dojo and have community and learn self-defense and have to. I think it's a great idea. I mean, I think that's the future. I think then all of a sudden, like, if you have a financial problem, if you got something like the dojo and people are funding that and coming there and having community, that allows you to do the things you need to do. And it's just like when I did this shit for 5. People don't understand this. I worked here every single day for 5 years straight and never raised a penny. People are always hating on me. And then finally,
Damn, have I been live for that long?
I put it out for free or minimum donation. Again, people supported my work because they saw the way I worked my ass off for 5 years. That's what you call earned it, right? That's earned it. And again, what I taught people wasn't bullshit. Look at what so many people were peddling 9 years ago, how false it is now today. You can't say what I taught was false. 9 years ago, I was teaching about killing black men in 59. Look at yesterday. Coolio did it, 59 on a 59 day funeral on the 59th day of his age.
Crazy.
And again, and then it's on the anniversary of the song he sampled for Gangsta's Paradise, which came from Motown, established in 59. Again, this stuff's not stopping. We've been talking about the same stuff for 9 years straight. If everyone got it, they'd stop supporting in this evil. Will would probably even stop wearing Nike and Polo. And we only, I mean,
I might be able to retire and go into the jungle like I wanted to.
Look, if you're gonna wear Nike and Polo,
free.
at least buy it.
There is a freedom march every
store.
Saturday in Toronto, so.
Go to the damn department store. Like
people out and putting out knowledge information and wakes them up. I mean, and these things that get publicity, they're like the events that they want people to come out for, and
it doesn't get any publicity. I can tell you that.
It's like these freedom marches. I went on. I spent 4 days with the convoy. It was a beautiful moment in time, but. Again, it's and when we were at the race.
That's right wing shit though. That's right wing shit. They get some shit right, but they get some shit wrong. Like the Freedom March is okay, but that's right wing shit. We ain't right wing, dog.
You're right, Truth. Maybe I'll hop on the panel. I guess
they're not right wing either. The Freedom March in Toronto accepts everyone.
Okay, it accepts everyone. Everyone says they accept everyone. The liberals say they accept everyone, but like, who's leading it?
There is no leader.
Well, who's organizing it? I guarantee you spontaneous people.
A guy named Derek has a Facebook page. That's about as much leadership as there is. Everyone.
Are there any speakers? Okay, well, good. Well, well, good. And it's always good to go there, even if they are left or right wing. And this is a thing that I talked about for a long time because I've been to DC many times. I've been across this country at Black Lives Matter protests, Antifa. I've been all sorts of crazy stuff with Antifa. People throwing horse shit at me. I've been jumped by the Proud Boys. Right? After asking General Flynn a question about Q. So I've got it from both angles. And one of the things I remarked upon is it is good to support people because you know what? Maybe if those January 6ers were out there with the Black Lives Matter people, there are good parts of Black Lives Matter, right? And there's good parts of every protest, right? If they're out there saying, hey, maybe stop destroying our Constitution and stop destroying our and start killing people like crazy, maybe then those leftists would have been with them on January 6th, and maybe then it would have been peaceful. And I'll tell you what, the mainstream news wouldn't have, of course it wouldn't have been peaceful. There'd always be like little acts of violence. But I mean, if you go to these protests and you say, hey, yeah, you know, you just go there, you support them on things that you do agree with, and then you can, once you build their friendship and trust, you can say, well, have you ever thought about it this way?
Absolutely.
Are you insinuating that I should hop on the panel at Truth Vibration Podcast? Vibrator? Vibrator? Question mark. LOL.
There is a lot of conversation going on, and you know, me being me, I don't agree with anyone. So, you know, people there at the Freedom March are more apt to defend their position than the average person that I speak to on the street. You know, like if I talk to someone and I just give devil's advocate, that's it. I don't want to hear any more. This conversation's over. That's how it is here in Toronto for most of the people that I talk to. But at the Freedom March, it's a little different. You know, they'll sit and listen and give their piece, and so it seems like, yeah, it really is a forum for discussion as much as it is a protest as well.
Well, I mean, that sounds good. And if it's a small local thing and one guy trying to champion it, I respect that. At first, you brought up as something they like promote in the paper and the news, but
yeah, no mainstream coverage at all.
Yeah, they have
like all the freedom stuff here in Canada. James Pop has never been on.
They have that here in Rochester. You know, I hang out with the nurses, and you know, I go to some of their things sometimes. I've hung out with some local, you know, activists here doing work. I've been to school board meetings and see shit going on here locally, and the news never comes out. You know, the local news never covers that shit. You know, all these nurses getting fired and shit out there protesting every day. News would come out, they would just, you know, air a little bit, but you know, I mean, it is. It's a crazy.
Yeah, they'll find one person with a criminal record and label them a white supremacist.
Yeah, they do that.
If they're native or whatever. At least that's the way it is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and John Bryan in the chat says nothing about BLM is good when it's funded by Nazis and Marxists. No, I disagree because we've had qualified immunity abolished in a few places, and we have had the lessening of police in a lot of places. So that is a good thing.
The person who just said that to you, it's an absolute statement. Pretty much anytime you make an absolute statement, you're automatically going to lose the argument because you've set yourself up for instant failure, because all things are good and bad. You can't bait people into an evil movement if there's nothing good in there. Everything that entices us pretty much to do the wrong thing in this world, we were baited into it for something that we saw a good in it, and then we got manipulated. I mean, it's,
right.
Things are.
Right. They're here locally. You know, I was out there at the BLM protest, and there is good. These people do believe in what they're doing. But is there agenda mixed in there? Absolutely. You know?
And again, keep in mind that these aren't, a lot of people think, oh, Antifa's the enemy, Proud Boys the enemy, Black Lives Matter the enemy. Well, you know what? Even like I said, maybe they're not out there protesting 9/11, but they believe in a cause so wholeheartedly, even if it's maybe wrong, that they're out there taking their time to express how they feel. Now, as annoying as some of these protesters may be, those people still could be at home playing video games. They could still be doing something. So those are like they're easier converts for us because, you know what? You could say a lot of shit about somebody, but hey, at least they're fucking out there.
Here, let me tell you exactly how it is with dealing with Antifa and Black Lives Matter. The day I got bear sprayed in the face by Antifa, things were going relatively well. I went out there to give out free copies of my book. They were in the national news because they had PALs shut down because of their protest at Andy No's book. And I could tell one person in the Antifa crowd who for sure was not part of the federal operation that it overall is. And who knows how many people are sucked in, but he was young and he was listening and he was asking good questions. And then one of the ones who, the person who ended up bear spraying me, started, you know, screaming that I need to put a mask on and shut up. And but again, you just said there are people in that group who can be reached. Yes, there are, but there's something really wrong with it. It's just like I got the Seattle cop to admit on camera that.
Well, I mean, it's a deeper aspect to that too. I mean, a lot of people don't want to understand the reality we're in, but these people are under sorcery and magic. I've seen them doing rituals. I understand the rituals. I see them doing the chants. I see them burning the stage. These people are under heavy mind control. I've watched police officers sit there with a blank stare in the face, get spit in the face, and not do anything. I'm like, this shit isn't normal. I've literally been out there watching this shit, man.
I could do that.
The weird ass energy. These motherfuckers, I would leave there and I would be literally drained because it's some type of energy that is out here that they're using. Even the leaders of BLM, which is LGBT, have admitted to witchcraft, sorcery. So these people do these things. They are on these things. In Buffalo, when we were in Buffalo, the one lady was doing some weird ass fucking ritual there before the church people came. I don't know if you saw that, Zach. You remember?
New York, before we went to the bookstore, that girl that came up and started messing with the youngest person there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm talking about in Buffalo, the woman in white was doing some type of, I don't know. And then BLM, they had the BLM signs there. You know, it's on your stream, I'm pretty sure. But I mean, this shit is real. These people do this stuff, you know, and Antifa does not mix with BLM. I've sat there, recorded it. They barely talk. They don't even talk to each other, and they're in groups. And I honestly think that Antifa are white supremacist Nazis, and they see this as an opportunity to be that in front of there and at the same time make black folks look bad. I mean, it's just my opinion, but I see it. You know, I seen their honeycomb hideout here in the BLM protest. It's all white folks. All right, not to put race in it, but it is what it is.
It's true. Most of the BLM protests are a bunch of white kids.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean,
but here again, I want to remind people what happened to me at Pals, because you had probably a group of like 15 to 20 Antifa there on the corner. And when we first got there, there were two Black Lives Matter protesters in the group, a guy and a younger girl. And, you know, a guy was good size. He's probably about 6'3", 6'4", strong guy. And him and I were joking around because he was making fun of my jeans and saying my jeans were out of fashion. And he's if you've seen the video where all this happened, he's the same guy that brought his boxing gloves. But so who showed up on the scene was another Black Lives Matter protester. And right when he showed up, one of the people who came out to pound pavement with us, who just happened to be the tallest person in the group, so maybe the most identifiable, Antifa started screaming that he called the Black Lives Matter protesters the N-word, right? And he didn't say anything like that. I was just talking to him, and Antifa was kind of heckling him, and he was like, oh, man, we just came here to share knowledge with you guys and free books and talk about things. But then the guy who just shown up for Black Lives Matter, who was like a defensive end, he's also 6'3", 6'4", probably weighed close to 300 pounds, big guy. He immediately goes in to attack the big tall guy, and I stood between him and tried to get him to calm down, but it was also coordinating. Again, all this stuff happened between Antifa and Black Lives Matter right after this guy showed up, who was the fighter and the mauler. And again, just a total setup, just all of a sudden accusing this guy like a mob mentality. He said this word and he didn't say it. And I could tell that I got the big guy who's like a defense and to stop and think for a second, but then he was like, get out of my way, I'm gonna beat your ass knee, throwing me out of the way. But then they jumped in on the big guy, and then I tried to go in again. Anyway, the whole scene was a mess, but it was such a scene. And then Andy No, his film team, was recording the whole thing across the street. And again, it was a national news story about Andy No's being protested at the Pals. And I told him I'm going to go down there and do. I'm going to go educate them about this knowledge, how they can see how they're being.
I remember that, and I believe that it was a setup.
It was a setup, but that's what I'm saying. You can see that they work together too. Some of these Black Lives Matter protesters and Antifa, they're like agents.
Oh yeah, they work hand in hand. I mean, they set the diversions off.
And Andy Knows publicizing his book while I'm still blinded out on I couldn't see for like over an hour. And this guy's already got a video up saying a fight broke out over his book. It's like, man, fuck this guy.
He probably, hand in hand with him. A lot of people say that he is part of it.
Educate about how Antifa and Andy No lined up perfect for the day. That was the big national news story. So that's exactly what I showed him, how you guys are all being used by the same thing. So that's why I got bear sprayed in the face. That's why they set up that thing to make all that happen, man. Because we are there converting like at least the one young guy who was really into it. So
I will say there's been some alleged Antifa attacks on the Toronto Freedom Marches as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't witness it myself.
The Antifa tried to infiltrate. Antifa tried to infiltrate the trucker convoy. They tried to infiltrate there, easily weeded out and spotted out. But yeah, I mean, this is what they do, man. I mean, it's
keep in mind too, always we're talking about Antifa, and a lot of people go crazy about Antifa and Black Lives Matter and all the destruction they've caused. But their protests have only caused like maybe less than 5 deaths, whereas the police kill anywhere from 3 to 7 people every single day. They kill the Constitution.
They've created a lot of misery and violence and destruction. So I mean, they're a horrible group that deserves to be exterminated. Like here's the difference between Will and I. To me, it would have been fair after what happened to me to roll up on Antifa and lay him out with the assault rifles, and that would have been a thing that's 100% correct in the world that just made the world a better place. And that's where my mentality comes from. And people can disagree with that all they want, but I think the reason we're in such a shitty place is because there is no physical accountability. And I always say there's a reason the Creator made it so.
We there still?
You totally disagree, but that is my mentality, and I think there's a lot of truth to it. So.
I mean, for me, yeah, in a world where, you know, hey, that's high prop, but we got to look at where we're at. You know, it's nothing we could really. I mean, we'll take ourselves out of the game. It's just that's all. I mean, we all probably would feel like that. Would, you know, there's things I would wish about psychopaths in power that would happen, but in reality, is, you know, we got to look at, you know, the situation we're in. We can't do that, you know.
In the Wild West, people check themselves. I'll just leave it with that closing message. All right, guys.
Yeah, that was
stream. Appreciate it.
All right. Yep.
Peace, Zach.
So yeah, this was a longer stream than I intended to be. Probably the longest one I've ever did, and it's on 4/14, which is shout out to the Aries birthday. That's 4/14. That's my birthday. So. But I appreciate you, Will, and citizens. And it's better, you know, people understand who you are and your position. I mean, you know, now going forward, you know, because, you know, that's what we got to get, an understanding, you know.
Thanks, YeaRight, for having me on. Thanks to Zach and Will. It's cool talking to you, Will, after, you know, watching your channel for so many years, even the first channel. So.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
You know, it's up there with interviewing Blind Justice and being on Adam Kokesh, Adam versus the Man. So,
oh my God,
we're all linked together in some way, you know. Energy wise, we're all linked up somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. But yeah. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So.
And again, you know, I have a differing opinion than people.
We all got it. This is what we're supposed to have.
I hope it's rooted in truth as much as it can be.
This is life. We're all supposed to have different thoughts, views, and opinions. That's the beauty of being free in this universe, because we're all in one verse in a unit, you know, and that's what we are. So we're not supposed to have the same, but common ground, understanding, love. And that's what it is, you know.
And I would love to know how many ciphers.
Oh man, you had a couple hours.
Yeah, no, I asked, but there's more important things to talk about, I guess.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm gonna get up off here.
Bye, guys.
Peace.
And it's much appreciated, Will. Thanks for sharing all your you know, sharing your energy, your heart with us, and you know, always beautiful. Can't wait till the next one.
Talk to you soon.
We got to set up the round table. So, everybody dropped off. All right, guys, I'm off here. This is way longer than I wanted to go, but I'm gonna end it with this. This is how I started it, guys. Is stay clear of, you know, them dudes. Paul Unslaved and, you know, Brian, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for energy, you know, whether good or bad, they're looking for it. You know, they're harvesting. And, yeah. So, definitely was dope. Thanks, Sean Xander. I know I saw your comment.
Much love, YeaRight.
Yeah, just don't even bother. They're waiting. They're like sharks in the water.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
You know, they won't come. They won't come over this way. They'll stay in their realms. You know, they'll stay in their realms. I mean, because they can control their platform. They share. So they're hard with us.
I'm going back.
You got to set up the round table.
That's even more.
All right, guys, I'm off here.
Wait. What?
I'm ending with this. How I started it, guys, is stay clear of them dudes, Paul Unslaved and Brian, because that's what they're looking for. They're looking for energy. Whether good or bad, they're looking for it. They're harvesting, and yeah. So definitely was thanks, Sean. I know I saw your comment. Yeah, just don't even bother. They're waiting. They're like sharks in the water. They're waiting. They won't come over this way. They'll stay in their realm.
I believe both man and God play their part.
They'll stay in their realms. I mean, because they can control their platform. They have their people, so they'll just stay over there. We go on any damn thing. We don't care. And that says even more. We'll go on anything. We don't give a shit. Yeah. So
I believe God.
Can only come where invited. Yeah. What was the question? I don't decipher this. Yeah, they are definitely vampires, and like I said, it'll grow old. That's that.
I believe both man and God play their part during these sacrificial months. It goes in waves, and animals start dying. It revolves around number synchronization and no coincidences. All these organists paid opposition to cause more division and civil war. Your good cuts are passionate. That's all that matters. Indeed.
He knows what he's doing. You see him switch the game up, trying to talk more, more serious. Just switch it up. Maybe you'll probably see this video. He'll switch it up. Because you can only be like that so long. I mean, it's like, wow, this is, what's being pushed. Entertainment, man. The new reality. So, But peace and love, guys. I'm out of here. Oh, wait. What am I thinking? I gotta end it with a song. So, end with a beat. So, this isn't purple beats, just a beat. So, we'll rock out with this beat.
The world is a strange place indeed, Bob.
I'm here. Phone's always dying.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
If anybody's in Florida, a lot of damage in Florida.
We're good down here in South Florida for the most part. Southeast, anyway.
Why it's not coming up?
Well, I don't know about by the beach, but
Coming up.
back with another
I hope
video.
y'all safe. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I might switch over to the laptop and do a little stream. In a minute here.
But yeah, I hope you guys are safe. A lot of damage. It's going to be ripping up to Georgia. It's going to be ripping up to Georgia, Carolinas, Virginia. So be careful.
I'm at the gym, so I listen to most of this. Yeah, I listen to the whole stream. I never do that, but well, rarely. I mean, shoot, I watched pretty much all of TFR last night. But men seem to get along and shake hands in the end. Yeah, indeed, real men do. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Knowledge 2020, Cuts One, Truth Vibration Podcast, Wicked Future. YeaRight, The Matrix, Zach, Chamacha Fake News, John Bryan, Bamboo Soldier, Angel Z, Charmed One. Chamacha has dozens of ciphers or hundreds, so drawing from a pool so deep can bring anything together. Let's see what Wicked Future said. I'm curious. John said it was something really good. Navigate through this process called the Matrix with intent on making your life better. I would say on this process called life, within the Matrix with intent on making your life better. And the Matrix. If possible, right? But yeah. Going insane in the membrane of my brain. Don't really want to change. Going hard because I can't. Whipping up that cane in the pain. Don't really think that I want to do anything. But I do. Looks like Kinfolk went live. Truth is stranger than fiction went live. Damn, dude. Look at Kinfolk's video, man. Wow. Wow. 24,000 views in less than 24 hours. Basically got, wow, some good traction, man. Clickbait in a lot of ways. But I mean, you know, what is Kinfolk doing that you know, Simple Truth isn't? For him to have both dropped this video about 15, 16 hours ago, Kinfolk's got 24,000. Simple Truth's got 3,000. Simple Truth's stream is well over an hour. You know, Kinfolk's is just under 20 minutes. Does that have something to do with it? Maybe. You know, people want to watch, people don't want to watch an hour plus stream, you know, on Coolio, but maybe they'll watch a 20-minute video. You know, maybe a catchier headline: murder by numbers, rapper Coolio sacrificed, in all caps, for exposing, in all caps, the music industry. I mean, you know, catchy titles and thumbnails too, you know. So Arthur just used a picture for his thumbnail. You know, Kinfolk's got a nice edited, you know, with the murder by numbers in the corner, the, you know, Illuminati pyramid right here. An interesting picture, I would definitely say, that I've never seen of Coolio looking like a whole, man, what am I thinking of? That creature from some movie, a little cartoon character, I don't even remember. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna probably go live on the laptop. I want to test out the Streamlab capability with the with a panel, you know. So hop on over, and I'm gonna try to do a panel. Let's just see though, out of curiosity. Just love everyone. Hop on my panel. And hello, if you wish. Nutch love, fam. Whoops. I'll know what I meant. Yeah, let's see what the frick Paul's talking about. Agent Paul, spreading, pounding, coming together.
I might have just beat everyone out, because on my screen here, it says everyone has left. Once they started really...
There's Moose. And again, I haven't really watched the whole...
Professing my love for you, Larry.
Stream.
It was almost as
Disciple of the Messiah in the house. Shout out to him.
So I'm going to not do that anymore. I'll continue to do that, but in private, not in the public. So my father is.
I will say one thing I'm guilty of.
He's making jokes.
Always
in the way that he does.
Whenever I remember to, I always hit the like immediately as soon as I think to, on, you know, Zach's videos, on YeaRight's videos, on Cut's videos, Truth Vibrations videos, but I don't know where Paul is at, you know, lately. I don't know where he's at. So,
Larry and Curly, right?
And I haven't been.
I don't know what, you know, that he thinks that's funny. I don't. I think that
I've been on and off following him, mostly off, seeing what he's up to for the last couple of years. Mostly off again. So
attend the first semester Connecticut School of Broadcasting, because they would have had some better material.
Let me just go back and see if there's any.
So, is there anything else that you
this guy's
would
name's
like
Zach.
to give us? Because again, this is it's a bit much, right? It's a bit much. I didn't expect you to be back here. I didn't expect you to be this fired up and animated and holding me accountable.
All I wanted to do was you and I to get together to distribute some flyers in California. What's wrong with that?
Here we go. Yep. Looks like we got some trolling going on here.
I don't get it.
Let's see how this stream starts,
God
actually.
of all media, you know.
They've zeroed out, let everyone know who.
I'm probably not even like bother looking at this for very long at all. Maybe a few minutes, but just want to see what kind of goofery was going on here.
The action-packed broadcast here today. A lot of movements, Moose. A lot of movements in the truther movement. I'm shaking things up. They're saying I'm an agent. They're saying I'm a Mason. I'm a plant. I'm here to divide and disrupt the truth community and tear it all apart. So I'm going to tease it a little bit. Then I'm going to go over to you here today. We're going to finally come out, Bruce. We're going to finally come out. I'm going to show everyone out there the work I've been doing with the agency. Okay, different Masonic lodges. Yeah, I think it's about time. We just come on out, let everyone know what we are, what we're really about.
Just trolling, man. Really, it's just
show some pictures and screenshots.
100%.
Oh, their channel begging for money, begging you for money behind the scenes because I play
100%
begging
goof.
to have access when they can't have access, they ban you.
You know, it's good to joke and you know and make the truth a little more palatable for some, and you know and laughter's the best medicine, all that. But you know, there are times when we got to get fucking serious, man. We got to get serious, man. You can't just always be goofy. And this is coming from a goofball, man. You know, we gotta, you know, there's a time and place for everything.
They've zeroed in on you. You're the problem. You did it all, and you must be stopped. So I'm going to turn it over to you for a second. Go ahead, go down the list. Give us everything that you got. Tell us the latest breaking development.
Good morning, folks. Thank you, Paul, again for letting me up here. Yeah, I just got to say, guys, this morning I was going to my usual channels. YeaRight, The Matrix. Harmful content wasn't part of this. He didn't block me, but touch one, and even Zachariah. I went back to see if he would redeem himself. Full content wasn't part of this. He didn't block me, but touch one, and even Zachariah. I went back to see if he would redeem himself. And in every one of these channels, I have been silenced. But in the process of being silenced, it was defending our position. And the only thing I was doing is spreading love. I wasn't spreading hate. But we have people like this guy, Touch One, out there, and he's out there saying that you're a dead rat. I'm a dead rat. We're all dead rats. I just don't understand what his infatuation with rats is when he's the one who scurries away like one. I don't want to be too long-winded up here, folks, but really, I mean, when they're talking about censorship and then they turn around and censor me in their channel and tell me, you know, they sit there and talk about us, and then we can't even defend
No offense, Moose, but you don't have a channel, man. I checked your channel out. You don't have content.
If you want to call it a team, it's not a team, but it's a panel of individuals who stand for what is right and what is true, and together we co-create. If you want to be part of that, you have to learn to be one of us. Be yourself, but you have to learn to co-create and not be dependent. These guys are dependent.
Be one of us.
Paul, and that's all I can say right now.
That was the most contradictory thing ever, man. Be one of us. Be yourself. Black is white. White is blue.
This is the loop we find ourselves in, right? It's the same kind of folks with the same kind of rap, doing the same kind of thing, and when you put them on the spot, they act.
You know, I got this in quick speed. You know, I'm just showing now, you know, both sides.
These folks will turn on you. They will. Try to have you deplatformed. They will turn in reports on you while they're begging you and others for standing, resentment, and money, right? So let's go ahead and show it, right? Because they say, you're only here, right? Zachary Hubbard went on the channel last night. The content is god-awful. I can't imagine that folks watch it. That's not me hating. Again, God bless him. He's got 8 to 10,000, whatever it is, Patreon viewers. He's making a cool, whatever it is, 20, 30 grand a month. That's why he's got so much money to come around and try to offer and influence folks like me and Brian. And what's it going to cost to get you there? Your soul. Your soul. You don't have enough money to get me there. I won't speak for Brian. I'll speak for me. You don't have enough money to get me there because, again, that's the value in your world, right? Money represents, basically, fiat currency represents a form of value for exchange in my world. But it's not the truest value, right? So you folks can continue.
Yeah, I don't. It's just this isn't even worth my time. Like the waiting for it to load, especially and all that. But in general,
Other people out there telling them you're going to save the world and you're just here for the people as you keep coming on every platform trying to get viewers over to you. As you keep, hold on, let me just show you. Let's hear what it looks like.
Here's the Paul Unslaved is your daddy person who's been in many chats on you know, on Paul's channel, on Zach's channel, I think, or YeaRight's or something. I can't remember, or maybe it was Truth Vibration, or I can't remember who, or Cuts.
He went to back to the chat going to say that I'm an agent, right? Maybe they picked me up when I was arrested. So here's Cuts One, lost his mind yesterday, shaking on the side of the mountain, screaming at me. I'm the reason for everything bad. I'm destroying the truth community. It's not their own thoughts, emotions, and actions, and lack of principles and value system and discipline, right? No, it's me. I'm doing it because I'm showing them for who and what they are, and they don't like it, and neither does anyone else. Paul owes me money. for posting that clip of me. So there he is on another channel. The Moose was kind enough to get that over to me, right, to kind of show the rest of us what this is all really about, right? It's not really about spreading truth. It's not really about spreading, pounding, and coming together, right? Zachary says, spread awareness, pound the pavement, and come together. It's not really about spreading, pounding, and coming together. These folks don't really love me. They don't really love truth. It's about money. They want more viewers and money. They want more power.
Dude, you're after it too. Sad to say, everyone's, you know, after it to a degree. And again, I wouldn't say I am. I mean, I haven't worked in so long, broke as a joke, but hey, got a little money saved, but I'm not meaning to show the one eye there, my bad.
So Cuts one wants money because I showed him losing his mind on my channel. No, that's not how that works.
Good Lord.
I don't owe you money.
Sorry about the terrible quality streams, as usual.
Your mind and creating an entertaining and informative experience off of that. So here's Mr. Zachary again. I knew nothing about him until he came here. I finally went over there last night, check out what he's about, and
let's hear the shit talk. The unnecessary.
Where is it here? We have it. We have it. Oh yeah, there's what it's all really about, right? Make sure you go over, join the Patreon, right? It's only $5 a month, right? To hear this guy sit around and connect numbers and dots that aren't there and complain about how the rest of us aren't getting active. And we're just a bunch of
this dude doesn't know shit. I can't believe I
guess
I'm done. You know, I'm just done with Paul. I mean, I already have been for a day or two, but
keep subscribing.
it's unfortunate when people come from a place of ignorance, man.
Their mind works the same way, because they're seeing representation of what you really want to do.
Especially when they have so much intellect in other areas.
I have no problem with that. I don't want to stop people from eating. I just think it's laughable when these folks go around town telling everyone their brothers who actually are doing things and sacrificing and dealing with consequences. That we're not doing anything. They're doing all the good work. They're working day and night at pleasing everybody because they're really part of the truth movement. They stand for helping people and saving lives, of course. So this world is pathetic. The majority of these folks are pathetic. Their disingenuousness leads to every interaction. You push their button, they go deeper, and there's an empty seat there that just wants more money, more power, more status, more control, more recognition. Right? They want to be on the mainstream media news, saving the world. Bless their hearts. So what else do we have here? Let's see.
Yo, whatever happened to Freedom Seeds, man? Like, Freedom Seeds.
Man,
what happened to him, dog? He really did go off grid, I think. I think that's really what happened.
Please see your beautiful like and comments at the top. We can lay our eyes on you.
What's up, man? Just drop it.
There we go. There we go. No, that's okay, Thomas. We like to see you in the best, high visibility vest. That is some A1 PPE. Okay, the man is protected and safe. He's strapped in, belted. All the policies and codes are being followed. And boy, does that give me the warm and fuzzy comment. So go ahead. What's your comment on the truth movement, Thomas? If you don't
this is the most ridiculous video ever, man.
What's your thoughts on the truth
this person trying to expose Zachary Hubbard Greenblatt and backing up a call for an uprising, or maybe it was a call for an uprising's video that got uploaded to another. It's just so, man.
Like you were saying before, it's not proving up, especially with these people that
That's another thing that's kept me around Zach and his channel for so long is, man, no one has ever, I mean, well, as far as his work, maybe, you know, on a couple occasions, some mistakes, blunders on, you know, character, you know, poor judgment, whatever. But other than some minor, you know, mistakes that have nothing to do with, you know, his work and whatnot, no one's ever been able to, you know, debunk, you know, or expose or whatever. The work, man. The work's undeniable. It's truly undeniable. By the way, shout out to Truly Undeniable. I see that handle a lot in the chat.
Trapping, feeding on trolls, exposing them, and then starting the process all over again. We take the end trail of the last troll that we just had on, we put that back on the hook, and we cast out again.
What was I trying to find?
I don't think but we're learning a lot. We're learning a lot about the folks around us. Like Moose said, wow, I never could have. He didn't really. Moose didn't know what I was going to do. He gets in touch with these folks from time to time where they know him, and he said.
But yeah, it's crazy. I've been streaming for coming up on 4 hours and 20 minutes. That'd be so funny if it's 4:20. No, it's not. It's not even 3:20. Look at one of my things I have saved under my AI Transtopia tab. The Vex map on the Nextdoor website. Nextdoorvwordmap.com. When I say V-word, you know what I mean. But yeah, Nextdoorvmap.com. It kind of sounds like VMAT, like the VMAT2 gene. Are you Zach? Oh God. Oh God. Oh no. Truth vibrator turned into a troll. Ignorance is being ignorant about their ignorance.
Even though 3/4 of the folks behind me ain't going to do what I've done.
I'm gonna go live and edit episode 10.
That was you, Thomas.
Sorry, they're spending their time bitching that you're not paying attention to them. They're out there doing all this
I'm
work,
a shill.
doing information.
Yo, look, man, I'm a shill too, so it's all good. I mean, we're all shills out here, you know, just shilling it up, you know, shilling it up with our 100 and whatever subscribers. Or you got over 200 now, so you got me beat. But
Spread pound come together. What do you think about that as far as an activist campaign? Maybe I was off. I came back with
spread pound come together. It's just so stupid, dude. It's so just like, what's the word? Just sophomoric, man. Just so elementary, like stupid, just high school level bullshit, man. Just truly, you know, it's just troll activity, man.
Is that what these folks are actually looking for? Should I just be a part of it, regardless of who they are, how they think, how they present, and what they actually do or don't do?
Should call it truth trolling. You know, I mean,
Definitely want to spread pound to come. So I think spreading awareness might be helpful, but I don't know how you would spread awareness. I mean, that's something that comes from the inside. So
defund Paul Unslaved. Hashtag defund Paul Unslaved.
You're bending them over and spreading them.
Oh, Thomas, I got stopped there. So you're being this is how you got put backstage yesterday. We never said anything like that. We never said that. We never said anything about.
Shay, I'm wondering if I could help join the flyer.
Oh, we got it because we don't do that. That's frowned upon.
I'm wondering if I could help join the flyer pass out crew. So crew, I'm a really good spreader. I spread very well if that's a possibility. Oh my God, so dumb, dude. Yeah, it's turned into. I'm telling you, I've seen the progression over the first. But before this happened with the Zach Paul bullshit, the frequency, whatever, the subject matter, the tune, what they were tuned to was just totally different. Now it's just turned into a complete troll campaign. Not even just against Zach, just in general, just troll. It just, man. Again, it's good to have comedy and there definitely needs to be laughter's the best medicine and you know, definitely needs to be humor and comedy in the group consciousness and all that, but I mean, it's just a whole nother level of just nonsense, man.
I don't get banned, and of course I am a non-binary, overly queer gender activist, and I can't let you do that. So I put the link down there again. Thomas, would you like to?
It's funny until it's not, you know, until it's beating a dead horse. I'm not getting anywhere.
We've only been here, I think, a little over a year, at least doing the live.
Donnie Q Chimp will save us all. Trust the plan. You know, and I have to call you. I got to call out Truth Vibration and King Richard for not seeing the obvious. You know, that they were trolling Q. All you had to do was really just look at maybe a few thumbnails. So that's one of the great, you know, one of the only, well, at this point, the only one of, if not the only good thing now that they're putting out is continuing to troll Q. But
when he was in the system, when they locked me up, they kicked me up, right? They brought me into the fold.
All right, I'm gonna go fast forward. I just want to go to this part.
Go ahead and say it. I'm not even gonna ask you. I'm coming right out right now.
Where they're getting on Zach, where this guy's pretending to be Zach or whatever. I don't know what he's got going on.
So let me go ahead and show you, Thomas, what I've been up to. What I've been up to this whole time. I am in fact 33rd degree Master Mason, Thomas. There's the imagery right there. This is gonna come as a shock to a lot of folks.
He literally edited this pic and everything.
To the folks who thought that I really was out there standing on rights, getting my property taken, getting arrested, really living my truth, right? Well, yeah, it turns out all the videos were hoaxes and fakes. It was an elaborate scheme to please.
Disciple said we shouldn't be calling anyone names, especially if we don't actually know the man. Yeah, especially if you don't actually know the man, indeed.
Please take it back out and put it on mute. I have a lot of noises. Now that I have a professional headset, I'm hearing everything. I'm hearing all the sounds that we didn't hear before.
That's why, you know, in the future, I wish, I hope that people will take a little more time to enter and understand what a person's about before they kind of just, you know, say hop into a panel. In this case, yeah, I'm talking about Zach. You know, I maybe kind of just wish he would have. But you know, maybe the best case scenario did play out, right? Because he was able to skip the time. Oh, here we go with the trolling here.
You make fun of my shirt. You make fun of my condominium. What did I do to you? It's just a big misunderstanding.
Now, hold on, Zachary. Hold on a second. It's great that we have you back here. I didn't expect you to be up here today. I thought for a second you were my father. I looked closer. You're actually Zach Hubbard back here again. So, Zach, I didn't mean to go off on you the other day. I see that you've got at least a few $5 a month Patreon subscribers. You're making a pretty penny, a few $100,000 a year. We love to see that. Fleecing all the sheep. I did reveal here today that I am in fact a Mason. So you'll be happy to know that you were successful. You did expose me. What's on your mind recently, right? I saw you up there counting the numbers. Do you have any gematria here for us today? Any code to break while we can sit back and do little to nothing and hope on the numbers to save us?
What's my problem? You did this premiere on Brian's show.
See, and this is again, Paul has clearly has absolutely no knowledge on gematria, especially on the inorganic side. What we focus on. No knowledge on gematria. When he has referenced gematria, he kind of mentions the the organic side only. He doesn't use that terminology because it sounds like he only knows about gematria in that context.
You and Brian. I admit it right here, right now. I'm jealous of you and Brian.
No, I don't understand. Now, please, Zach, just calm down a second so we can have an amicable conversation. So what exactly is there to be jealous or envious about or to need from me and Brian when you have so many subscribers, you're making a ton of money, as you say, saving the world by counting numbers and connecting number dots and doing little to nothing. So again, I don't understand. You folks have all the great content. You folks have all the subscribers. You folks have all the faceless fiat currency. I'm poor and unsuccessful. What would there possibly be about me and Brian that you could be envious of? I don't get it.
Well, you're the god of all media. You know that Brian jilted me, and my ego is stepping in the way. I'm not letting anybody jilt me and get away with it. And another thing, too, do not put me on mute. I don't like doing those replays, watching my mouth move with nothing coming out. Don't disrespect.
This is just beyond retarded. Disciple said, name calling is projecting, and I won't be the one to tell you to grow up. God and the universe will. That comment was for the chat, by the way. Yeah.
Me here.
Okay, you're absolutely right. So that's why I asked everyone to mute, and you just went ahead and did whatever you want to do. Because again, like you say, you're like one of the real movers and shakers in the truth movement. And how dare I bring you on my broadcast and then try to monopolize and control it? Right? I was wrong for that. I apologize. But so again, I get that you're really upset about what happened, Brian. Here you are. You're still talking about Brian. I thought you would have been over that by now. Again, I can't speak for Brian. I'm sorry that he did what he did, that he didn't pay attention to you, that he didn't show up to your event, and that you now go around to all the other truth, quote unquote, movement broadcast, trashing him.
He's trying to move in a way that's just like funny. It's just so dumb.
Would like to give us because again, it's a bit much, right? It's a bit much. I didn't expect you to be back here. I didn't expect you to be fired up and animated and holding me accountable.
All I wanted to do was you and I to get together and distribute some flyers in California. What's wrong with that?
Well, listen, like I said, I wouldn't necessarily mind it. I work with a lot of folks. If you would have just came in and said, hey, I'm looking to do this event, here's what I want to do, would you be part of it? I probably would have said yes, even if I didn't necessarily think that there would be any change there. But when you came in originally, and you questioned my intelligence, right? You said that I was a smart young guy, but maybe not as smart as I thought. That just kind of, got on my nerves, right? It just kind of ticked me off a little bit. It hurt my feelings. Because again, if the great Zachary Hubbard is going to come in to this broadcast and want me to be part of the event, I'm sorry, but I'm going to expect him to be congratulatory and be crazy me, right? But again, I just saw the channel last night. I didn't realize how much you had going on, how much of a mover and shaker you and the other folks are. So that was my mistake. The next time that you come on the broadcast, I'm going to let you feel free to criticize me, disrespect me, call me out, and then try to force me into a movement that I don't think it's actually going to change.
I'm not waiting for the next time to come on the show. I'm going to do it right now. You inbred mother effer, pot smoking mother.
Oh man, come on, Zach, don't
take that right to the bank.
Zach, please don't do that, right? I mean, again, we are a part of the truth movement.
Wow, this is like
I'm really
the worst.
We all should work together, even if we don't like each other.
The worst thing ever, dude.
But please, you don't have to call me.
This is actually terrible,
pot
man.
smoking piece of garbage. That's not productive, right? That's not productive. So please refrain from that. It also doesn't make you look too good, right? It doesn't make you look too good. From what I understand, there's a lot of other folks who've had issues with you from the past, and a lot of that content's out there. You're not looking good in that either. So,
me and Kutz are going to form an alliance to take care of this situation.
Well, I hope that you don't. Sir, Zachary, I look forward to you and Cuts One getting together and, of course, spreading, pounding, and coming together because that's what you and Cuts One, of course, are all about. Are you appreciative, at least, of the fact that
I think I've had enough of this.
In your name, right? Because I want to kind of get
I'm
back,
just
right?
going to let this
what's your thoughts on the spread, pound, come together movement
finish
that all of the men out there seem to be a part of?
You know damn well just here to mock me and to push me farther from...
God damn it. I didn't mean to do that.
Like I said, I wouldn't necessarily mind it. I work with a lot of folks. If you would have just came in and said, hey, I'm looking to do this event, here's what I want to do, would you be part of it? I probably would have said yes, even if I didn't necessarily think that there would be any change there. But when you came in originally and you questioned my intelligence, right? You said that I was a smart young guy, but maybe not as smart as I thought. That just kind of, got on my nerves, right? It just kind of ticked me off a little bit. It hurt my feelings. Because again, if the great Zachary Hubbard is going to come in to this broadcast and want me to be part of the event, I'm sorry, but I'm going to expect him to be congratulatory and be crazy, right? But again, I just saw the channel last night. I didn't realize how much you had going on, how much of a mover and shaker you and the other folks are. So that was my mistake. The next time that you come on the broadcast, I'm going to let you feel free to criticize me, disrespect me, call me out, and then try to force me into a movement that I don't think it's actually going to change.
I'm not waiting for the next time to come on the show. I'm going to do it right now. You inbred mother effer, pot smoking mother.
Oh man, come on,
Zach, don't take that right to the bank.
So dumb.
Don't do that, right? I mean, again, we are part of the truth.
I don't know who this guy is,
I'm really
but man,
I read my ancient mysteries. We all should work together, even if we don't like each other.
random old dude
You don't
in his
like
house.
what went on, but please, you don't have to call me a Jesuit, inbred, hot smoking piece of garbage. That's not productive, right? That's not productive. So please refrain from that. It also doesn't make you look too good, right? It doesn't make you look too good. From what I understand, there's a lot of other folks who've had issues with you in the past, and a lot of that content's out there. You're not looking good in that either. So
me and Cuts are going to form an alliance to take care of this situation.
well, I hope that you don't, sir. Exactly. I look
Top
forward
shelf
to you
clownery,
and
man.
Touch One getting together, and of course, spreading, pounding, and coming together in your name, right? Because I wanted to put the
little friend Brian. That's all this is. That's all this is about.
All right. Well, again, I might have to let you go because it doesn't seem like we can make any headway here. You're really upset about the Brian thing. I get it. Brian has glowing locks of hair. He creates a lot of content. Folks show up for that. They respect Brian at least to some degree, right? While you probably have little to no respect in the actual quote unquote truth community with the real ones who actually live it or open to speak about here. You have to self-grant to nothing, counting them.
I'm tired of it.
No, I can't have it. I got to get you. So I'm going to have to go here because I feel like you were. No, I can't have it.
Hot smoking inbred.
All right, that's it. I can't. No. So you complained about working day and night to save the world and producing little to nothing, counting numbers and putting them together and handing out flyers. So
You're condescending BS. I'm tired of it. You hot smoking inbred.
all right, that's it. I can't. No, I can't have it. I got to get you out of here. I got to get you out of here because I feel like you were about to run there anyway. So I'm going to have to go ahead and remove him because he's getting out of control. Zachary is getting out of control again here today. Somebody says funny but not funny at the same time. No, you're absolutely right, sir. It's not funny. Again, I didn't expect Zachary here back here today. I didn't prepare for that. He just kind of showed up. But again, it is
perfect
funny, not funny, right? It is funny, not funny how the ridiculous inversion reality we find ourselves in, where folks are going around projecting onto everyone else what they're doing and who they are, and then expect us to respond to that, right? And then when we do respond in kind, right, with the same kind of, not even the same kind of tactics, we're just creating a picture, right? We're creating a picture. We're allowing folks to see what it's all really about, so they can stop, so they can make their own decision, right? Since these folks are so big on the people and saving the world and turning the judgment over to the people, well, why aren't they bringing everyone up on their platform? Why are they banning everyone, including Moose, who doesn't agree with them, right? But they want access to everyone else's platform. If they're really about what they say they're about, why is there never any sacrifice or consequences for them? They stand around for years handing out flyers, nothing ever happens. Folks who are really standing on rights and freedoms and living it and challenging the authority, they're going to jail. They're finding themselves in court. I know women who are doing more than Zach Hubbard and the rest of the truth movement folks, right? All the big men out there. I literally know women in my life, just one woman, like, one woman here, one woman there who like stand on the right to travel. I've had the cops stop them, had to go to jail, had to go to court and figure out that process. That's the way we're going to get out of this, right? Boots on the ground, actually turning back the dynamic, getting on the gears of the system, not handing out flyers and waking up a bunch of other sheets so they can come over, count numbers with you in a group, send you money, and then sit back, watch, wait, hate, and pray. It's a fucking joke, okay? So that's what we're doing here. If you see value in it, great. If you don't, fine. There's no one else doing. I haven't seen it. If you've seen it, send it over. It's not an ego statement. I haven't seen anyone else.
Oh, Robert Jerome left a comment. I'm pretty sure Robert Jerome is a member of the gematria community. He said, oh, so harmful content. Let's check out harmful content.
So if it's so bad, what we're doing right here, right now, at this very moment, why is it that they've been doing it all night? Making videos about us and...
So I wasn't aware of that. So you have to send those over to me because I would get good entertainment out of it, right?
Let's see what harmful content vid is. For the record, harmful content, I was listening to the stream where he came in, and it sounded like, did I just click on the Hurricane Ian thing? Dude. Let's see, wait, I got a notification.
Make videos, they're going to flip up and show you what they really are somewhere in there, right? So, again, there's sort of a double standard in most communities, it seems, nowadays, where certain folks think they're higher up than everyone else, and they have the right to do whatever they please, and everyone else should just kind of follow their lead and enable their nonsense. And I'm not for that, right? Because again, when you come in dripping with arrogance and ego, well, I'm older than you, and I have more money than you, and I've been doing this longer than you, and I'm established, I have more subscribers than you. You're just kind of smart, but maybe not as smart as you thought you were. Maybe not, because I'm not making as much baseless fiat currency as you. I'm not in a nice condo, right? I'm not.
Shout out to Shaking My Head Productions and Spiritual Logic, aka Hulk. Facing a lot of censorship, these two, man. I have 2 strikes on this channel until mid-October. 1 more and they remove this. Crazy. I think I might be in the same boat, actually.
Sitting around counting numbers and making a very good living off of it, right? I have to seem to get my property taken and arrested and then come on here and create Donnie Chick character for anyone to even notice. I have to be a big circus freak show on many different levels in order for folks on the whole to take notice, right? But when it comes time for all the other folks out there, because again, what we put out is what we get back, and this is all based on universal dynamics. The kingdom of heaven is few. The strong and righteous are few. The weak bakers are many, right? So there's plenty of them making a very good living off of grifting and fleecing the populace, who
also is like them, wanting to sit around, do little to nothing, and hopefully this is all going to get better, right? Let's just count the numbers, 666, 322, blah, 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 blah. Man, let's sit around and victim how the cabal has us all by the balls and it's all universal and you can see the numbers everywhere. You're just a pet slave.
Yeah, there's drama, dude. Gematrama or real. But I think I've been on here quite long enough. This might be my longest stream ever. Literally. New executive order goes viral. That's over a week ago. Looks like Truth Vibrators live.
Who has no way out. So you're going to sit around and count numbers to try to draw a picture about how bad you're enslaved. I'm not interested in it. And I think it's pathetic that we live in a world where I'm the bad man for creating division in a community full of liars, deceivers, duplicitous, fork-tongued fakers who I wouldn't want to have anything to do with anyway because they're going to damage my integrity and credibility and reputation, right? But again, that's the difference. So another picture here. Let me go ahead and I want to turn it over to the Australian. Let me bring it up here. So here's another one. You'll see me and Donnie doing some work, right? One of the lodges, again, 33rd degree Mason. They've been saying it for a while. I kind of joked about it, didn't want to let on to it, but there it is. Again, I showed you the other one. Clearly, that's me. There I am at one of the lodges. I also have here me working with the agency, right? There's me doing some work with the agency. Again, whether or not I am an agent or Mason doesn't really much matter. You should focus on the message, not the messenger. So if I am a CIA Mason, I got to tell you, boys, I'm the best thing you got. I'm the best thing you got, right? Because I'm willing to go to jail, put myself and my property on the line, continue to speak truth, and question myself and everything in the reality, right? Hold myself and everything in the reality.
All right, I'll end this video by showing.
Not really a big deal.
I'll show the video where the part in this video. Actually, I'll just keep it super brief, but I'll show the part where Paul fucks up because upon rewatching it, oh yeah, right, just went like pizza vending machine. Welcome to the what? Pizza vending machine. Welcome to the new world normal.
We're not upset with that because again, much like Bane in Batman, we turned the broadcast over to you. So I have to be thankful and grateful.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
I know this dude. Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
So yeah, what you got for us?
Yeah, I just became aware of your channel yesterday. I saw the live stream you did with Brian of High Impact Flips, and I thought he gave a great presentation. And I said, this is a very intelligent man right here. He's read some of his ancient mystery religions, and he knows his stuff. The only part, the only.
I'm just gonna fast forward to the part where.
I don't know anything. I'm gonna have to mute you. I don't know anything about what. Make some comments. I don't even know what you're talking about. So you can tell me more about that and then proceed to tell me the solution because you laid out a bunch of nonsense that we can't get any value from because you think you're going to like influence the viewers to have some kind of opinion about me and Brian, which again, it's nonsense. So just go ahead and tell me how bad and wrong I am, what I need to do more of, and then what's the solution? Where are you going to bring me so I need to speak because I'm somewhat intelligent, obviously not as smart as you, but I'm a great speaker and you can use me. So go ahead and tell me more about that.
Yeah, and I don't think there was anybody getting exposed, you know, here and vanquished. I mean, he left, you know, Zach left. You know, it's just.
Brian, about how we come together and work together and build bridges. Like I just thought that was a long response based on what you just said 5 minutes earlier.
You must have not been paying attention to what I said because what I remember happened on that conversation was I completely destroyed the idea of group and we. That's what I remember. I remember me saying.
I don't understand how you mean you destroyed the idea of group and we.
I remember me saying there is no we, that when shit gets hot, people go to speak in French. We need to do this, we need to do that. And I said, I'm not interested in group consciousness, freedom, and we. And you somehow interpret that as...
the concept of the few are united, the many are not, and how we're ruled over by...
United in consciousness, purpose, meaning, values, and goals. Not standing on the street, holding signs, protesting, and begging other folks...
That's not what we were doing. That's not what we did. We exactly what real knowledge and made people stop and listen to New York City about something they needed to know about that reveals what happened that day and on many other days that's ongoing right now up to this moment. We're trying to get real knowledge so people
People cannot change their minds about things unless they have the information and knowledge. I thought that you knew that. That's why you're on here putting out information.
I'm not as smart as you. I'm not as evolved. I'm not as smart as you. I'm not as active. Well, you made a determination on my intelligence and my activism. So again, you're another one who knows how smart I am, how smart I'm not, what I know and don't know, and what I need to do more of and get active on. And
He's just continuing to talk while Zach's trying to say something. This is where.
How do you know where another man went on another day? What are you, like, stalking him? Are you like a jilted lover?
He just keeps going. Just watch this.
Are you an unrequited love story where Brian didn't show up where you wanted him to be, so you followed him or researched where he was so you could come out and tell everyone he didn't love you enough and love what you were doing? That's for Brian to walk. If Brian went somewhere and supported something stupid and uncredible, he has to live with that. What do you need from Brian and me? Like my father just said, my father finally, it's taken 3 broadcasts.
Then he goes off
hours,
topic.
Finally said something funny. He's finally said something funny that's true. My father wants to know, are you involved in a love triangle with me and Brian? Is that possibly what we have going on here? Are we not loving you enough, giving you enough attention, and doing enough for you and your cause?
It's not my cause. It's the cause of all of us. There's a very oppressive system moving against all of us. We're trying to just raise awareness and get people to fight back against the agenda.
You're not actually doing anything. You're raising awareness. You're not actually doing anything, though, right? You're like
you
just
need more people. You can't do it with a small group.
I don't think you guys have a disagreement.
This guy right here.
I don't think you guys have a disagreement.
I don't think you guys have a disagreement.
There's not necessarily strength in numbers. There's weakness in numbers because I have to show up somewhere.
This is just, in my opinion, the divide and conquer.
Protest whining as he talks to himself. We were at a group protest whining, and we went up and talked to this guy, and we saw
the divide and conquer agenda just
so now you're going to speak for me because they're going to say I'm with you, and I'm part of that. And you can't even govern your own thoughts and emotions in your own life without having to have a mob and a group of people behind you. Right? It's a joke. Do I have any group that I'm with as you talk to yourself? And I love that image of you. Do I have any group or mob that I'm with when I'm out there getting arrested, put in jail, standing on rights and freedoms? Do I have any group and mob with me as I have to deal with the courts? Do I have any, do I sit up here with my sweater and the collar popped like I'm chimping because chimping ain't easy? Do I sit up here with my collar popped, chimping ain't easy, saying I need a group of people behind me to stand on my right to travel, to stop voting and being a slave, to stop supporting big corrupt institutions and a state of corporation and rescind my citizenship to United States Corporation and stand as what they would consider to be an American national, what I would consider to be a man of the people? Did I ask for a group of people to get around and spread awareness, or did I become the awareness? Why don't you become the awareness? Why don't you do what you need to do? Why don't you stand on eternal truth, the Constitution, and the rights secured within that come from God and live that? And you won't have to be worried about what me and Brian are up to and where me and Brian are on certain days and how you can't be the man you need to be because you don't have enough people behind you. You sound exactly like the folks you say oppressing you. You ain't shit till you have a group of people behind you. So you're mirroring the exact problem we have in the human condition. That alone, we ain't shit. But as a group, we're going to get together and spread awareness to a bunch of other sheep who ain't going to do nothing but come be a part of the group. Then maybe to enough members, maybe we'll decide to do something one day.
Me right now, or am I muted?
What? I respect that opinion, but I think you're reading a little too much into it. Well,
can I hear right now?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
What? We can hear you.
Whoever that person is, man.
What?
They got some great comments up there.
Okay, so you're making a lot of assumptions and attacks that are completely false. So I don't know what this is. This what you do on? I mean, I can tell that you know your
Absolutely, this is what I do. You must not have been watching enough. You say you've been watching me and Brian. You must not have been watching enough.
I said watching enough. I said I became aware of you yesterday, and I tuned in today with your panel, and you guys were talking about action. And I said, wow, I tuned in at the perfect time. So this is what we're trying to get. We're saying.
So what are you active in doing?
Again, my motto is
nothing. Thank you.
Paul.
Cut him off.
Listen, I don't think you know.
Cut him off right there and then laughed about it. You know.
Paul, let me just ask one question. Why do you put out information into the world?
You should go be an attorney because you're great at deflecting and spinning. I asked you what you're active in.
When he just deflected and didn't answer the question. You know.
What are you active in doing other than spreading awareness? You're a spreader. So I get that you spread. I get that you spread and you're a spreader and you like to spread for other folks. And I'm glad you're out there spreading for other folks, right? But I think you need to stop bending over and spreading and start getting active, right? Use your feet, use your mind, use your heart, use your hand, and create something, right?
Dude, it's sad. You guys need to pay attention to what this supposed truth to me is. I have people say you're a good person and they know that you're legit. I mean, to me, you just seem like a fucking joke, dude.
Yeah, I'm a joke. And what else am I? I'm a shield too, right? Because I didn't correct Brian. I didn't correct Brian the other day.
I don't give a fuck about you or Brian, sorry ass motherfucker. What I care about is changing the fucking world.
There you go.
Stop smoking blunts. Thanks for the PayPal.
There's the
I'm so smart. I read the 50-page Kabbalah.
Yeah, that's what I really wanted.
Hey, man, the Constitution written by the Jesuits that I don't know shit about.
Stupid ass inbred, sorry motherfucker.
Stupid ass inbred, sorry motherfucker.
Man, see, and it.
Yeah, that's the guy I wanted from the beginning. That's the guy I wanted from the beginning. That's the guy. I love it. I love it. That's the real you. As he runs, he just ran. He ran because the false self got diluted, got dissolved. That's called the dissolution of ego and false self. You come at him with the hard truth,
you know,
challenge him on what he's doing.
I don't know how I feel
false self
on this whole
dissolves and
matter.
the true self comes forward. The hate, the anger, the jealousy, the resentment.
I don't think there's
the
any
guilt,
jealousy.
the shame, right? Then he tells you what he really thought about me from the beginning, because I know who that is. You folks don't know who that is, but I know who that is.
This is what I
didn't
think,
let in
right?
on the fact that I knew who that was.
This guy he was a provoker. He provoked him. He kept muting him. He kept cutting him off. He drew that out on intentionally. You know, that is an energy harvest, like brother YeaRight said. And I think I'll leave it at that, because I'm at 4 hours and 44 minutes and 44 seconds already. And you know, I've just been going long enough, man. I've just been going long enough. So again, yeah, Zach went off on him, you know, but was he wrong in doing so when he didn't get the opportunity to, you know, just get, you know, a few words in, you know, every time, and then to be asked questions and then not be given the opportunity to answer the questions? I mean, upon rewatching, you know, I get it now. And that is why I haven't jumped on that panel, and I'm not going to. But I am going to hop on over to Truth Vibrations podcast while he works on episode 10. I'm going to hit that like. Shout out to Cuts. Shout out to YeaRight. And yeah, man.
Because of Novelty said the...
I always rewind. But much love to y'all. Support our brothers and sisters in this community, man. Let's see if he dropped my channel in here yet. No. He's got Novelty. And Novelty doesn't even have any videos. Man, last time I checked, Novelty had one video and it didn't have any views. I was like, come on. I'm going to put my video here. I'm going to put my link here. Gematria Faye, Rambo, Truth Coach, Truth Virus, D26. Look, he's got D26 here and he's got D26 here. So you're going to put D26 twice, but not mine? Come on. And where's Cuts? Where's Cuts?
Laptop here, just trying to close.
Got Neil the Hacker, Kayla Decode, Eric 777, Itachi Decodes, RPM Trey, Jeremy White.
What's the word?
Practical Gematria, Angel Baby, Purple BTR, The Matrix, Shunya's Instagram website, and Dominic logo design. I'm guessing this Dominic person's Novelty's brother, since I see the Barati.
So pretty much been watching Drama Field Fest today. Low impact flicks, and I'm guilty. I used to listen to Brian a few years ago. He's just another channel. It's kind of like, you know, low level of truth. You know, there's like levels. Like you go into Alex Jones, so on and so forth. Wait, let me re-upload episode 9 with Angel.
Oh, it got taken down, I guess.
Not a big fan of this Paul Unslaved guy. To be honest. And maybe one day he'll even come on Truth Vibration podcast. Maybe we can hear his story. That's the thing about this podcast. It's actually to hear the stories of different truthers and different truths. I just feel like there's something on his face. There's not. What? I think Sean still. I still have him live on my Xbox. Turn on this one. I got fucking fall clean to do too. Oh, I got to upload episode 9 first before I start episode 10. And it sucks because I have Al Gore internet, so.
Yeah, me too, brother. Had that Al Gore internet for days, bro.
Yo, what's up, Cuts? And I saw that you were pretty passionate. I just watched the Paul Unslaved dude with Zach and all that. Yeah, I agree with YeaRight. I think it's just a waste of time.
2 watching, 3 likes, 233 subs. What's my number?
He seemed pretty low vibrational to me.
23. But anyway, y'all. All right, I'm out.
I'm re-uploading episode 9 with Angel.
Much love. Coming up on a 5-hour stream here, so.
Miracle Cure.
Go sub to Truth Vibration Podcast and Cuts One. Peace out. And YeaRight the Matrix. Peace out.
If you guys want to check out episode 9, it probably will be up in a couple hours. What sucks is that I gotta find out. That was a nice thumbnail too that I had.
What's going on here?
Episode 9. I gotta try to find that. The 80 trillion things.
What is going on?
Yeah, truth is, you need to stop attacking each other for one. It's just a waste of time, waste of energy, our energy especially. These people don't deserve our life force, man. You don't need to give them anything. We don't like if they can't people can't accept or take in information or truth or listen, and they want their own narrative. You know, we don't need those people. They can believe what they want. There's they're kind of a waste of time. To be honest, man, I can't find the angel baby. There's a thumbnail that I made 100 years, like over a week ago. It's so dumb. Like that video got taken down for medical disinformation. Get out of here, YouTube, with your fucking stupid shit. You guys don't know shit, man.
All right, I think it's gonna work now.
Well, I mean, I'm guilty too. Like, I'll go off on a motherfucker too. They talk shit. Don't think I won't. But of course, it's always something to work on with yourself. If you go off,
Why isn't it letting me
like
end the stream right now, man?
The other person who might even be wrong will look right.
Loading and shit.
That's why I like about YeaRight the Matrix.
Never.
Like you can hate on the guy, but he keeps his cool, and then he has the viewer actually listen. Once you start going off, that's when people start tuning out. These are things I'm trying to learn. Actually, I'm learning this myself. Dang, I don't have the angel baby this week.
All right, I think it might work. Much love.